Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 202 Fake Revolutionary. 4. Avoid it. The executioner's scythe moved along with Aileen's call. At this moment, his thoughts accelerated and the world looked like slow motion. Kim Dokja thought, "What the hell is this?" I gritted my teeth and rushed towards Jang Haeyoung. There might be a difference between the 111th regression and the current regression, but there was no such development in the original second night. The executioners didn't receive any orders from the Duke and should have wasted their second night after being unable to kill me. Kill everyone. Now the actions of the executioners were like those who had been playing this game for a long time. It was clear that someone had given them orders. I pushed Jang Haeyoung away while releasing Blade of Belief and receiving the executioner's scythe. The combat shock has made your story configuration incomplete. The situation wasn't very good. I couldn't fight now. The story fragment face of a Casanova who died from sexual relations has been slightly damaged. Damn my face. Fortunately, the executioner had no intention of fighting with me and immediately switched targets. I barely managed to sigh but quickly realized that this wasn't a good thing. Ku ep the revio lu tio nary alive. Hack. Citizens shrieked as they were cut by the executioner's scythes. No one was dead yet, but half a dozen people were already bleeding. A revolutionary. I bit my lips. Kim Dokja thought. Was there a schemer he didn't know about? Or was the Duke already acting? The stories of ways of survival flowed quickly through Kim Dokja's head. Everyone gather this way. I can't protect you if you scatter. Kim Dokja judged. The Duke hadn't moved. It wouldn't have ended like this if the Duke moved. The fourth wall was right. The industrial complex would already be ruined if the Duke had moved. Quackhack. The damage to the people didn't reduce. The injuries from the executioner's scythes continued all over the place. There were over 10 wounded in an instant. The good news was that the enemies couldn't kill many citizens. The game's rules stated that each executioner could only kill one citizen per day. At least for 3 days. Aileen shouted, "Everyone fight against them. They can't use execution without the mark." Some citizens armed themselves with weapons at Aileen's words, but the situation didn't easily improve. In the first place, only a few citizens could follow the movements of the executioners. Even then, they didn't last long. Quackhack. The fact that the people didn't know when the executioners would use the mark added to their fear. They could always use the mark and some citizens would surely die. Furthermore, the Guardian was protecting me and couldn't protect them. A run. In the end, the ranks collapsed and the citizens started to scatter. "No, don't go," Aileen urgently shouted, but the frightened citizens couldn't hear anything. The injured citizens groaned and seemed to be cursing towards empty air. Kim Dokja was quietly furious. I didn't know who did this, but, save me. A wounded civilian crawled towards me. There were many people without good details. Some of them would die by the end of this night if they were unlucky. The same went for those who fled. This night would be remembered as more terrible than any other night in the industrial complex. If the damage gets bigger, then it will go according to their intentions. The citizens would no longer be willing to help the revolution. They would once again follow the orders of the Duke and Aileen's civil council would be isolated. I couldn't allow this to happen. Thus, I had to play a different hand. The moment I took a short breath to call out to Aileen. "This way. Kill me." Someone hiding behind a building started shouting. It was Mark. "Over here. I am the Guardian." Jang Haeyoung realized what was going on and shouted, "Damn. Pub owner, what are you doing?" It was a hasty judgment. It was a valid but bad judgment. "I am the Guardian. Kill me." As Aileen and Jang Haeyoung glanced at me, I was already running towards Mark. At almost the same time, the executioners were also running. Guardian. Mark's provocation worked well. The scattered executioners gathered in an instant. Kill the Guardian. I used Bookmark and Way of the Wind to quickly rush towards Mark. Mark's pale face was nearing. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Plus, character list. Character Mark Javier. Private attribute. Dimensional mover. Hero. Retired S-grade mercenary. Rare. First class chef, rare. Constellation sponsor, none. Exclusive skills, cooking LV. 9 ingredients processing LV. 8 old justice LV. 4 sword dance LV. 9 private skill LV. 1. This incarnation has a special role in the scenario. Some of the skills will be private due to the scenario penalty. Plus, in fact, unlike what I told Aileen, I couldn't know the exact position of a person using character list. However, I could see that someone had a special position and an unknown skill. It was a fleeting dream. The dimensional mover from the Gaines planet, Mark Javier. He retired as a mercenary and become a chef after coming to the demon world. Every character in the scenario had their own reasons. Mark smiled at me as the scythes flew towards him. I hope you succeed, revolutionary. I didn't know much about his life. He was a supporting role among countless people who died in ways of survival. The Siswitz executioner has placed a mark of death on Mark Javier. Mark Javier have been identified as the scapegoat of the night. Ways of Survival had a huge 3,149 chapters. Some people probably thought this story was too long. They thought it was a long and boring story. But for Kim Daksha, 3,149 chapters was short. I always thought this. I wished that Ways of Survival was longer. I had read so many chapters, but I was still curious about Ways of Survival. Don't worry. You won't die. Thus, I would read a part one hadn't read from now on. Vicky, if I die, Mark shouted with a bit of embarrassment. Why are you so anxious to die? No one will die. At least not in my story. I blocked the scythes of the executioners and used a skill. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. The proficiency of bookmark has increased and a new slot has been enabled. I will place Knight of Revolution Mark Javier in the 6th slot. The character Mark Javier has been registered in the 6th slot. The number 6 bookmark is activated. Private skill LV. 1 is enabled. The scythe of an executioner headed to the neck of Mark, who had closed his eyes. You have temporarily acquired the position of guardian. However, my side was a bit faster. Someone has used their vitality to protect Mark Javier. The executioner's scythe stopped 1 inch from Mark's neck. The scythe stopped like it was caught in a net. Mark knew the meaning of this and his eyes widened. The guardian was successful and the mark of death has been released. Of course, Mark wasn't the only one to feel amazed. Is THR Ano the guardian? It was a voice filled with disbelief. The executioners scattered into the darkness one by one. The executioners couldn't kill anyone, unlike their purpose. I wasn't satisfied, but it was still okay. I sighed lightly and looked around where the survivors were staring at me. In particular, Jang Haeyoung and Aileen were staring with shock. Judging from their expressions, it would be a long night. No one died tonight. As expected, Jang Haeyoung and Mark didn't leave me alone. What are you really? What is your position? Are you actually a guardian? I would have suffered even more if Aileen wasn't taking care of the citizens. I shook my head and sighed. I told you, I am a fake revolutionary. Thus, I can be a fake guardian. Explain it now. Just let it go. I will expose too much if I tell you more details. Don't you know how dangerous it is to disclose your information in a situation like this? Let's say I tell you the information. If you are kidnapped and reveal my information to the Duke, how do you think this revolution will end? In fact, this was an excuse that Yu Jonghyuk frequently used when he found explaining was annoying. Now I was Yu Jonghyuk, so I didn't mind saying it. I am just Yu Jonghyuk. Remember that. Kim Daksha thought. He feels like he is actually becoming Yu Jonghyuk. Shut up. I miss Kim Dokja who speaks with honorifics. As I was playing with the fourth wall, the two men watched M with tired eyes and shook their heads. You are a really difficult person. A message was probably entering Yu Jonghyuk's ears on Earth by now. Perhaps it was this message? Your story is being created in the 73rd Demon Realm. If he was smart, he would notice what was going on. However, it didn't matter. The atmosphere calmed down and I brought up the main subject. Let's talk about work. There is something that broke my expectations. There is a guy attacking using the rules of the game. I heard that Duke Siswitz isn't a schemer. Do you think the Duke has moved directly? I don't think so. I think it is someone else. Still, tonight went well. Isn't it more favorable to us if there are two people who can use the power of a guardian? Not necessarily. Those guys won't use the mark tomorrow. What? If it is hard to kill me, then they will try to hurt as many people as possible. If the mark wasn't used, the night wouldn't end until the sun rose. Many people were already hurt tonight. We didn't win. We lost. Today people learnt to fear the executioners again. Once tomorrow came, people's attitudes would be clear. People would be afraid of the Duke again and be afraid of the revolution. The enemies wouldn't miss this gap. Mark's expression became darker and he opened his mouth. Then what do we do now? We don't need to do anything. Maybe someone else will move first. I had seen numerous revolutionary games in Ways of Survival. If things were like this, then the next development was certain. The second position will appear. The second? Yes. A position other than revolutionary, guardian, and executioner. I just said this when someone knocked on the door. It was Aileen. Revolutionary, someone has come to find you. I saw her strangely tense face and knew that the movements of the enemy had already begun. He says he is a spy. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 203 Fake Revolutionary 5. TL note. Sorry, I live a few hours away from my family for work. Today I drove back to visit them for a few days and forgot my laptop charger. I can still translate on my phone but can't upload chapters. I will release the rest of this week's chapters today. Then expect a few days of no chapters before there is a mass release thus/Friday depending on how tired I am from the drive. Spy. I once read a phrase about the spies in Ways of Survival. All positions in the revolutionary game belong to either the revolutionary or the dictator. There is only one position that isn't fixed, and that is the spy. The most dangerous and most cowardly position in this revolutionary game. Therefore, Ways of Survival described the spy as followed. The team that gets the spy can win the game. In the revolutionary game where information was a top priority, the status of the spy was great. It was because the spy could check the position information of the desired person. There was a limit of 10 people a day, but this alone was enough for the spy to shake the entire board. Right now, a person claiming to be the spy was in front of me. Are you Yu Jong-hyuk? The appearance of the man didn't go well with the demon world. He gave off an ambiguous feeling. No, to be precise, what was it? Why did I get déjà vu from this face? I didn't recall a similar appearance in Ways of Survival. I replied to the man, that's right. I am Yu Jong-hyuk. By the way, the man's reaction was subtly strange. HRMM. Is that so? At this moment, I realized something. By the way, you know my name. Usually he should be asking if I was really the revolutionary. Yet he first confirmed that my name was Yu Jong-hyuk. The man shrugged. Haha, it is a famous name. Unlike his words, the man was stubbornly staring at my appearance. It was as if he was contrasting it with something he knew. I became certain. This person knows Yu Jong-hyuk. I quickly recalled Ways of Survival, but I couldn't make a guess. In the first place, Yu Jong-hyuk was a regressor, and this was officially before he entered the demon world. There wasn't anyone here who should know Yu Jong-hyuk well. If he was good at observing, he might have seen Yu Jong-hyuk by watching the Earth scenario, but it was unlikely. Due to my poor reaction, Jang Haeyoung, Aileen and Mark were nervously glancing between me and the man. Maybe they instinctively felt something. I decided to find out the identity of my opponent. What is your name? I am Aurelius. Aurelius? I hesitated for a moment. I remembered hearing this name somewhere. It wasn't Ways of Survival, but somewhere else. It is an unusual name. So they tell me. Then you are a spy? That's right. The exclusive skill Lie Detection LV3 is activated. During the revolutionary scenario, you can't use the lie detection skill. As expected, this skill didn't work. I had guessed it. There was a scene where Yu Jong-hyuk of the 111th regression had been frustrated after learning that this skill didn't work. I tried it just in case, but it was as I figured. Well, if lie detection could be freely used, then the difficulty of this scenario would be very easy. Fortunately, I didn't only have lie detection. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Of course, I couldn't discern the exact position of the opponent after using character list. Nevertheless, I could at least figure out if he had a special position or not. The person's information can't be accessed through character list. This person isn't registered on the character list. What? I was confused for a moment. The information on the corresponding person is being updated. This person's information will be added in the next update. It wasn't the first time I heard this message, but it was unexpected. The man didn't know my situation and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" A person who couldn't be read using character list. It meant this man was a person who didn't contribute to the original Ways of Survival novel. In other words, the man was a variable I created. But how was it possible? This was the demon world, not Earth. I was hesitating when Mark asked, "Did you come here to join our side?" Maybe not. What does that mean? I came to save you. It is obvious that the revolution will be destroyed at this rate. You are coming to sprinkle the ashes even though the meal hasn't been cooked yet? It isn't a joke. Public opinion regarding you isn't good. I don't know if you have seen outside. Certainly, the outside had been noisy for a while. I heard a knocking on the door of the office. We glanced at each other before heading straight outside. Loud voices were heard as soon as I went outside. Revolutionary. Countless gazes focused on me after someone shouted. It was a crowd of nearly 100 people. Some of them shouted towards me in exaggerated voices. "It is because of you. If it wasn't for you. My wife was hurt. Someone even threw stones. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. There was some damage, but it wasn't enough for them to come out to such an extreme degree. The voices continued. It was better when the night came once every 3 days. Before the revolutionary scenario was invoked, night only came once every 3 days. Now night was invoked 2 days in a row. It was natural for people's fears to be heightened. Jang Haeyoung shouted towards these people. You crazy, what are you crazy fuckers talking about? Are you so pathetic? It is okay for one person to die every 3 days? Some people heard this and stepped back. Jang Haeyoung continued to shout. If you want to live that way, then leave the industrial complex. What does a little boy like, you know? Do you have any idea of what it is like outside? The voices were frightened. Everyone here was well aware of it. Civilians belong to the scenario of the industrial complex. If they leave here, they will be given an exile penalty for leaving the scenario area. The exile penalty. There was no one in the demon world who didn't know what it was. Thus, people would rather turn the roulette of death once every 3 days. Now that the revolutionary emerged, the interval of the roulette had decreased from 3 days to 1 day. DDO, we have to experience night every day from now on. What are you going to do? What are you going to do in the future? The voices were filled with panic. Aileen and the other council members tried to restrain them, but the crowd's actions became fiercer. I turned my head and saw Aurelius staring at me with a despicable smile. Do you now understand what's going on? A revolutionary who didn't have the support of the citizens was bound to be defeated. I smiled bitterly. You are on the Duke's side. It isn't important. The important thing is your choice. So what do you want? Surrender to the Duke. Everyone else can live except for you. In any case, your revolution is going to fail. I will be the sacrifice. I'm not saying that. It'll help you find a way to live. How? If you are really Yu Jong-hyuk, I will protect you. Doesn't the Duke want to kill me? My backer is far beyond Duke Siswitz. An existence that Duke Siswitz couldn't be compared to. I was quite intrigued by the suggestion. If I wasn't Yu Jong-hyuk, then I might have thought about it for a moment. Of course, I will refuse. I see. You will regret it. The next moment, Aurelius disappeared. In the midst of the crowd, someone shouted, Let's give him to the Duke. The Duke said he will end the scenario if we hand him in. Then the night won't come. The voices that came out spread like wildfire. It was very interesting. In fact, I had seen a similar sight before. Maybe it was during the Mino soft labor negotiations. Everything is over when the next night comes. We have to catch the revolutionary before that. The crowd was moving with overwhelming agitation. The people were so terrified that it led to a backlash against me. Somebody grab him. I stared at them for a moment before stepping towards the crowd. The crowd was confused as I walked forward without any fear. My surroundings split apart like Moses' wave because the people tried to avoid contact with me. Are you that afraid of the executioner? I spoke as I pulled out Unbroken Faith. Then the blade of faith vibrated and a white light burst from it. My voice, filled with magic power, poured cold water on the crowd. A few people in the crowd were surprised by the wave of magic power and fell on their asses, which others backed away. I spoke towards them in a serene voice. Everybody has forgotten that this isn't the night. I raised the sword towards the air. The magical wave of white pure star energy poured from the heart of the gold dragon and filled the dark sky with a white light. My actions frightened people and they exclaimed, What? He wants to kill people. Heck. The revolutionary is killing civilians. The surprised people screamed and Aileen's shouts could be heard. However, I ignored all sounds and ran to the center of the crowd. Then I swung myself towards someone in the crowd without hesitation. First one. He was one of the men who had been inciting the crowd. The man was pierced in the heart and couldn't even scream. He just watched me with wide eyes as he died. The exclusive skill fourth wall is activated. The sensation of murder was gnawing at my hand. Obviously, I was affected by the move to kill someone. It was due to the habit that formed from trying to keep the king of no-killing attribute. However, today I didn't hesitate a single bit. It was as if I really had become Yu Jong-hyuk. The second one. The blade moved through the air and blood scattered. A second man's head flew away. Blood splashed, wetting my clothes while the fearful expressions of the people around me could be seen. I moved my sword and stabbed the last man in the back. The last one. I killed 3 people in an instant and looked around. There were constant screams as the grieving civilians watched me. It wasn't just the citizens. Aileen, Jang Haeyoung and Mark were the same. They didn't understand what was going on and panic filled their faces. The revolutionary killed ordinary civilians. Nothing I said would be a convincing explanation. Nevertheless, this was something I never needed to explain. A change in the revolutionary scenario has occurred. Everyone looked up as the message was suddenly heard. It was followed by subsequent messages. An executioner has been killed by someone. An executioner has been killed by someone. An executioner has been killed by someone. Current number of executioners remaining. 7. People's expressions changed at the messages. A total of 3 people died. The number of dead executioners was also 3. The people watching me with trembling eyes now screamed and retreated from the dead bodies. It was as if they were looking at something terrible. Uak, the executioner? They were hiding here? Aaron was an executioner. Oh my God. Executioners hid among the civilians. In the midst of this colossal betrayal, the crowd gradually realized. The executioners had died. The executioners they thought to be invincible had died like a normal man. It was a story they had never experienced before. In front of this story, people were being inspired in unexpected ways. One man rose first and drew a sword. His eyes were blazing with anger. Son of a bitch. Kill those sons of a bitches. Those who had just been threatening me started to trample on the corpses. The seething heat of the crowd was several times their previous emotions. They had all lost something to the executioner. This was an act of miserable revenge, but it was the best they could do. I leisurely strolled through the crowd. Then I grabbed the neck of a man. Quack. You still have the great skill to incite others. The man who tried to escape struggled in my hands. How are you unscathed? Department Head Han Myung-go. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 204 Unidentified Wall 1. I left Aileen, Mark and Jang Haeyoung to clean up outside and dragged the unconscious Han Myung-go back to the office. To be honest, it was a revelation. I never thought Han Myung-go would still be alive. Department Head Han Myung-go. Before we reached the third scenario, he was cursed by Demon King Asmodeus after killing the Dark Keeper. I thought he had died before I entered Chungmuro and hadn't expected to meet him in the demon world. I placed Han Myung-go on a chair in the meeting room. I used a story suppressor that I had borrowed from Aileen. Kim Dokja thought, the department head has aged a lot. There were many small wrinkles on Han Myung-go's face. Moreover, his whole skin was blackened. Putting aside the wrinkles, the skin discoloration was a sign of a species variation. The longer I looked, the more I could see the old face. Still, many human traces were missing, and it was hard to know without looking closely. Usanga, Lee Gil-young, my mother and Song Minwo. They were the people I couldn't confirm using character list. All of them were people who were involved with me before the scenario or at the start of the scenario. Han Myung-go was also one of them. They survived in this world because of me. That's why I couldn't read their information with character list. I know you're awake, so get up. You. Han Myung-go. I asked the spy, no, the self-styled Aurelius. Aurelius, did you pick the name personally? Han Myung-go opened his eyes and I was filled with a vague feeling of certainty. Aurelius. This was the decisive clue that convinced me this person was Han Myung-go. A web novel? Hey Kim Dokjasi. How much time do you have to read this shit? During my days at Minosoft, I had heard these words after I was caught reading a web novel. If you are going to read a book, then you should read something like this. Read a good book if you want to build up your specs. Han Myung-go was holding the book called Meditations, written by Marcus Aurelius. The first few pages of the book were completely discolored. You usually carried the Meditations book that you can't read. Your bluffing still remains. Who the hell are you? Han Myung-go didn't recognize me at all. It was because I changed my face ahead of time. If I hadn't done that, I might be the one to fall into the trap. I smirked and asked, who do you think? At this moment, something flashed through Han Myung-go's eyes. Don't tell me. As expected, Han Myung-go was Han Myung-go. Even the parachute department head needed to do some work to survive. I quietly brought a finger to Han Myung-go's lips that were opening. Shoo. Oof. Oof. If you say anything, then you will die here. Think to yourself. Do you understand? I was worried about another transcendental existence listening. There were no Dakibi channels here. However, the lack of a channel didn't mean there was no way for other beings to peep. The fourth wall says that the Demon King Demon of Rage and Lust is looking at stupid Kim Dokja. Better than expected. Could tell me something like this? Ahem. Like constellations, the Demon Kings had their own modifiers. After all, they were fallen constellations. Of course, there were those who didn't use the modifiers as resistance against the constellations. If I remembered correctly, Demon of Rage and Lust was the nickname for Demon King Asmodeus. Han Myung-go seemed to be his subordinate. It was a high-level position where his vision was shared. Shouldn't you pay coins if you want to keep peeking? Han Myung-go's eyes widened again when he saw me speaking towards the air. He noticed who I was talking to. Small sparks appeared in the air. If this continued, Asmodeus was likely to gain my information. One day I would reveal my story, but now wasn't the time. I thought for a moment before pulling a sword out of my coat subspace. It was the 4-in demonic beheading sword. It had been a really long time since I used it to destroy the Absolute Throne. It was a sword that could temporarily evolve to a star relic if the power of the Big Dipper was borrowed. It was a sword that could break through the constellation's affinity with the star relic. Originally, I required the help of the Big Dipper to manifest that strength. Now that I was a constellation, I could use the power of this sword without their help. The 4-in demonic beheading sword has responded to your story. If you aren't going to pay, then get lost. I swung the sword over Han Myungo's head. The message appeared as I swung the sword and strong sparks appeared in the air. The connection between the Demon King Asmodeus and his household member is temporarily disconnected. Han Myungo was now shocked beyond surprise. He never thought I would have the power to break off his link with the Demon King. I warned Han Myungo. Here, my name is Yu Jonghyuk. Nod if you understand. Han Myungo stared at me with a complicated gaze and barely nodded after thinking about it. He made the correct judgment because he knew that his life was precious. I released his mouth and Han Myungo gasped as he looked up at me. How the hell? I heard you were definitely dead. I'm not dead. Thus, I'm alive. The terrified Han Myungo asked, what are you going to do with me? Well, see. I'm thinking. It helped me. The years we spent together aren't short. I don't have any good memories of those years. Too am a spy. I can help your revolution. I can see other people's positions. It seemed to be true that Han Myungo was a spy. Indeed, the spy didn't emerge in the 111th regression. It wouldn't be strange if a surprising person appeared as the spy. I don't need a spy. I found the executioners without you. Han Myungo's eyes once again shook at my words. Then Han Myungo spoke the question he had been curious about. That reminds me, how did you find the executioners? I roughly knew what was going on, but I decided to be fooled for a bit. I didn't know they were executioners. What? Then how? My words were true. The descriptions of some executioners appeared in Ways of Survival, but it was written in passing and I didn't remember them. It would also be hard to recognize just based on the description. I didn't kill them because I knew they were executioners. I just used a skill to figure out that they had a special position. That information was enough for Kim Dokja. Han Myungo didn't know anything and exclaimed, the people you killed could have been innocent or have important positions. Why wise? For example, a fighter or... Stop talking about useless things. If you are trying to drag out the time because you think other nobles will come to rescue you, they won't come. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? It is only the executioners that the citizens are afraid of. Without them, the nobles can't easily invade the civilians' area. Now that he realized that things were wrong, Han Myungo's struggles became worse. He stared at me with red eyes and yelled, if you kill me, you will receive the Demon King's wrath. My previous self would have been afraid. Do I look like I'm afraid of the Demon King? I raised my constellation status. It was to such a slight extent that the dukes of the industrial complexes and the demon kings of other demon realms wouldn't notice. No matter how light, I was a constellation and it was sufficient to kill Han Myungo. Han Myungo trembled before finally giving up. What do you want? It was the question I had been waiting for. In any case, Han Myungo was someone who had made contact with the demons here. It would be wiser to use him as much as possible. Make an oath of existence. Do you know what it is? To that, do it if you want to live. Or you can go out and be beaten to death by the common people. Han Myungo sighed. What do you want me to swear? You want interfere in the revolution. You want lie. You will truthfully answer any questions I ask and cooperate with me wholeheartedly. For how long? 1 year. Shit. It was better to have a deadline when making such a violent oath. If I forced a permanent oath, then the object of the oath might go crazy. If they were given hope that the oath would one day end, the other person would agree to the oath more easily. I understand. I will make the oath. Sparks sprung from Han Myungo's heart and the oath was completed. Now there was a question I wanted to ask Han Myungo. Department Head Han Myungo. How are you still alive? Han Myungo started telling his story. The hardships he suffered after separating from us at Chungmuro and how hard it was for him. He tried to make himself look as poor as possible and I interrupted in the middle. Tell me the important things. What do you mean? At that time, you obviously received the Demon King's curse. How did you become a subordinate of the Demon King? Asmodeus isn't that simple an existence. The 72nd Demon King, Asmodeus. No matter how long Han Myungo's tongue, he didn't have the ability to bewitch the Demon King. In addition, Han Myungo didn't have a unique story. The Demon Kings were just as jaded and bored as the constellations. The story of a department head of a big company wouldn't be sufficient to even talk to the Demon King. Han Myungo licked his lips for a long time and his expression distorted in a miserable manner. I was about to rush him when Han Myungo opened his mouth. I gave birth. Huh? Quack. I thought I heard wrong. I was about to ask again when Han Myungo burst out crying. I gave birth to a child. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 205, Unidentified Wall, 2. Unfortunately, Han Myungo's words didn't continue. Han Myungo was knocked unconscious because he received a penalty from disclosing some of the details of his contract with Asmodeus. I felt a bit sad because it was broken off at the exciting part. Kim Dokja thought. In any case, the demon kings and constellations have started to show interest in this world. The land of abandoned scenarios, the demon world. This world, which had long been shunned by the constellations, was starting to receive attention again. Humans can't beat them. Compared to them, we are just insignificant bugs. Han Myungo had said this several times. He had been in the demon world for several months, so he was well aware of the strength of the senior nobles and demon kings. This despair was understandable. In fact, even the early mid-Yu Jonghyuk had struggled in the demon world. Of course, that was Yu Jonghyuk's story. I was different. My stomach started growling because I had stayed awake all night. I headed to the pub and asked Mark to cook some simple dishes. Jang Haeyoung was sitting absent-mindedly at a table. I quietly approached him and sat down. "Hike, you say that every time." Jang Haeyoung stared at me with an ugly expression and screamed. "What is it? What other issue are you coming to create? Why are you so grouchy?" "Never mind. Why? What happened?" Jang Haeyoung couldn't easily answer my question and stared at the plate in front of him. I knew that I couldn't urge him and just waited. Mark glanced between Jang Haeyoung and I. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he suddenly winked. After a while, Jang Haeyoung opened his mouth. "Why did you let me join the Revolutionary Army?" "What? I'm not a guardian or revolutionary. I'm not the chairman of the civil council like Aileen." The character Jang Haeyoung has used lethargy LV. 4. The character Jang Haeyoung has used self-loathing LV. 10. Damn, it was starting. I had forgotten for a while. If Yu Jonghyuk suffered from the regression depression, then this person suffered from a thorough self-loathing. I didn't think there were any main characters of Ways of Survival who were sane. The small shoulders quivered. I would feel better if I hit him on the shoulder, but it would be hard for him to feel comforted. Your understanding of the character Jang Haeyoung has increased. Jang Haeyoung stared out the window. He seemed to be looking at Aileen, who was cleaning up the previous incident. Jang Haeyoung spoke again. "Night will come again. Will you still be able to protect the people?" "Maybe not," I answered honestly. "I don't know all the executioners. It is impossible to catch all of them before tomorrow's night." There were 7 executioners who hadn't been caught. If those 7 people made up their minds and started attacking people, tomorrow night would be a bloody festival. I added before Jang Haeyoung could fall into despair. There is no other way to stop it. We must find the fighter. The fighter. It was the only position that could deal with an executioner during the night. If I could find that position, it wouldn't be unreasonable to restore the atmosphere. However, Mark interrupted from where he was cooking. "I'm sorry, but there probably won't be a fighter." "What? Mark, how do you know this?" "There is no one from the old generation to pass on the skills of a fighter. Unlike other positions, a fighter could only receive the position through succession." Mark kept speaking. "After the fighter died protecting the former revolutionary, there was no successor. I already knew this information. In fact, there was no fighter in this industrial complex." In the original novel, Yu Jonghyuk had been very confused by this. I bit into the sandwich that Mark gave me. "If there isn't a successor, then we have to create one. Inherit the position from another fighter. As far as I know, there are no fighters left in the 73rd Demon Realm. I'm not going to find them in the demon world." "What?" I glanced at Jang Haeyoung. Now was the time. I spoke to the blank-looking Jang Haeyoung. "Hey, talk to the wall." What does that mean?" "You have a wall. Every time you try to learn something, that wall blocks you." How do you know about the wall?" The startled Jang Haeyoung stared at me. "There are ways for me to know," I smirked and replied. Other people might not know it, but Jang Haeyoung had a wall. To be precise, it was a wall called the Unidentified Wall. This wall had been blocking Jang Haeyoung's growth so far. "Isn't it because of the wall that you never learnt any skills? That's why you're like this. Lethargic, self-loathing." What? "I know you think it is a wall of talent. However, it isn't a wall of talent. It has a different purpose." "No, how do you?" "In any case, quickly talk to it. You can communicate with that wall." Jang Haeyoung's face turned red after hearing that he could talk to the wall. I wanted to tell him not to worry. After all, I was in the same boat in regards to talking to a wall. Jang Haeyoung hesitated before opening his mouth. To that, quickly. A moment passed before Jang Haeyoung triggered the skill. The character Jang Haeyoung has used Unidentified Wall LV. 1. Jang Haeyoung's pupils were white. It wasn't visible to me, but perhaps in Jang Haeyoung's vision, he would be surrounded by a white wall. A pure white wall with nothing written on it. It wasn't strange for Jang Haeyoung to get a mental illness if he was blocked by such a wall every time he tried to learn a skill. Jang Haeyoung carefully opened his mouth. Excuse me, Walnam? Surprisingly, I also heard a message the moment Jang Haeyoung spoke. The unidentified wall is giving off a wrinkled impression. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because I had a similar wall. Either way, it was good. The unidentified wall is looking at its master. The unidentified wall says, "You aren't qualified yet." As expected, it was just as petulant as the original novel. I was prepared. Hey, don't do that and give your permission. If you don't help, your kid will die. Jang Haeyoung was surprised by my sudden words and stared at me. The next moment, the unidentified wall spoke. The unidentified wall says, "Who are you?" The unidentified wall says, "How can you hear my voice? It isn't important who I am. Just give your permission. If it is level 1, can't he use the minimum of features? Why are you blocking him?" The unidentified wall is frowning. It was angry at my words and sparks appeared around Jang Haeyoung. The probability was putting pressure on me, a constellation. Myth-rated attributes were truly different. This wouldn't be as easy as I expected. I stepped back from Jang Haeyoung. The sparks that suddenly appeared in the air surprised Mark and the other pub customers. Once I had them evacuated, I opened my mouth again. Are you going to keep acting like this? It isn't good for you. Won't you have to find a new host if he dies? The sparks of probability once again appeared. It was a measure of Jang Haeyoung's strong potential that he could create such a force with the power of a single skill despite not being a constellation. Thus, I needed to awaken Jang Haeyoung here. The unidentified wall says, "You are impudent." The sparks that burst from Jang Haeyoung's body became increasingly intense. I was a bit baffled because I didn't know the reaction would be to this extent. It happened the moment I thought a small probability storm would occur here. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. The sparks around me calmed down at once. To be exact, a larger spark seemed to have swallowed the surrounding sparks. The fourth wall greets the unidentified wall. The unidentified wall is surprised. I was also shocked. The walls could converse with each other? The fourth wall greets the unidentified wall with pleasure. Jang Haeyoung's face was turning reddish-white. He was clearly seeing this scene. The fourth wall opened its mouth. Friday end. The unidentified wall is starting to shake. I didn't know about the communication between the walls, but just by saying hello, the air around Jang Haeyoung started to distort into a mysterious form. The unidentified wall says, "You? What are you?" The air around me shook faintly. The fourth wall was moving in a form different from usual. I couldn't express it well. One thing was clear. It seemed to be angry. The unidentified wall is complaining about the pain. The unidentified wall is complaining about the pain. The unidentified wall is complaining about the pain. There were brilliant sparks as Jang Haeyoung grabbed his head and screamed. How much time passed? There was a heavy feeling and the unidentified wall sent a message. The unidentified wall says, "Who are you?" Honestly, I had no idea why Jang Haeyoung had such a wall. Ways of Survival didn't explain exactly what the unidentified wall was. I thought it would mention it in the ending, but of course this didn't mean it was impossible to predict the identity of this wall. The existence of this wall was presumably related to Jang Haeyoung's job before he moved dimensions. This is the first time I have seen. Jang Haeyoung was staring into the air with a very perplexed expression. The unidentified wall has recognized its master as the incarnation Jang Haeyoung. It was a complicated procedure, but with the help of the fourth wall, Jang Haeyoung succeeded in being acknowledged by the unidentified wall. Then a new window popped up in front of Jang Haeyoung for the very first time. Enter the modifier or name of the presence you want to send a message to. Thanks to the fourth wall, I also saw the message. Jang Haeyoung stared at me. What is this? What should I enter? In fact, it was because of this ability that I had to bring Jang Haeyoung with me. I had to borrow the wall's strength through Jang Haeyoung so that I could have the power to fight against those fucking nebulae. Please enter the names I will tell you. Yes, I called out several names. They were all names of characters who had fought with fighters in the demon world in the original novel of Ways of Survival. Then another window popped up. Please enter a message to send. What should I write? I want to become a fighter. Please help. Will it work? I don't know. Just try it first. Jang Haeyoung sent the message. Then we waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Jang Haeyoung asked, "Did I do it properly?" I guess it failed. The damn star stream had no consideration for newbies. I asked for help so earnestly, but no one sent a reply. We sent a few more messages. I'm looking for someone who will make me a fighter. I need the skill of the fighter. Please help. No matter how many times he sent the message, there was no reply. Maybe they thought it was a spam message and didn't answer, damn. I had no talent for writing, so I didn't know what message I should send to get a reply. It would have been nice if Han Soo-young was here. She would have come up with a good idea. Jang Haeyoung frowned and thought about something for a while. Then he opened his mouth. I need to get a reply? Can I write what I want? Have you thought of something? Jang Haeyoung lightly nodded and typed his message. I am a 15-year-old schoolgirl. Hey, wait. Before I could stop him, Jang Haeyoung pressed the send message button. The message was sent to random constellations because no recipient was entered. The message wasn't even sent to a particular person. I shouted in a frustrated manner. You are dealing with constellations. Do you think that would work? Just watch. What the hell did this guy eat? The next moment, a reply has arrived. We stared at each other with bemused expressions and confirmed the reply. To my surprise, the constellation who replied was someone I knew. Sender, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 206, Unidentified Wall. 3. Jang Haeyoung started talking in earnest with the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon and laughed with pleasure. I watched Jang Haeyoung and slightly scolded him. What's so funny? It's just funny to talk to this kid. Jang Haeyoung was a strange guy who treated a high-ranking constellation as a friend, but the even more ridiculous thing was that the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon had sent a reply. This jerk only cared about Han Sooyoung, so why was he responding to the wrong message? Then, as if to defend the Black Dragon, Jang Haeyoung shook his head. I don't think he is a bad guy like you think. What nonsense is this? Did you fall for him? He is more gentle when speaking than you think. Gentle? A bastard who replied to a 15-year-old schoolgirl is gentle? I wondered if I should explain the nasty context when Jang Haeyoung replied. He replied because I am 15 years old. What? He replied because you are 15 years old? What a complete trash. I knew that the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was cruel and tasteless, but I didn't know he had such preferences. I was suddenly a bit worried for Han Sooyoung. Why are you so agitated? He is just happy to have a friend. He says he is 15 years old. What bullshit. I don't know how old he is, but is there a 15-year-old constellation? At this moment, a setting suddenly rose in my mind. The constellations living in the eternal star stream are accustomed to confining themselves in certain frameworks to protect their sense of self. A representative example is age. They tend to transfer themselves to a specific age and think they are that age. Don't tell me? Even so, wasn't 15 years old too much? Really? Then a scream was heard from inside the meeting room. It was Han Myung-go. I turned and spoke to the startled Jang Haeyoung. I have to go talk to him. He'll be back in a minute. I know. What should I ask? Just let him go. In any case, he isn't a warrior. I'd rather you talk to someone else. Don't you have the list I gave you earlier? Try them again. Jang Haeyoung nodded. I was uneasy after seeing his excited expression, but I thought it would be okay. This was originally his ability. The awakening of the unidentified wall was a bit faster than the original novel, but this was the best for now. The industrial complex's revolution was impossible without the help of the wall. I opened the door to the meeting room. Han Myung-go had just woken up and was covered in sweat. Why did I faint? I quietly closed the door of the meeting room and replied, You fainted after remembering the pain of childbirth. Sweat was flowing down Han Myung-go's face like he had a nightmare. That's it? Asmodeus probably cursed you as well. That son of a bitch. Han Myung-go expressed his hatred for the Demon King more directly than before. It was originally a dangerous thing, but now he had left Asmodeus' sight thanks to the 4-in demonic beheading sword. I pulled out the chair again and sat back down. Listen again. What child did you give birth to, and why did you receive Asmodeus' favor? I first have to explain why I had a child. I have a rough idea. Is it due to the Dark Keeper that we fought before? Right before we split apart, Han Myung-go had been affected by the parasitic tentacles of the Dark Keeper. Usually, such a thing didn't necessarily mean the conception of a demon species, but it happened directly with Han Myung-go. That isn't the case. It isn't because of the Dark Keeper that I had the child. Then, it is because of the curse. Asmodeus' curse dealt the final blow to Han Myung-go, who was infected by the Dark Keeper. Asmodeus' curse consumed probability to realize the most terrible thing that the target thought of. In other words, I understand. By the way, is that possible? A man's body giving birth? Don't ask about that part. I lightly nodded. It was the minimum courtesy for the elder who had an unbelievable experience. We were silent for a moment. It suddenly felt weird that I was talking to Han Myung-go like this. Kim Dokja thought. It is a strange feeling. Before the destruction came, Han Myung-go was a person who made life hard for office worker Kim Dokja. He was one of the top-ranked bosses to be avoided. Certainly, there were days like that. It was a time when I felt bitter over the 3,000 convenience store bento and when I had to count every bit of my monthly salary. Now those days were gone. Kim Dokja and Han Myung-go were no longer an office worker and department head. Instead, they were talking about a demon king. Kim Dok, no Yu Jonghyuksi. Do you know what it's like to be a father? I was a bit baffled by Han Myung-go's sudden words. I don't know. I learned. In fact, it was hard to say if Han Myung-go should be called a mother or a father, but I decided to move on because this wasn't the important thing. Han Myung-go had a serious expression. It was painful. The words sounded much more painful than any of Han Myung-go's previous statements. I was also happy. I looked at Han Myung-go with surprise. At this moment, I realized the identity of my strange feeling. Maybe I didn't want to admit it. Everybody changed. Whether they were good or evil, a child or an adult. She is a very pretty daughter. I would love to see her once. Is she in the demon world? Now she isn't with me. His expression darkened and I got a hunch. Then? It is a long story. Will you help? Tell me first. I would like to hear your story. Han Myung-go hadn't come directly into the household of the Demon King. In a place that I didn't know, Han Myung-go's story had continued. He took his daughter and broke through the scenario alone. Capture the flag. The War of Kings. The 5 disasters. I couldn't believe such a story had happened in places I couldn't see. I couldn't believe that Han Myung-go could show such devotion to someone. On the other hand, I had to admit it. I was no longer the old Kim Dokja. The man in front of me wasn't the old Han Myung-go. I didn't know if the birth of his child was the trigger. The only thing that was clear was that Han Myung-go had changed. It was tough. Yes, it was hard. I almost died many times. At the end, I fell into a crisis I couldn't escape from. He was finally driven to the brink at a time when the Dark Castle scenario hadn't officially started yet. Han Myung-go was surrounded by demons and demon nobles and realized he could no longer defend his child. Then he prayed for the first time in his life. He prayed for someone to protect his child. If this child lived, he would do anything. To his surprise, a presence answered his prayers. A beautiful child. It was Asmodeus. Did the Demon King steal your child? I felt bad because of the terrible things I imagined. Asmodeus was the Demon King of rage and lust. It was obvious what would happen if a child entered his hands. However, Han Myung-go's expression was calm. She is safe. After all, she is a child born from Asmodeus' curse. And the Demon King isn't in a situation where he can touch my daughter. What does that mean? The Demon King has made my daughter his incarnation body. I seem to know what happened. It might be a whim, but the Demon King Asmodeus made Han Myung-go's child one of his incarnation bodies. As one of the child's parents, Han Myung-go was given a demon noble title. That's how I became a demon. After hearing this, I felt that Han Myung-go's life was very difficult. His life might be considered successfully because he got a title, but it might be considered a failure because his child was taken. Han Myung-go's eyes were somber as he opened his mouth again. I want to save my daughter. For a moment, I thought I heard wrong. What did he want? I want speak long words. Help me. I want forget your grace if you help me this once. What was this situation all of a sudden? He filmed a life theater all by himself and now he wanted me to help him? You've been watching me for a long time and should know well. I am a human who is a coward. However, this is something I can't concede on. Last night was out of my expectations. I was scared, but I actually didn't hurt anyone. The executioners were excited by the appearance of the Guardian and did what they wanted. Han Myung-go swore the oath of existence and couldn't lie to me. Then this wasn't a lie. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to fight Asmodeus. This would become complicated if one of the 72 Demon Kings were lost. It would attract foreign forces when the revolution hadn't even begun yet. Han Myung-go's next reaction was surprising. You don't have to fight Asmodeus. You just have to continue doing what you are doing. Start a revolution and kill the Duke. I will help you. Aren't you on the Duke's side? Originally that was the case. Now that things have become like this, I think it will be okay to help you. What do you mean? Asmodeus didn't want me to help the Duke. He had a suggestion for me. If I made the story he wanted, he would return my daughter. That's why I attached myself to Duke Siswitz. This part wasn't in the original novel. It was no wonder. From the beginning, Han Myung-go wasn't present in the novel. I struggled for a moment before asking, what story does the Demon King want? The king of the 73rd Demon Realm. Han Myung-go slowly raised his head and stared at me. Han Myung-go's eyes were exactly the same as the interviewer on the day I joined Minosoft. The Demon King, he told me to make the 73rd Demon King with my own hands. Yu Jong-hyuk was starting at the night sky with indifferent eyes. The sky with different constellations from Earth was visible. Yu Jong-hyuk's body leaning against the heaven-shaking sword looked thinner than usual as he counted the stars. His body was covered with blood and his face was wounded. There was a second-grade monster that had just been defeated lying in front of him. The 15th scenario is finished. Planet Lugratia. Yu Jong-hyuk came here through a personal scenario from one of the constellations of this world. Originally, he would have proceeded with Earth scenarios. However, he had strong colleagues this regression and decided to leave the scenarios to them. The situation was growing faster than his previous regression. It was right for him to stockpile his power when he could. This current power wouldn't be enough if he entered the scenarios in the 20s. I need to be stronger. That's why Yu Jonghyuk replaced the main scenario with personal scenarios since the 11th main scenario. He also picked the hardest personal scenarios with the most rewards. Sometimes he even challenged personal scenarios that were too reckless for him. Fight, fight and fight again. As always, he trained and overworked his body and spirit. He thought it would fill a bit of the sense of loss that he couldn't understand. Strangely, the more he fought, the greater the emptiness became. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at you sadly. Yu Jonghyuk frowned and glared at the sky. Demon-like Judge of Fire. Yu Jonghyuk didn't know why this constellation came so often recently. It was a constellation he had little contact with in the past. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is asking why you aren't looking for Kim Dokja. Kim Dokja is dead. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is shaking her head while holding back tears. Yu Jonghyuk didn't understand why a constellation was dwelling so much on the death of a single incarnation. The thing he didn't understand was the next message. Your notoriety is spreading in the 73rd demon realm. Again, the message was unforgettable. Yu Jonghyuk didn't know why his notoriety was rising in a distant place like the 73rd demon realm. At first, he thought Kim Dokja was alive and impersonating him. However, even if Kim Dokja was alive, there was no reason for him to do this. Wait, perhaps Kim Dokja is alive and in danger? Maybe Kim Dokja was alive. Maybe he lived alone in the horizon of the story without any scenarios and beyond that damn fate. Thus, he survived. Maybe he was asking for help. That guy who always moved ahead by himself was in danger and asking for help for the first time. There was no way to ask for help in the absence of a channel, so Yu Jonghyuk's expression became complicated as he stared up at the sky. The 73rd Demon Realm. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 207, Unidentified Wall. 4. Kim Dokja thought, I don't know if people are doing well. I wondered if I could see the story of Earth again on the screen, but there was nothing to be seen. It wasn't easy for the Weni people to easily steal the videos of the Dakibis. Night was fast approaching. I hadn't slept well for a few days, but the condition of my body wasn't bad because Aileen had repaired my stories. I have temporarily fixed it, but you need to be careful with outside activities. Don't you know? You are still outside the main scenario. You sound like a doctor. I can't speak like a clockmaker because I'm not dealing with clocks now. Aileen watched me before standing up with their repair equipment. Many things had happened in the past 2 days, but she didn't seem dissatisfied with the current situation. Kim Dokja thought, if I hadn't come, Aileen would have kept being a clockmaker. In many regressions, when Yu Jonghyuk hadn't come to the demon world, Aileen would have actually survived. She quietly made clocks that told the time of her home planet and reflected alone on the disappearance of her planet. Sometimes she would struggle with Jang Haeyoung or go out to eat dishes made by Mark. Maybe it was a happier life for Aileen. Do you know? The number of people who had been looking for clocks has increased in the last few days. Aileen looked at me with an unknown gaze. I hesitated for a moment before asking, did their clocks break as a group? Originally, people of the industrial complex don't use clocks. Why? It is because there is no use in knowing something like time. I remembered something I read in Ways of Survival. Someone had referred to the demon world as the city that lost time. Then what about the hours of the night? Can they change their fate if they know when night comes? A fear that was too old became a law. It had happened for so many years that night in the industrial complex had become a natural thing. Once every 3 days, someone would die and their story would be used as fertilizer in the factory. No matter what life they lived, the stories they contained or the tomorrow they would live. Then the rest of the people would live for another 3 days. However, there was a night where no one died. It is because of you. People have started to fear the night again. It isn't a natural thing and can be resolved. They think perhaps they can live tomorrow. This is what they are thinking. My eyes suddenly fell to the watch around Aileen's wrist. There were 3 hours left until night arrived. I listened to the ticking second hand as Aileen remained silent. Perhaps some people in the industrial complex were watching clocks like we were now. Perhaps tonight would be harder and more intense than last night. Then why? I listened to the sound of the second hand moving and felt a bit comforted. I wasn't the one who should be comforted. Thank you. I'm not saying this to praise you. It just doesn't look good if the revolutionary is depressed. Aileen turned away. I laughed at Aileen and quickly added, wait a minute. What? Speaking of clocks, can you make something else? Something else? It is called a smartphone. What is that? Is it magic technology? I was wondering how to explain it and gave an overview of the feature of the smartphone. Then Aileen spoke like she knew. Do you mean something like a communication device? It shows a small panel? That's right. However, there isn't a Dakibi channel here, so communication isn't possible. Considering past experiences, it didn't matter if communication was possible. My phone synced automatically so the text file would be created. Don't worry about it. Can you make it today? I'm afraid it will take at least 3 days. I will try my best. I know. Then do your best. I left Aileen's workshop and headed towards the pub. The people who found me on the streets stared with strange eyes. Some greeted me after making eye contact, and others lightly gathered both hands together. As Aileen said, I could see something that looked like watches on their wrists. Yu Jong-hyuk felt lonely as he saw these watches. They got their time back, but he still wasn't living in this time. Yu Jong-hyuk suddenly thought, so, where do I live in those countless hours? It was the monologue of Yu Jong-hyuk, who once saved the demon world. It was also one of my favorite scenes from Ways of Survival. I suddenly seemed to understand a bit of his mind. To the regressor Yu Jong-hyuk, the time in these worlds didn't belong to him. In a life that could go back over and over again, the present time was meaningless. Once this was over, I would ask Aileen to make me a watch. If he had something like this, he might become more attached to this world. Maybe the regression depression would get better. I knew that this world wouldn't disappear when he went back in time, but without him, it would be difficult to clear the remaining scenarios. Ha ha ha, this is really funny. I opened the pub door and saw the laughing Jang Haeyoung. From this distance, he looked like a junior high school student. What are you doing? This time, he didn't make the hike sound. Instead, Jang Haeyoung avoided my eyes like a child caught by his parents doing something bad. Tu was doing what you asked me to do. Did a fighter reply? That? Jang Haeyoung licked his lips for a while before eventually confessing the truth. None of the fighters replied? Really? No one gave me a response. What did you say? I am a 15-year-old schoolgirl. My forehead vein bulged. Hey, they didn't reply because you sent that message. But it worked before. Do you think they are all like the Black Flame Dragon? How many messages did you send? A total of 300. Maybe they thought it was a spam message and blocked it. Damn, it's a big deal. I only know the fighters on that list. Jang Haeyoung realized that he was in trouble and paled. Then what now? This was why I needed Ways of Survival. If I had the text file, would have allowed me to reread things and search for more information about the fighters. Let's find out if there are any other fighters. For now, I was reminded of a few modifiers for the constellations. Was there someone among the constellations who could help us? Write a message to Prisoner of the Golden Headband. Isn't he a powerful constellation? I didn't know if he had any skills related to a fighter. However, now was the time to grab onto any piece of straw. Jang Haeyoung typed a message and we waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Jang Haeyoung shook his head. There is no reply. Write this. I dictated the contents of the message again. Then Jang Haeyoung was amazed. Can I use something like this? You just have to get his attention once. The great sage, the equal of heaven, was a lazy guy. It must be to this degree to get a reply. Less than 10 seconds after Jang Haeyoung sent this message, the following notification popped up. A reply has arrived. A reply is here. Is that right? For reference, the message I sent was as followed. Regrow your hair. Every time I did something, he would pull out his hair in the indirect message. Thus, I figured that he had hair loss. I asked, what did he say? If we meet, he will kill me. What else? He asked who I am. Should I say Yu Jong-hyuk? Don't answer. It would be fun to say Yu Jong-hyuk, but it would only make the matter bigger. I rubbed my temples. The great sage, the equal of heaven, ate the wrong bait, so we had to find another way. Demon-like judge of fire. I don't think it is good to call her. Secretive plotter. I still don't know his identity. It had become troublesome. Queen of the darkest spring and god of wine and ecstasy are from Olympus. If I revealed that I was alive, some of them would help. The problem was that if I clarified my identity, the nebulae would notice my survival. It is difficult. It was the first challenge I encountered after entering the demon world. There wasn't much time left until night arrived. If Jang Haeyoung didn't become a fighter, then all the plans I set up for tonight would be wasted. At this time, Jang Haeyoung wondered, can the Black Dragon help? I paused for a moment as I thought about the identity of the Black Dragon. You're still talking to him? Yes. Forget that guy. He probably has nothing. No, he was a fighter in the demon world for a while. The abyssal Black Flame Dragon was once a fighter? That story never came out in Ways of Survival. Come to think of it, details of the abyssal Black Flame Dragon were never described in earnest, so it wasn't an impossible story. However, he didn't like the rules of the scenario and killed them all. What? The Duke, the Revolutionary, and the Executioners, he killed them all? Something suddenly came up. Perhaps it was when the 64th Demon Realm was integrated? There was one such madman in the history of the demon world. That person was the abyssal Black Flame Dragon? Ask him if he can pass on the fighter's skills to you. The abyssal Black Flame Dragon was a constellation of the evil system, and sending a message to him wouldn't be too obvious. It would be best if we could get help from him. Jang Haeyoung entered something and then he suddenly lit up. It isn't a problem to give it to me, since he isn't using it anyway. Really? It was an unexpected help. The problem could be solved in a way I hadn't thought of. In fact, neither the Black Dragon or Kim Namwon were good guys. I had to carefully read the parts where they appeared once I got the text file back. By the way, Jang Haeong's words weren't over. However, he has one condition. That's right. That jerk couldn't give it away so easily. In any case, any transaction through the wall requires a payment. What is his condition? He has a problem recently. A problem? He isn't getting along very well with his incarnation. His incarnation keeps ignoring him. If it was the incarnation of the abyssal black flame dragon. She is in a crisis right now, but she isn't listening to his words. A crisis? I quickly ordered Jang Haeong. Tell him to explain the story in detail. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 208, Unidentified Wall. 5. There was the sound of a blade penetrating the heart and the last man fell. Cakewalk, dog. He tried to squeeze out a curse, but the man's mouth was crushed by the woman's foot. He was the last man. Han Soo-young looked around the office that had become a bloodbath. I barely killed them all. At any rate, the adaptation of the Korean people is dirty and fast. This was the home of Law of the Jungle, an incarnation club of Gyeonggi province. As soon as the scenario started, they chose a useful sponsor and turned themselves into a criminal group. They were those who refused the control of the government. If she didn't kill them now, they would become a cancer of the Korean peninsula. According to the original novel, they were bound to be such people. Damn Kim Dokja. She started cursing but didn't feel any better. Thus, Han Soo-young added one more thing. Bastard Yoo Jong-hyuk. She thought of the two people who went their own separate ways, and Han Soo-young felt like an abandoned food processor. Damn it. Kim Dokja has a reason, but what's wrong with Yoo Jong-hyuk? The moment that Yoo Jong-hyuk left Seoul Dome, he continued to do things that weren't in the original third regression. He stayed alone in a room, talked to himself, and then threw the Korean peninsula scenarios away for the personal scenarios. Thanks to this, cleaning up the remnants were left entirely to Han Soo-young. What is he thinking? Shit. In any case, she was currently the last person who read Ways of Survival. Kim Dokja and Yoo Jong-hyuk weren't present, leaving her the only one responsible for the Korean peninsula. She sighed and quietly left the scene of slaughter. Ah, what a surprise. What are you doing here? There was a woman waiting for her at the office doorway. The woman wore a combat uniform that clung to her body, and her hair flowed around her in a cool manner. As if conscious of the body that was revealed, she wore a wide coat on her shoulders. It was a refreshing but very beautiful face. Well, this was what the media stated. Han Soo-young wondered. I thought you were busy with TV these days. Isn't this the case? Han Soo-young stared at Yusanga with a slightly unfriendly look. Yusanga moved away from the wall she was leaning on and looked down at Han Soo-young. There was a slight difference in their heights. There was a moment of confrontation before Yusanga opened her mouth with a brief sigh. How long are you going to act this way? What? You can't kill all of them just because law and order is gone. Han Soo-young was too lazy to explain and just waved her hands. Yusanga didn't know what type of people belonged to Law of the Jungle. In addition, she didn't know what they would do. She didn't know, which was why she could argue with such childish justice. They are the ones who will do something wrong in the future. However, you didn't give them a chance. It has already been determined. You don't know anything. Han Soo-young replied while passing by Yusanga. She couldn't share the future. The information that many people knew would become less valuable and would change the future. Kim Dokja would have probably done the same thing. So, 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. Han Soo-young instantly stopped walking at Yusanga's words. Isn't that the book the prophets call the Revelation? You must have heard something funny. Did you read it? Han Soo-young bit her lips before opening her mouth. You don't need to know. The constellations seemed to have no idea about this book. The story had slowly spread, so it wasn't strange. Some of the readers were outside Seoul Dome, and there were also the rumors that the prophets had leaked. Yusanga also knew that she was the first apostle. Did Kim Dokja read it? That's how he knows the information of the future. Who knows? It was an uncomfortable topic. Han Soo-young pulled out a dagger. The information about Ways of Survival was filtered, but she didn't know how long it would continue. Thus, she had to reduce the number of mouths. Why did he do that? Han Soo-young turned her head at the sudden sad tone. Why did Dokjasi make such a choice even though he knows the future? Han Soo-young looked at Yusanga's face and seemed to know why she came. Han Soo-young stared quietly at Yusanga's face. She had been an ordinary office worker before the scenario started. She was in the same company as Kim Dokja. Why? Han Soo-young suddenly felt hot. Everybody talks about Kim Dokja everywhere I go. They don't know anything about Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young took short breaths as a terrible voice flowed out. Without knowing why she was so angry, Han Soo-young cried out. He is a selfish bastard. He only thinks about himself from beginning to end. The person who fooled people to the end, lied and disappeared as a hypocrite, what do you know about him? You don't even know if he is dead or alive. A fleeting scene ran through her head. It was Kim Dokja's eyes looking at her in the 10th scenario. It was that damn expression that made her pull out her knife first. No, he can't be dead. I'm sure he is alive and living well in another story. Do you really think so? You don't know Kim Dokja. There was a deep sense of self-deprecation in her cold tone. Nobody knew Kim Dokja, including Han Soo-young herself. Yet Yusanga's answer was different. No, I know. What? Person doesn't change so suddenly. Yusanga's voice was calm. The scenario started and for a while, Dokjasi was like a different person. A man who could calm down in front of life-threatening situations and kill unknown beasts without hesitation. He was different from the Kim Dokja I knew. You probably didn't know Kim Dokja very well. Even so, Dokjasi is still Dokjasi. Han Soo-young closed her mouth. A person who likes reading books rather than building up his specs. His presentation abilities aren't good, but he will listen to someone else's presentation. That Kim Dokja was different from the one Han Soo-young knew. The person who knew Kim Dokja was talking. Thus, he was obviously lonely. Somewhere in front of her, Kim Dokja seemed to be making a face. In a world with no one, Kim Dokja might be looking at the sky alone in a world that no one knew. Han Soo-young-si, I have to go and rescue Dokjasi. Han Soo-young saw her determination and felt somehow defeated. You are a lucky person, Kim Dokja. People are worrying about you. Han Soo-young was about to open her mouth when a message was heard in the air. A new main scenario has started. Son of a bitch. The Great Hall was opening in the air. The cries of monsters were heard from somewhere. The surprised Yusanga and Han Soo-young stood back to back. A giant monster was swooping down through the Great Hall. Then the Dakibi's voice was heard. The wave pattern is obvious and very slow, but I put it in because people seem to be too free these days. Yusanga frowned at the sudden emergence of a situation and frowned. Was this the original content? I don't know. I don't remember everything. This was why she didn't want to do it alone. She knew the future, but the information she knew was about flimsy things. Kim Dokja knew many rounds, and Yu Jong-hyuk, who made it through the rounds, might be able to make a breakthrough, but not Han Soo-young. The giant serpent flew through the dark clouds and landed on the ground. Every time the long tail swept over the ground, the high-rise buildings collapsed. This was a third-grade strange dragon species, the Kragagon. It was the name of the monster who descended as a disaster in the 12th scenario. How do we beat that? Han Soo-young tried hard to recall the contents of the original novel, but no matter how she thought about it, a strategy didn't pop up. Then the only way left was a full-scale battle. Fortunately, there was Yusanga right next to her. They weren't colleagues, but it was better than nothing. The Stigma Black Flames LV-6 has been activated. She focused her magic power on her dagger while activating the skills of the weapon. The third-grade strange dragon species Kragagon has defended against the attack using fire resistance. The third-grade strange dragon species Kragagon has defended against the attack using shadow resistance. You are no help against a damn lizard. The enemy had fire and dark resistance, so Han Soo-young's skills didn't affect it at all. The attacks just seemed to tickle and annoy the strange dragon. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is gloomy. She looked around and Yusanga's situation didn't seem much better. Han Soo-young thought to herself, if only she had inherited the story of the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Damn it, how do I inherit that damn story? Han Soo-young's expression darkened as she looked at the group of incoming strange dragons. If that jerk Kim Dokja was here, he could have told her what to do. It was at this moment. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon tell you that if you want, can you tell their weakness? You know their weakness? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is nodding. Don't make a fool of yourself. You don't know much about the scenarios. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is jumping around wildly. Han Soo-young listened to the Black Dragon's childish message and inwardly sighed. That brat Kim Dokja, he must have laughed at me when I chose the Black Dragon? The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was clearly a powerful constellation. However, his intelligence was much lower compared to other constellations. Why? This guy was too strong since his birth and didn't need much strategy to attack the scenarios. It was cool to hear, but it wasn't good from the position of his incarnation. However, this time something was different. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says that the Kragagon's weakness is the silver scale on top of its head. Really? Last time you told me the wrong thing. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon claims on his Black Flame Dragon that this is real. You said that last time as well. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon claims the story was told by a reliable source. Reliable source? Since there was no other method, Han Soo-young decided to follow the words of the Black Flame Dragon. Han Soo-young jumped onto the strange dragon's tail and used footwork to run up. She crossed the streamlined body. She really saw a silver scale near the crown of his head. Hop! The dagger dug into the scale and the Kragagon collapsed with a terrible scream. The breath of the giant monster stopped in an instant. Han Suyang was stunned and muttered, "Really? Aren't you quite useful?" The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is puffing up his chest with a triumphant expression. Usanga flew through the air and said, "Do you know its weakness?" "No, not me. In any case, the silver scale is its weakness. That's all you have to attack." Thanks to the information given by the Black Dragon, the two of them safely suppressed the Kragagons. The constellation Bald General of Justice admires your performance. Han Suyang received the messages of the constellations and slightly frowned. Usually it would be a pleasant situation, but today something was wrong. She always felt like this when she was teased by Kim Dokja. At this moment, something ran through her head. "Hey, Black Flame Dragon." The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is surprised and looks at his incarnation. "Tell me honestly, who did you hear this from?" "The third night has arrived." I listened to the message and recalled what happened a while ago. He really did as I told him. Just like Kim Namwon, perhaps the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon wasn't as bad as I knew. Either way, he was Han Suyang's sponsor. Thus, it was okay to tell him this. "I am safe, don't worry. Tell this to the person who asked." Revolutionary. I had to endure this. Endure it now so I could smile and meet them again. I quietly moved through the night. Quack. Screams came from everyone. It wounded the sound that signaled the executioners appearing. It was bloody from the beginning. Maybe it would be a terrible night that couldn't be compared to the other 2 days. I killed 3 executioners, so tonight they would come full force. Nevertheless, I wasn't afraid. Starting from tonight, I would start the counterattack. Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung walked forward at my words. He was very tense, but it wasn't the same expression as before. Jang Haeyoung asked, "Can I do well?" "No one can do it better than you." "Do you really think so?" "I only learnt the skill 2 hours ago." 2 hours is enough. I spoke with confidence. It wasn't just to reassure Jang Haeyoung. Who is the most perfect incarnation? One day, the flippant commentators of the Starstream discussed this topic. The strongest incarnation in a one-on-one fight is definitely Yu Jong-hyuk. There is no one who can fight as well as him. No one can beat Anna Croft when it comes to information. How about Lee Hyun-sung? He is the best tanker. It is Ranveer Khan in Major Wars. Jang Haeyoung's name wasn't mentioned at all. He was inferior to Yu Jong-hyuk in a one-on-one fight. He had less information than Anna Croft. His defense wasn't better than Lee Hyun-sung. He wasn't as effective as Ranveer Khan in a major war. However, the most perfect incarnation is someone who must do well in everything. Then it has been decided. He had more defense than Yu Jong-hyuk. He was better in a one-on-one fight than Anna Croft. He was better in a large war than Lee Hyun-sung. He was an outstanding presence, was more information than Ranveer Khan. The character Jang Haeyoung has used fighter transformation LV. 9. Jang Haeyoung is the most perfect incarnation. Jang Haeyoung's body moved in a burning curve and painted the sky red. He wasn't exceptional in one area, but he had the most attributes and skills of everyone in ways of survival. The moment he acquired a skill, he had the ability to reach the highest level of the skill sooner than anyone else. The master of the unidentified wall, the king of transcendence Jang Haeyoung. The second part of Ways of Survival began with this guy. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 209, Unidentified Wall. 6. The character Jang Haeyoung has awakened as a fighter. Just as a guardian had the skill guard, a fighter had the skill fighter transformation. It was a skill that melted all of their fears and turned it into force. Thanks to the skill, a person who had been exploited for a long time could gain a more powerful force. In that sense, Jang Haeyoung was a good candidate to be a fighter even without the unidentified wall. The problem was that he was too excited. A sky-shattering sound was heard. The fighter was a position capable of exerting as much power as possible against an executioner. Perhaps Jang Haeyoung was currently feeling like a constellation. "Don't mess around, you idiot." I belatedly raised my voice, but Jang Haeyoung had already gone out of my reach. This was the problem with Jang Haeyoung. In fact, I wasn't afraid of Jang Haeyoung's talent. I was afraid of him running wild as a result of his talent. Kim Dokja thought, Jang Haeyoung isn't without talent. Rather, he has too much talent. The only all-rounder in Ways of Survival, Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung's unidentified wall guaranteed a formidable growth only through skills obtained from the wall's transactions. Of course, it was impossible to reach the grounds of transcendence, but Jang Haeyoung could raise his skill level faster than anyone else. It was a talent that could go beyond other people's training in just a few hours. Such talent would inevitably make the owner of the talent dangerous. At our Yo-Yu, I barely managed to catch up with Jang Haeyoung where he was already engaged with an executioner. The sparks of a fighter wrapped around Jang Haeyoung and protected him from the executioner's scythe. The mark isn't available for this position. Perhaps the executioner would be receiving such a message now. Are you perhaps? However, enlightenment was too late. Jang Haeyoung overcame the executioner's scythe and grabbed its neck with a skillful move. Okay. It wasn't possible for a fighter to show this much combat power. At most, they were usually one level of power beyond the executioner. Now Jang Haeyoung was completely overwhelming the executioner. It was only possible because it was Jang Haeyoung. The caught executioner struggled like a ferocious rat, but it couldn't endure Jang Haeyoung's slowly tightening grip. There was the sound of bones breaking and the executioner's body dangled down. Then the hem of the executioner's clothes started scattering. It was an absurd end for the existences who had dominated the industrial complex's night for decades. An executioner has been killed by a fighter. Current number of executioners remaining: 6. The citizens injured by the executioners were looking this way. Jang Haeyoung's fire lit up the night. It was like a glowing sun. However, Jang Haeyoung wasn't the sun and it was currently night. An executioner has died. An executioner has died. No way. It is currently night. A fighter has appeared. After the end of the executioner, the people hiding in the houses stretched out their heads. They were people who had been living for a long time in the shadow of the night. The citizens are influenced by the heat of the revolution. They were coming out of their houses one by one. They stared at Jang Haeyoung like he was the leader. The character Jang Haeyoung has stiffened because of fighter transformation. This jerk thought he was a revolutionary. I lightly slapped Jang Haeyoung's back. Jang Haeyoung's red-tinged eyes slowly recovered. Jang Haeyoung was belatedly aware of the pain and glared at me as he held the back of his head. That hurts. Why did you hit me so hard? Steady your mind. You will be in trouble if you act like an idiot. It should be the crowd that is heated up. If the person who leads is swept away by the heat, the revolution won't be able to tolerate the fire and will go out before it burns properly. These were Yu Jonghyuk's words in the 111th regression. It was a shameful line for me to spit out, so I kept it to myself. Jang Haeyoung looked at me disapprovingly and pouted. It hurts more than the executioner. Then I hit you properly. Jang Haeyoung's current strength was limited to the scenario, and it was only when dealing with the executioners. It was dangerous to be taken in by such power. Aline shouted in the distance. There are 2 in the west. 1 to the south. The rest are in the north. It was clear what these numbers meant. Let's move. Jang Haeyoung nodded and we ran through the night. I looked at Jang Haeyoung, who was going ahead again, and heard a message in my mind. The fourth wall is looking at Jang Haeyoung with a desire to eat. No way. Don't even think about it. Just like against Nirvana and the Outer God, the fourth wall coveted Jang Haeyoung's story. Probably wasn't just Jang Haeyoung but the unidentified wall as well. The fourth wall is sorry. I thought you wanted to make friends with that wall. You shouldn't eat your friend. Kim Dokja, who wanted to be friends with the fourth wall, said. It was a real brat. Wewa. There were screams from the rushing crowd. A fighter has appeared. Hang in there. They screamed while wielding weapons towards the executioners. The fires of magic power popped up in various places around the industrial complex. People were fighting back. They were fighting against opponents they couldn't face. I could believe it if one of them was a revolutionary. An executioner has been killed by a fighter. Current number of executioners remaining: 5. Jang Haeyoung knocked down another executioner. Now there were only 5 remaining. Once all the executioners died, the Duke would no longer be able to hide. From then on, the real revolution would start. Kill everybody. Wah. As the citizens gained courage, the executioners gradually slowed down. No one apart from the fighter could harm an executioner during the night. Nevertheless, the important thing was atmosphere. Foolish. An executioner who swung its scythe was attacked by Jang Haeyoung. 2 executioners had already died, so this one didn't face Jang Haeyoung head-on. The executioner fled like it was frightened. The citizens watched the executioner running away and shouted, "They're going away." Jang Haeyoung stepped on the low roofs of the industrial complex and chased after the executioner. Everything was flowing smoothly. At this rate, the night would pass safely. The Duke would be forced to recall the night in order to reduce the damage to the executioners. Even so, Kim Dokja was vigilant to the end. There were countless revolutionaries who died in the history of the demon world. Until the night was gone, the revolutionary should be vigilant until the end. Even if I was a fake revolutionary, Kim Dokja thought. The spy Han Myungo was caught by me and 3 executioners died during the day. The balance of power was collapsing and the atmosphere of the industrial complex was rapidly changing. Under these circumstances, the Duke couldn't send the night again without a plan. At least not the Duke Siswitz I knew. Sure enough, I felt something flying towards my neck and reflexively leaned back. For scythes passed over my head and hit the roofs. My head would be gone if I had been 1 second slower. They had been hiding. Apart from the executioner that Jang Haeyoung was chasing, the 4 other executioners all aimed for me. Couldn't compare to the first day. I used Bookmark to trigger Way of the Wind, but it wasn't enough to avoid all the flying attacks. The Guardian. Someone is using their vitality to protect you. The hiding Mark used Guard on me. Now Mark had 2 points remaining. The executioners didn't leave despite the effect of Guard being applied to me. The stupid Kim Daksha started thinking. It felt like they were dragging out the time. I noticed the Duke's plan. The Duke knew a fighter would appear. Jang Haeyoung was in danger. I condensed the wind using Way of the Wind and made a powerful explosion behind me. I shot forward like a comet and the perplexed executioners shouted after me, "Stop." I borrowed the power of Guard and waved to break through the wall of executioners. Jang Haeyoung had gone chasing after 1 executioner. Presumably, there would also be There was a sharp scream and I saw Jang Haeyoung flying back while bleeding. Damn it, this was why I hit him. I controlled the wind and caught the falling body. "Hey, are you okay?" "Hyuk. Kiok." He was coughing up blood. It wasn't a fatal injury, but it would be hard for him to continue fighting. I wanted to know who made the Knight's fighter like this, but then I saw an oversized executioner walking towards this side. Revo Lushan Eri? It was impossible. An executioner could never win against a fighter at night. Yet this one. The collar of the executioner slowly scattered and the face of a demon was exposed. Now I realized what happened. Jang Haeyoung wasn't hit with the power of an executioner. The power of this story was incomparable to the Demon Baron and Earl I first saw when I came here. I watched him carefully and asked, "You used your head and used a technique other than execution. You aren't a duke, so you must be a marquis. Am I correct?" I asked first. "Are you the revolutionary?" "That's right. I am the revolutionary." A cheeky voice. The demon's thick eyebrows wriggled and he spoke in a somewhat languid voice. "I am Marquis Ostion. Demon Marquis Ostion." Along with Duke Siswitz, he was one of the 2 marquises leading this industrial complex. "I think there is one more. You have keen eyes." Among demon emerged from the darkness. This one didn't seem to have the power of an executioner. "You are also a marquis?" It wasn't the demon who answered the question. "A Marquis Quartetto." Marquis Quartetto stood under the moonlight as the citizens screamed. Ostion and Quartetto. The 2 marquises leading the Siswitz industrial complex appeared at the same time, causing the citizens to be completely frightened. Duke Siswitz liked things to be certain. He didn't know the identity of the enemy, so he sent out both marquises. "You created such a nuisance during this precious time. You are a big guy." Their expressions showed it was annoying to take care of a nuisance. It was understandable since they had been in control of the industrial complex for hundreds of years. After already deciding I was dead, the 2 marquises stared at the other citizens. The surrounding pressure soared and the citizens were forced to kneel. The incarnations trembled and held their breaths. The marquises spoke towards them. "This is the price you will receive." The story ruler's command is activated. The edge of the language created by the marquises threatened the citizens. Nothing had happened yet, but the words themselves started to dominate the imagination of the citizens. "You will lose everything valuable." They imagined losing their precious families. "You will lose the peaceful nights." They were deprived of all the nights of peace. "You will pay the price for disturbing this industrial complex." They paid a price that they could never afford. This is the meaning of revolution. The sentences fell like a final verdict. The citizens were mired in them and stared up at the marquises with frightened eyes. The marquises laughed like this situation was satisfactory. "Look, your hopes are crumbling." They decided to use this as an opportunity to consolidate the ruling system. Bai Hyung should see this nonsense. The 2 marquises turned towards me while directing their status towards me. Ordinary citizens would be terrified right now. However, while all citizens were kneeling on the ground, I alone stood upright. The perplexed marquises stared at me and shouted again. "Look. Look at how he collapses." The marquises attempted to use their status to pressure me several times. The veins bulged as if they were exerting all their might to reveal their presence. "Collapsing. Collapse. No this?" I slowly approached them. Kim Daksha thought. Only a fighter could deal with an executioner at night. The enemies decided to utilize their force instead of using the positions of the scenario. Thus, it was necessary to respond to them. It can't be avoided this time. If I opened this power, my incarnation body would shake a lot. However, it was inevitable to deal with a marquis. I needed to use the minimum of strength. I had to get rid of them with optimal efficiency. "You?" I knew what they wanted to ask and preempted them. "Who am I?" A marquis-grade noble was strong. Still, no matter how strong they were, it was just a measurement of the incarnations. They were those who didn't even match the upper-grade constellations. I slowly closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I felt somewhat uncomfortable. I had never done this since becoming a constellation. The constellation status is released. The status, which couldn't be compared to the previous one, crushed the time and space in the area. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 210 Hatching 1. It was the first time I felt like this in my life. I felt so enormous that I focused on this feeling and forgot to say that I was Yu Jonghyuk. It felt like dozens of meters of time and space were kneeling before me. This was what the constellations felt. Your incarnation body isn't suitable for expressing your status. I had adjusted the level, but there was still a huge burden on my body. It wasn't even a proper release of my status in the first place. Your status is disagreeing with your incarnation body and will be temporarily adjusted. Your current status is upper grade. A narrative grade status wasn't something my incarnation body could afford. Even the upper grade constellations couldn't keep their dignity in the form of a symbol, let alone a ragged incarnation body. However, this was enough. Kook, Kiok, Kiuk, the incarnations were letting out pain sounds. I saw this and quickly confined it to the radius of the Marquises. The half-kneeling Marquises had expressions like they lost their souls. Someone in the demon world has detected your presence. Someone in the demon world has detected your presence. Someone in the demon world has detected your presence. It was just a short moment, yet I already received 3 messages. They were probably the demon kings of the demon world. It didn't matter. I was going to let them know eventually. In addition, they couldn't tell who I was at this level. Your incarnation body can't afford your status. The stories making up my back started falling away. Fortunately, it was in a blind spot and the Marquises hadn't noticed yet. See this aura? Constellation. Marquis Ostion belatedly regained his spirit and screamed. Quartetto next to him was on the verge of retreating back. It was a spectacular sight, but I couldn't waste time. Your incarnation body has started to collapse. I didn't have a lot of fighting power compared to my status. Thus, I had to end it the moment the opponents died. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. Then why? Sparks appeared in the air and the skill was forcibly terminated. Your incarnation body is too unstable to use that skill. Son of a bitch. Was I too hasty? You have used a strength that doesn't meet the probability. The exile penalty is accelerated. I had engaged in combat recently and expected this to happen. However, the collapse of my body was much faster than expected. It seemed that the burden of extracting a constellation status was considerable. The Marquises started to adapt and push themselves against my pressure. They seemed to have one legendary story or many history-grade stories. I guess they were on the level of Height of Paradise. Even if you are a constellation, you can't kill me in the scenario. In addition, they were smart. Marquis Ostion once again transformed into an executioner and aimed a scythe at me. It was a situation where the only fighter, Jang Haeyoung, couldn't move. Now I had no way to kill this guy. The situation started flowing in an even worse direction. An exile? Don't tell me? The story fragments falling from my body increased and the Marquises finally noticed. I wasn't able to use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint due to the skills restriction, but I seemed to know what they were thinking. If I could get that guy's story. The hyenas hunting the injured predator started to carefully surround me. Call for reinforcements. We can destroy him if we drag out the time. There was a whistle and executioners approached from every direction. I also felt unusual movements from the nobles on the factory side. Kim Dokja thought. To kill a marquis, I must use at least electrification. But I can't use the skill. If I wasted more time, my body and the citizens would be at risk. I have to kill them using a method other than skills. How? There was only one way. The moment I made a decision, Marquis Ostion approaching me let out a terrible scream. Quackak. Marquis Ostion's arm rolled along the ground. He was currently an executioner and shouldn't be hurt by normal attacks. It meant, you shouldn't be so careless. Jang Haeyoung stood behind him and laughed like a villain. It was an incredible recovery when considering what happened earlier. The character Jang Haeyoung has used the skill Immortal Body LV. 7. Immortal Body? Wasn't this a healing skill from the Murim world? Jang Haeyoung felt my gaze and muttered like he was giving an excuse. One of the people I chatted to was from Murim. I watched the ashamed Jang Haeyoung and sighed. He didn't talk with just the Black Dragon. By the way, Immortal Body was part of the Breaking the Sky sword style. Hit them all. Kill the fighter first. Marquis Ostion removed the status of executioner and shouted at the surprised reinforcements. The remaining 4 executioners and the nobles who arrived started to surround us. I counted 3 earls and give barons. There was Baron Mellon, who I saw on my first day here. There. Save the revolutionary. The The citizens ran to save us, but the numbers were still lacking. Zhang Heiyang turned pale as he watched the nobles who were taking out weapons. What should I do? I can't kill them. A fighter was strong against the executioner but vulnerable to all other positions. In the end, I had to deal with the rest. Deal only with the executioners. I blocked the nobles aiming for Zhang Heiyang. Countless spears headed towards me, but I didn't avoid them. You are currently under the protection of the scenario. I couldn't die under the protection of guard. I could handle them one by one without overdoing it. As if reading my thoughts, a message appeared in the air. The ruler has forcibly recalled the knight. The ruler. It was a position that referred to the duke, the master of this industrial complex. No one has died tonight. Night was over, but the fight was still continuing. No, it was starting from now on. The power of the scenario that is protecting you has disappeared. His protection has been released. Kill him. He is a guy with amazing stories. The nobles rushed at me with anticipating, and I smiled bitterly. You slightly used your head, but this was a mistake. Night disappeared, and the strength of the executioner couldn't be used. In addition, the marquises who were the core leadership of the industrial complex were here. I had been waiting for a long time. Open the story. My body was unstable and I couldn't use skills. This didn't mean I had no way to fight. The history grade story bug slaughter has been activated. It was impossible to open a story above legendary grade in my present state. However, I didn't need a legendary story to deal with these guys. This was a story that used the status at the highest level. It was a story that the demon noble called Tentatio had once used in Dark Castle. I slowly blinked and felt the nobles in front of me becoming smaller. The story bug slaughter was gained in exchange for killing tens of thousands of bugs. It was a terrible and vulnerable story when encountering a strong person, but it was different when dealing with a weak person. You have absolute power over all beings with a lower status than you. This story is only available to existences with a certain level of status. A menacing air emerged from my body, and the complexions of the approaching nobles turned blue. This is ridiculous. It was already too late to feel regret. There was no need to use a sword. The muscles of my body instantly swelled, and I started to beat the nobles with my fists. Quackak. It was literally a slaughter. You have acquired a history-grade story. You have acquired a history-grade story. The stories of the nobles entered my hands one by one. Your incarnation body is rapidly collapsing. I quickly opened a hole in the bodies of the barons and then pulled off the heads of the earls. The situation suddenly reversed and the remaining nobles started to run away. Run away. He isn't someone you can deal with. Quickly. I missed some people, but I didn't miss the important ones. Quackak. Quartetto and Ostion struggled as I grabbed them by the neck. I didn't hesitate to hit their heads together and then pierced both heads with a hand. Kahik. The situation would have been different if it was a full-blown resistance. However, the marquises had been defeated by my status and couldn't resist. You have obtained many new stories. You have killed the demon Marquis Quartetto. You have killed the demon Marquis Ostion. A new achievement has been acquired. Your notoriety is spreading in the 73rd demon realm due to the killing of the marquises. The high-ranking nobles of the demon world will fear you. 50,000 coins have been acquired as compensation for the achievement. It was a small amount of compensation, but it was better than nothing. I looked around and saw Zhang Heiyang and the citizens organizing the remaining situation. The surviving executioners and nobles were retreating towards the factory. Your incarnation body is reaching its limit. The story bug slaughter has been forcibly terminated. My vision momentarily shook and I became dizzy. I shouted towards the people fleeing towards the factory. Baron Gilet, Baron Cerebos, and Earl Makba. They were the names of the surviving executioners. It was the names of the executioners I got from Han Myungo in advance. Now Zhang Heiyang and I didn't have the energy to chase or engage with them. Thus I called out their names. It was a type of warning. I knew all their identities. I knew who they were and their positions. Therefore, they could die at any time. The executioners trembled as they were threatened for the first time in their lives. I shouted towards them, "Tell this to the Duke." The light of dawn started shining like a lot of time had passed. In the dim and pervasive shadows, I slowly concluded my words. Learn to fear the day. I was going to collapse at any moment, but I didn't lose consciousness until the remnants of the nobles disappeared into the factory. Someone muttered, "Our revolution." People started to call out for a revolution. I listened to these voices and recalled my favorite sentence from the revolutionary arc. In the light of dawn, the stop time of the industrial complex started flowing again. The anger and screams of those who had been sleeping for a long time in the night. They were asleep for a long time and now feelings they didn't know existed were waking up. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk. Your influence has transcended the influence of the real revolutionary. The acquisition conditions have been satisfied and a new story is created. The new story Silver Screen Revolutionary has begun. Bai Hyung and the Constellations should have seen this site. It was a waste. I would have received a lot of coins. Then the message arrived like it had been waiting. The Dakibi egg has started to record your story. The vibrations of the egg became stronger and I heard another message. The egg's hatching is imminent. I knew that the time had come when I had the sound of cracking. Indeed, there was no need for other Dakibis at this stage. It was because a Dakibi had been present in this stage from the beginning. A temporary channel will be created in the demon world. The demon world scenario would start from now on. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has entered the temporary channel. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 211 Hatching 2. I suddenly let out a breath. It felt like somebody had taped up my mouth and then ripped it off. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the Siswitz industrial complex. My field of view widened and I saw things that couldn't be seen by incarnations. The industrial complex seemed like a giant circular dome from up high. A circular city centered around the factory. All incarnations within the city were looking at the sky. To this, a channel. A channel is open. Perhaps they received the message that a temporary channel had opened. A Dakibi has come. Our demon realm is finally receiving attention. Their faces looked thrilled. It was natural. This was a place where people excluded from the scenario gathered. The incarnations, who once hated the constellations and coins, entered the demon world and became the ones who missed them more than anything. Hey, are you okay? Did you hear the message just now? I barely managed to stand up with the support of Jang Haeyoung. Entry into the temporary channel has temporarily delayed the collapse of your incarnation body. I sighed with relief. A channel was an important device that formed the core of a story. My stories started recovering just by entering the channel. Of course, the exile penalty wasn't completely removed, but I could earn some time with this. Enter the main scenario to prevent the breakdown of your stories. I had to kill the real revolutionary in order to enter the main scenario. I touched my broken arms and legs as a test. Fortunately, the core stories still seemed safe. The broken parts could be somehow repaired. Your current incarnation body is severely damaged. You need more stories to repair it. The list wasn't confirmed yet, but many stories were taken from the nobles. Most of them were history grade with a few legendary grades mixed in. In any case, I had to move fast before the temporary channel closed. I asked Aileen, who was approaching from the distance. The injured people. There are more than I thought. Aileen's expression was dark. At first glance, dozens of people were lying down on the ground. Considering that many of them were critically injured, it would be hard for a lot of them to survive today. Dakibi bag. A familiar holographic window appeared in the air. It had been so frustrating when it was missing. This was the feeling of a rich person who couldn't spend money. I briefly checked if any useful items had been received and then spent 3,000 coins to buy a large amount of Elaine Forest essence. Give this to the people. To this, how did you get this? Don't ask me anything more. The startled Aileen received the essences with wide eyes. It was natural to be surprised. It was because the Elaine Forest essence was something that could only be obtained through the Dakibi bag. It wasn't available in the demon world where there wasn't a channel. The duration of the temporary channel is very short. I pulled the Dakibi egg out of my bag. The surface of the egg had fine gold cracks. Signs of hatching. A temporary channel was a type of fetal movement for a Dakibi. It was like breathing exercises. I lightly stroked the egg and a small vibration was felt inside the shell. The Dakibi egg will soon hatch. Consume a healthy story. I quickly pulled out a few story fragments and gave them to the egg. The egg shivered and made some noises. The Dakibi egg is satisfied. The Dakibi egg wants the warmth of parents. It was really fussy. Come to think of it, Bai Hyung had said something. I'm telling you just in case the egg hatches. Before the hatching, you have to carry the egg in your arms. What? Why? I don't know for sure. But that is how healthy Dakibis are born. Thus, I did it. I thought it was strange that the Dakibis believed in such a superstition, but there were reasons for superstitions in this world. It was because this was a world where all stories came true. I looked towards the factory in the distance. Since the two Marquises had died, the Siswitz industrial complex had now turned completely towards the path of revolution. I broke both limbs and gave a good warning at the end, so the factory side wouldn't act rashly. I couldn't face them in my current state, so this situation would last for a few days. Lean. Close off the council's residence from now on. Huh? The nobles won't move for a while. Thus, we should take a break and get ready. I looked down at the egg, which was shaking more and more. From now on, the Duke wasn't the only problem. Once the channel opened, the real monsters would appear. I needed to prepare some things before then. Thanks to the help of the others, I set up a room in the council's residence with the proper temperature and humidity. Aline checked my Botus condition and sighed. Don't move today. Your body is in bad shape. Understood. Don't speak carelessly. You really almost died. This is the first time I've used 5 history grade stories for the repair. I wasn't happy with the cost to my body. I could barely survive by using good stories. Still, it was better than dying. I still have the legendary stories, so it's fine. I confirmed the legendary stories I had acquired from killing the Marquises. The legendary story God of the Dice has been acquired. The legendary story, God of the Dice. According to Ways of Survival, the story was roughly like this. One of the stories held by the King of Gambling. The owner of this story said he was about to freely choose the scale of the first dice roll. Sometimes it was unknown why certain stories were considered legendary grade. It might be a legendary grade, but how could it compare to my King of a Kingless World? Aline had an astounded expression on her face as she opened her mouth. Are you going to use a legendary grade story as a fragment to repair your body? Don't you know how much it is worth? No, how the hell have you survived so far? Even with the protection of the story, it was a greeting often used by the Dakibi. Stop nagging. In any case, I can't move today because of this child. I touched the egg in my arms. All future plans could be implemented if this child hatched well. Jang Haeyoung stared carefully at my arms and asked, "What is that? An egg? Egg? What egg?" "A Dakibi egg." Jang Haeyoung and the other group members had wide eyes at my words. "What? Really?" I nodded and looked down at the egg. Every time the egg shook, the temporary channel was opened and closed. Number of constellations who have entered the channel. 1 person. It was currently a lonely number, but it wouldn't be long before the channel was full. I would surely make it happen. Wait, this is a real Dakibi egg? It's not a joke? Do I look like I'm joking? The channel is open because of this egg? Yes. Unlike the stunned Jang Haeyoung, Aline was making a serious expression. Wait a minute, if this is really a Dakibi, I just want to give the demon world a chance. You can't remain as slaves of the industrial complexes forever. Aline bit her lips at my words. In fact, she also knew. I pointed out something she was thinking in her heart. Are you afraid the next scenario will be worse? A scenario was always waiting after the current scenario. The scenario might be better than this or the worst one they had ever experienced. Aline spoke like she didn't want to admit it. A world without it is the best. You need to think if an uncertain life is truly worse. I'm very thankful for your revolution. But you... Aline stared into my eyes and paused. I didn't know what she saw or felt in this brief encounter. What are you doing this for? She ended up asking. Some people want to see the ending of the story. I replied as always. Do you intend to reach the end of the scenario? It is similar. Then Aline muttered, a seeker of the end. I heard a story from the constellations of my home planet. There are constellations seeing the end of the stories. Seeker of the end. That reminded me there were those guys in the star stream. It wasn't yet time to move in earnest, but the story was already circulating on Aline's home planet. Aline fell deep into thought while Jang Haeyoung opened his mouth. If that is a Dakibi, won't it become like the ones we know eventually? I won't let that happen. Not all Dakibis become the same streamers. Indeed, it is the same with people. How did you obtain the egg? I never heard anything about this from the Weni people. I hesitated as I wondered how to explain it. Suddenly, Han Myungo looked between the egg and I with strange eyes. It must have been hard. Childbirth is a painful thing. I think you are misunderstanding something. I didn't give birth to it. I understand. It seemed that an uncomfortable consensus was formed. I wanted to explain that I never received the Demon King's curse. Then the cracks in the egg became stronger and a dim light started leaking out. The egg's hatching is imminent. The moment I had been waiting for finally came. The star stream is watching the birth of a new streamer. I looked down at the creature that emerged along with Han Myungo, Jang Haeyoung, Mark and Aline. There was something wonderful about the birth of life. A small back could be seen through the breaking shell. Jang Haeyoung made a helpless expression as he stared at the back covered with white fur. I really hate the Dakibi. I feel it once again. However, this birth wasn't blessed. The newborn Dakibi cried with a wrinkled face. It was as if just being here was painful. I recalled one paragraph about the Dakibi king spoken of in Ways of Survival. Listen. They are born with fate and are inevitably poor people who have to live while loving the story. The newborn Dakibi kept crying. She was born in this world, and as long as there were stories in this world, she had to love it. Yes, I made you like this. Thus, blame me. The baby Dakibi is looking at you. The baby Dakibi recognizes you as a parent. The soul of the baby Dakibi is communicating with you. Then I heard a voice. I've been waiting for a long time, a juicy. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 212 Hatching 3. The flow of time and space was becoming abnormal. Jang Haeyoung's lips moved very slowly while the voices were badly fragmented and didn't sound normal. It was like the whole world was in slow motion. Kim Dokja realized. This is the time of the Dakibis. In order to manage and judge a large number of channels at the same time, the Dakibi's cognition rate was significantly faster than other creatures. I looked up at the air. A sphere of white light floated over a baby Dakibi with fluffy fur. It was a sphere I had seen before. It was the soul of Shin Yusung. It has been a while, Yusung. A translucent light appeared inside the sphere and the silhouette of a person could be seen. The existence who wanted to save the world and who used to have faith in Yu Jonghyuk. The Shin Yusung of the 41st regression was right in front of me. You have earned an incredible achievement. You are the first human to hatch a Dakibi egg. You have acquired a new story. The story father of a Dakibi has been acquired. Shin Yusung read my expression and spoke. Don't apologize. I chose this. Still am sorry. Ajusi is incredible. Captain of the 41st regression wasn't like you. It isn't easy. I have a lot of work to do. Don't you need my help? I nodded and Shin Yusung smiled brightly. Can I do it well? You can do it well. I will help you. Only a person who reached the bottom of the scenario knew the weight of the scenario. This was why I believed in the 41st round Shin Yusung. Of course, this wasn't why Shin Yusung had to believe in me. Captain of the 41st regression was unsuccessful. Shin Yusung's voice was shaking slightly. There will be more horrible things going forward. I guess. Ajusi can't imagine the things that are waiting. I will go with you. Shin Yusung was silent for a moment. She seemed to be discern the meaning of my words and was measuring the depth of the last years. Either way, it would be painful for her. Soon. Shin Yusung opened her mouth. I won't be able to remember Ajusi right after I'm born. I know. Don't make too much of a fool of yourself. He'll try. Her smile was brilliant. In the silence that was like calm music, Shin Yusung continued to speak. I have few good memories of the scenario. She sounded indifferent, but it was sincere because of the indifference. I listened to her and recalled the story of ways of survival. I thought of the stories of Shin Yusung that I knew. It couldn't be fully explained even with 100 or 1,000 sentences. Still, if I ever have something to say, I didn't know if I had time to worry about this. I might have read Ways of Survival and could read her thoughts with Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but I didn't understand the pain that the 41st round Shin Yusung had endured. This time I will talk to Ajusi. Thus, I could only reply to her in one way. Thank you. I bit my lips to try and conceal my heart. A bright string of light rose and the flow of time gradually returned to its original state. The first channel of the 73rd Demon Realm has opened. Channel name. #BI90594. The fragmented sounds returned and I could hear Jang Haeyoung's voice. What will you name the child? This was what he said. I had been very worried because of the name. The baby Dakibi was looking at me. I stared into her eyes and spoke quietly. Channel manager, Bayu. Did she know it was her name? The baby Dakibi reached out to me. I grabbed the small and fluffy hand and it felt like the baby Dakibi smiled at me. Shin Yusung was crying. She often cried after escaping from Seoul Dome. It happened when she fell asleep after a hard day or when she opened the attributes window and gazed at her constellation support. Shin Yusung's tears flowed out unknowingly. It was always Lee Gil-young who spoke to Shin Yusung during this time. Hey, why are you crying again? Dr. Hyung likes mature people. Shin Yusung's red and swollen eyes flashed at the words. Get lost. Hyung will be back soon. Didn't you see? He left while saying, we will meet again, Lee Gil-young. He never said that? He told me. Surely you heard it? Lee Gil-young saw Lee Jae-hai standing in the back and his eyes narrowed. What are you smiling at? Something cute. Shin Yusung, Lee Gil-young and Lee Jae-hai were on the way to the place they promised to meet after getting rid of the monsters that appeared as disasters in the 12th scenario. The place where they promised to meet the other party members was Songnam City. Since they decided to meet again here, the other party members would soon gather. As Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young bickered, Shin Yusung opened her attributes window. The link to your sponsor has been disconnected. This was the message that appeared that kept appearing in Shin Yusung's attributes window shortly after leaving Seoul Dome. Lee Gil-young didn't like Shin Yusung's somber face and spoke again. Hey, look at this coin. What is it? If I throw the coins and it is heads, Dr. Hyung is alive. Lee Gil-young pulled out a 101 coin and Shin Yusung pouted. You have done this before. Let's try it again. Do what you like. Ajusi won't suddenly appear in front of you. Flipping a coin. It was the action done whenever Shin Yusung and Lee Gil-young became uneasy. How many times has Dr. Hyung died so far? 41 times. How many times did he live? 59 times. If a heads emerged, Kim Dokja would come back to live. If a tails emerged, Kim Dokja was dead. Lee Jai-hai heard this story and asked, "Are you sure you want a Juicy to really be alive?" Lee Gil-young threw the coin in the air. At almost the same time, 3 pairs of eyes followed the coin. The skeptical Lee Jai-hai also focused on watching the coin. There was a clink as the coin fell to the ground and moved twirled. 3 people stared breathlessly at the coin. Heads, tails. Then, heads. "Look, what did I say?" Lee Gil-young's confident voice was heard as the coin stopped on the heads, which contained a portrait of Admiral Lee Sun-sin. Even Lee Jai-hai felt slightly better after seeing the result. However, Lee Jai-hai knew this result wasn't due to chance. The constellation Maritime War God has consumed some probability. Lee Jai-hai smiled bitterly. Her sponsor had been losing power recently, and it was because he wasted his probability on this. Nevertheless, she couldn't say anything. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at the children with sad eyes. People needed hope, and perhaps the constellations were the same. Suddenly, Lee Jai-hai wanted to be mischievous. She picked up the coin that had fallen and opened her mouth. "Since Ajusi is alive, let's try something else." "Huh? What is it?" Lee Gil-young spoke half-heartedly, like he was displeased with her intervention. Lee Jai-hai ignored him and kept speaking. "Does Daksha Ajusi like you better? Or does he like you Sung more?" "Of course it is me," Lee Gil-young shouted. "What? Have you forgotten the garter belt incident? My liking was higher." "Hey, that." Then a shrill voice was heard from behind them. A 15-year-old schoolgirl. The owner of the voice wasn't Shin Yu-sung, Lee Jai-hai, or Lee Gil-young. They saw 2 girls approaching in the distance. They were Han Soo-young and Yu Sanga, who came back from fighting monsters in Gwacheon. Lee Jai-hai recognized the owner of the voice, a 15-year-old schoolgirl. He said that to the Black Flame Dragon and took a skill. As they were going to reach Lee Jai-hai and the children, another woman appeared from the Suwon direction. She was a slender woman with a long sword hanging from her waist. "What are you talking about?" It was Judge of Destruction Jung Hee-won, who had been in charge of Suwon. "Hee-won Uni." Lee Jai-hai rushed towards Jung Hee-won with delight. However, Jung Hee-won's state wasn't good. Her armor was severely damaged and her thighs and forearms were covered with cuts. It was unthinkable when considering Jung Hee-won's strength. The monster species weren't that strong. "Are you okay? Did a different monster appear?" "That isn't it. There were some problems with my stigma." "Stigma?" Jung Hee-won was about to explain, only to lightly shake her head. Instead, she looked towards Han Soo-young. "Han Soo-young-si, please keep talking. What were you saying?" Maybe it was because of Jung Hee-won's intense interest, but Han Soo-young instantly started to talk about what happened. Lee Jai-hai listened to the story and wondered, "I'm not sure what you are saying. Who is the 15-year-old schoolgirl?" People's gazes focused on Han Soo-young. Han Soo-young spoke brief gibberish before declaring in a slightly excited voice, "Kim Daksha, he is alive. How did you come to that conclusion?" "Why?" Anyone who heard Han Soo-young's reasoning would think it was nonsense. At this moment, Jung Hee-won interrupted. "I don't know the connection between Kim Daksha and the 15-year-old schoolgirl, but it doesn't seem very likely." Lee Jai-hai asked with an absurd expression. "Uni, you understood what she said just now? Did you learn a new skill? It isn't likely. However, I do think Dakjasi is alive." The party members gulped at Jung Hee-won's words. Kim Daksha, was he really alive? Jung Hee-won took a pained breath and started speaking. "I suddenly can't use my stigma." "Huh? What did this mean? What did Jung Hee-won's inability to use her stigma have to do with Kim Daksha surviving?" Jung Hee-won immediately replied to their question. "My sponsor has suddenly disappeared." "Your sponsor?" Jung Hee-won nodded and looked at her attributes window. "The link to your sponsor has been disconnected." It was the first time she had seen this. Thanks to this, she was unable to borrow the power of her sponsor for the moment. However, that wasn't the only message. "I found Kim Daksha." At this time, a person arrived in the 73rd Demon Realm. "You have arrived in the 16th personal scenario area. This scenario has a time limit. Be sure to return to the main scenario within the given time." The moment he stepped through the portal, a bleak horizon of stories and mountains of garbage story fragments unfolded. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned at the sight and asked, "Is this really the right place?" Then a small angel doll sitting on his shoulder nodded. "Do you have to answer through this toy? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it can't be helped because there are no channels here." TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 213 Hatching, 4. Yu Jong-hyuk's wrinkles deepened as he stared at the symbolic figure shaped like a doll. "How are you sending an indirect message without a channel?" The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it is possible if the symbolic body is in contact with the incarnation. Uriel's symbolic body was the doll on Yu Jong-hyuk's shoulder. Yu Jong-hyuk gently poked the symbolic figure with a finger. "Is it okay to do this?" The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it will be okay as long as it isn't caught by a dakibi. "No, I'm not talking about the dakibi. Yu Jonghyuk pointed to the side of the doll. The doll cocked her head and then covered her mouth with both eyes. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is deeply moved by the heart of the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it is a bit painful. There were weak sparks around Uriel's symbolic body. It was because the demon world was a taboo for her, an archangel. The demon world was the domain of the demon kings. Uriel was taking an unnatural risk and forced to bear the brunt of her probability being exhausted. Uriel moved to clinging to his arms, and Yu Jonghyuk asked her, "Why are you going so far to look for Kim Dokja? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is asking if it isn't the same for you. There seems to be a misunderstanding. In fact, the demon world was originally a place where he would have never come. The difficulty here was incomparable to other scenarios of the same rank. It was comforting that this was the 73rd demon realm. There were no demon kings and the ruler would be a duke at most. This much was worth a try. Above all, he was much stronger than he was at the same point in his previous regressions. I just don't like people impersonating me. It doesn't matter if it is Kim Dokja or not." The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing. There are also many usable items in the demon world. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing loudly. "Do it one more time and I will rip apart your body." Yu Jonghyuk turned his head and gazed at the wide horizon. Perhaps that bastard was somewhere in this desolate world. In this silent world, Yu Jonghyuk finally started moving. The Siswitz Industrial Complex. The atmosphere of the Duke's office was much more unusual than usual as Earl Salak sweated while reporting. "Therefore, we plan to control access into and out of the industrial complex while the revolution is ongoing." Salaki's heart sank several times as the face of the Jilabat envoy distorted in front of him. This person might be Jilabat's envoy, but he wasn't the one in charge of the delegation. Explosive Ambrose. He was a marquis of the Jilabat industrial complex and the most prominent candidate to be the next duke of the 73rd demon realm. Salak gasped for breath as he saw the fire glowing in Ambrose's eyes. He might have fled if it hadn't been for Duke Siswitz standing at the window and looking outside leisurely. "That's why I am asking the Jilabat envoys to stay here for a while." "Have you finished speaking?" "Why, yep. So then I will go." Salak hurriedly opened the office door and ran away. Meanwhile, Ambrose took a few deep breaths to control his temper. It was an annoying situation, but he couldn't act as usual. It was because the strongest existence in the 73rd demon world, Siswitz, was behind him. Duke Siswitz stared out the window for a while before smiling. "That's what happened. What am I supposed to do?" "I'm sorry, but you can't leave. Please stay in the Siswitz industrial complex for the time being." In the end, Ambrose exploded. "Don't you know these words can cause diplomatic issues? You're too sensitive. It is just a protection measure for the envoys of the Alliance." "Is it because of the revolutionary? 7 executioners and 2 marquises have died. It has been a long time since this happened. The last phase of the revolutionary scenario would start when all executioners in the complex died. Strictly speaking, Duke Siswitz was in a crisis right now." Unlike his words, there was no sense of crisis in Duke Siswitz's expression. Ambrose didn't like this contradiction and complained, "A revolutionary appearing at this time, you must want to save face, Duke Siswitz." "Really? I think it is fun. It has been 30 years since a revolutionary emerged in Siswitz. Sometimes this event is needed." "You are speaking like the constellations." "Why not? The story isn't only related to the constellations." Ambrose would have scoffed if a normal incarnation had said this. However, Duke Siswitz was qualified to say such things. He wasn't comparable to the upper-grade constellations, but Siswitz was a monster who had ruled the 73rd demon realm for 400 years. It is good to have as many stories as possible before the beginning of the Demon King competition. The more powerful the revolutionary that appeared, the better it is for me. He never even thought about being hit by the revolution. "Why are you so confident that you can stop the revolution?" Ambrose asked. "Why do you think?" Ambrose's eyes sank at the question. Maybe it was an obvious story. Siswitz had lost 2 marquises in this incident. "I hope you won't betray Jilabat." "Haha, who said that? I'm telling you this personally. I will also give you a piece of advice. Do you think that Duke Jilabat can become the Demon King?" Ambrose was a bit upset by the words. Siswitz didn't give him time to think. "Or do you think Meladin and Burkan can become the new Demon King?" "I can't answer this question." "No, you can answer it. It is because everyone knows who is the strongest of the 4 dukes in the 73rd demon realm." Ambrose gulped. This calm declaration could sound so scary. Once again, the oldest duke of the 73rd demon realm couldn't be ignored. It won't be easy. Meladin has joined hands with Vedas. He isn't the only one who can borrow the power of the constellations. These words. Duke Siswitz stared at the sky outside the window instead of answering. "The Dakibis will come soon. Then what will happen next?" Now the night sky was completely dark. However, soon there would be many stars in the night sky. Then the other demon kings would show up as a response to the emergence of the constellations. Marquis Ambrose felt a heart-shaking sensation. Finally, the 73rd demon realm would become a battleground for a proper scenario. Is there a channel liaison yet? I put in a request to the bureau. At this moment, Ambrose realized why Siswitz didn't look for support. Once the Dakibis appeared and the full-fledged scenarios began, the constellations would gather towards the bigger events. Suddenly, some thoughts ran through his head. It wouldn't be bad for there to be a small entertainment before the full-fledged Demon King competition begins. The constellations love slaughter. Is that why you are leaving the revolution alone? Siswitz stared at the smoke with a strange smile. Ambrose sighed bitterly. You were born evil. Every conflict in this world was a commodity. Now Siswitz was selling the lives of the many civilians in the industrial complex to seek the attention of the constellations. Thank you for the compliment. Ambrose shook his head like he was tired. If he planned this production, then Duke Siswitz would surely be preparing for a greater blow. It wasn't difficult to predict what would happen in the industrial complex. I can see movement in the factory. The most powerful story weapon possessed by the Dukes, the factory. Duke Siswitz nodded. I have already prepared it, so you will see sooner or later. Anticipation filled Ambrose's eyes. The most powerful person in the 73rd demon realm. It wasn't a common opportunity to see him in action. Then, the hashtag BI90594 channel has been created in the Siswitz industrial complex area. Ambrose heard the message and stood up with amazement. Did you call the Dakibis already? Once he saw the expression on Duke Siswitz's face, Ambrose realized this wasn't part of the plan. The door of the office opened and somebody ran in. Duke, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent report. It was Earl Salak who previously fled from this place. Siswitz quickly managed his facial expression and replied, Tell me. His report was probably related to the emergence of the new channel. However, unexpected words emerged from Salaki's mouth. The factory isn't operating hard enough. Duke Siswitz made an embarrassed expression. What does that mean? Didn't I tell you to replenish it? That it looks like all the civilians who came to work have stolen the story fragments. Ambrose noticed how things were progressing and said, It seems this revolutionary is using his head. Perhaps the Dakibis moved first because of him. That is impossible. The negotiations with the Bureau haven't ended yet. Duke Siswitz frowned at the unexpected situation and immediately gave instructions. Send the supervisors and slaves to the horizon. Have them collect more story fragments. I have already sent them. By the way, Duke Siswitz hadn't realized that the report wasn't over. Earl Salaki's shoulders hunched over like he was afraid of how the Duke would react. I lost contact with the supervisor who went out to collect the story fragments. The horizon near the Siswitz industrial complex. Jang Haeyoung kicked the body of the dead supervisor and said, It seems that the Duke has been preparing for quite a while, ordering a collection of this scale. It was an extra-large collection with thousands of slaves mobilized. The situation was resolved, but it would have been dangerous if we had been a bit later. It was impossible to launch a full-scale war against the factory when my incarnation body wasn't yet intact. Things would have become worse if these story fragments entered the factory. You are good. I glanced at Han Myungo beside me. He knew the Duke would move in this way. If Han Myungo hadn't been the spy, I wouldn't have guessed the exact timing to put the plan into action. Han Myungo was elated by my praise and laughed. Who am I? Aren't I the brain of Minosoft? You can use that as a modifier if you ever become a constellation. I smiled at Han Myungo. At first, I didn't like being on the same side as this person. Now I thought it wasn't a bad choice. Bring the slaves over here. I will start repairing those who are still sane first. Now that I had decided to wage war properly, I could feel something different from Aileen and the citizens. I watched them and controlled my heart. The baby Dakibi who looked like cotton candy sat on my shoulder and cried out. But her memories hadn't been recovered, but every Dakibi had the instincts of a streamer. They filled in the scenarios where there should be a story. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The sub-scenario, Liberate the Slaves, has started. Thank you. I lightly stroked her head and Bayu shouted. It might not be possible for me to enter the main scenario, but I could receive a sub-scenario whenever there was an opportunity. It might be a temporary measure, but if I kept building up sub-scenarios, I would be able to recover enough to face the Duke. Kim Dokja thought. There is nothing urgent. Time is still on my side. I now need to thoroughly prepare to safely pass the Demon World scenario. I sincerely thought this, at least until I heard an unexpected message. A new constellation has entered the hashtag BI90594 channel. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 214 Hatching. 5. A new constellation? Already? It was earlier than the expected timing. I thought there would only be subscriptions after a few more incidents. A constellation is looking at the incarnations without revealing their modifier. It didn't seem to be a constellation I had already met. I was a bit disappointed. I was hoping it would be Secretive Plotter or Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Did you hear the message just now? What message? I heard an indirect message. I didn't know if it was rich or not, but the new constellation was sprinkling indirect messages from the beginning. Bayu shouted from her position on my body. Maybe Bayu was receiving many coins right now. It was natural to be amazed. Now she knew how to make coins as a Dakibi. Kim Daksha thought, I hope they are a good person. The inclination of the initial subscribers would determine the nature of the channel. The stimulus and difficulty of the scenario would be determined if the initial constellations were incarnation seekers or fun seekers. After all, every detail that the Dakibis couldn't determine were made in response to the desires of the subscribers. In fact, this was what I was most worried about. The 41st regression Shin Yusung had already suffered countless injuries from the Dakibis. In order to continue the scenario in the future, Bayu must constantly face the desires of the constellations. But I placed my hand on Bayu's head. A constellation who hasn't revealed their modifier is revealing their modifier. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss disapproves of the incarnations here. I frowned at the message. This was a bad start. I remembered hearing about the Nouveau Richer Snake Boss in Ways of Survival. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is bored with the development of the scenario. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is dissatisfied with the naive development of the Dakibi. Nouveau Richer Snake Boss. His hobby was to enter the channels containing weak constellations, flash coins around and ruin the scenario. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss wants stimulation. I remembered Ways of Survival talking about how many channels had decreased subscribers or were completely destroyed due to him. He was only mentioned in passing, but now I had to face him directly. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss doesn't want the survival of the removal slaves. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss says everyone should cooperate to kill the enemies. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss declares that he will donate coins to anyone who kills a removal slave. The citizens started to look around at the messages. Some people looked confused at what this meant and others looked hesitant. Some people were panic-stricken as bad memories popped up. However, some of them were secretly taking out their weapons. Jang Haeyoung noticed it and screamed, "Wait, what are you doing right now?" He was one step late. Once they saw one person taking out a weapon, the actions of the citizens became faster. 1, 2, 3. The number of weapons increased. Hey, are you serious? This isn't it. Mark seized a citizen who was approaching a removal slave. Just because they are removal slaves doesn't mean they are lost. Some still have their minds. Most of them were those who sold their souls to their duke. Not all of them are like that. Don't you know? Aren't they dead anyway? This is great. The citizens were blinded by coins and drew their blades. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is excited about the intensified conflict. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss declares that he will donate 3,000 coins to the incarnation who kills the most removal slaves. 3,000 coins. It was a luxurious sum in the industrial complex where coins were precious. Let's just kill them. We have to live, right? Chairman, just kill everyone and go back. The balance of voices was leaning sharply. The number of citizens who took out weapons increased. Mark once again shouted to stop their greed. They were once citizens. If you act this way, how are you different from the nobles? Get out of the way. If we don't act right now, the constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is enjoying the dispute between citizens. The moment Mark was pushed to his ass by the struggle, another message followed. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss declares that he will donate 300 coins to an incarnation who kills a citizen. The citizens were momentarily stunned. They glanced at each other and hurriedly moved away from each other. Wait a minute. I thought I knew what they were thinking. Yes, the scenario was originally like this. One day, the citizens of this place had performed the first scenario, pointing blades at each other and killing to survive. The citizens glanced at each other while holding weapons. A constellation spoke a few words and the bonds of the citizens gathered in the name of revolution were gradually dimming. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is delighted with the reaction from the incarnations. My hatred of the constellations, which I had forgotten for a while, revived again. Once upon a time, I might have been like these citizens. I would have played along with what the constellations for 1 or 2 coins, adapted to the story of the constellations and become disillusioned, saying this is unavoidable. Kim Daksha thought. It was unavoidable. There is nothing unavoidable. I took a step back and completely crushed the floor. I used this force to jump into the crowd of citizens. Then I grabbed the neck of the citizen who had strongly pushed Mark. Keikiok. 300 coins per body. Cook. A revolutionary. 300 coins. Don't you think that is too cheap? The citizen I was holding struggled, but I tightened my grip instead of releasing my hand. Soon after, the pale citizen dropped his weapon and the surrounding citizens screamed. Once the citizen was about to suffocate, I laid him down roughly on the ground. Their terrified eyes watched me. 300 coins per person. How much would it be if I kill everyone here? If you kill the removal slaves, he will give 3,000 coins. So altogether it is 13,000 coins. Indeed, it is hard to ignore. 13,000 coins. Most of the citizens here had never seen such an amount. But don't you know? You can't change anything with 13,000 coins. At best, it will be a few vague skills and some equipment. The citizens' eyes started shaking. Those who had never used the Dakibi bag wouldn't know. 13,000 coins were just a petty amount of cash for the high-ranking constellations. What could they do in this world with that much money? I looked down at the citizen on the ground. Then what are you going to do next? Wise? What will you do with the 13,000 coins after killing everyone? Emotions slowly crossed the faces of the citizens. Fear, and I. The citizens murmured in voices that sounded like they had fallen into an abyss. And nothing. I watched the bewildered faces of the citizens. In fact, I knew. They didn't do this with a clear purpose. Perhaps the citizens themselves didn't understand why they were trying to gather coins. They just had the compulsion to survive and collect more coins than other incarnations. The scenarios made the incarnations slaves to the story. In this heavy silence, the citizens realized what they had been planning to do and burst out crying. A revolutionary. I got up, ignoring their eyes. Then I spoke casually. Since a channel has opened, more constellations will come in the future. The eyes of the citizens staring at me were shaking with a different light. Don't sell your stories for just 1 or 2 coins. If you want to sell them, do it for the right value. I didn't know how much of my words had been communicated to the people. I wasn't good at talking. Even so, this was all I could do. The people around me bit their lips with sad faces. Then they looked like they had decided to do something. The citizens dropped their heads and started to put away their weapons. None of them opened their mouths, but their expressions alone were an answer. However, not all of them accepted my words. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is staring at you. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss feels a strong rage towards you. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss has requested a bounty scenario. A bounty scenario. Yes, there was something like that. It was a damn scenario that was invoked at the request of the constellations. Revolutionary. The surprised citizens glanced at me with fearful faces. The target was obvious if a bounty scenario was triggered now. At this time, Bayou rose from my head and floated in the air. But other Dakibis would have willingly accepted the bounty scenario, but Bayou couldn't do that. Bayou's body swelled up as if to refuse the request. But then faint sparks flowed over Bayou's small body. Bot. Bat it. At this moment, I realized what would happen. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss has requested a bounty scenario. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss has requested a bounty scenario. Bayou was now struggling with her instincts. Unlike common misunderstandings, the Dakibis don't deliberately produce stimulating scenes. It was out of instinct to meet the demands of a constellation subscribed to a channel. The more innate the streamer, the more powerful these instincts are. It is an instinct to create a scenario that more beings desire. All Dakibi live with such instincts. Bayou was still a baby, and it was more difficult for her to overcome such instincts. I reached out and lightly grabbed Bayou. It's okay. There isn't only one subscriber to this channel. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't agree with the invocation of the bounty scenario. The sparks scattered instantly at my fingertips. The bounty scenario request has been denied. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is astonished. I raised my head towards the air. Snake Boss, the story that you want isn't here. I gazed at the faint constellations shining in the night sky and declared in a nonchalant voice. I'm busy, so get lost. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 215 Real Revolutionary 1. At this moment, I thought it was a bit of an overkill. I meant to say something similar, but I didn't mean to provoke him so much. Maybe I was too accustomed to giving cider to individual constellations. It was laughable. I wasn't Yu Jonghyuk, and I didn't have anyone giving me coins now. Didn't you hear it? The Demon King of Salvation. Jang Haeyoung ran to my side and exclaimed. Look at the constellation who joined out channel. Person from Earth. I was about to tell him that I was the Demon King of Salvation when I remembered something that he said previously. He already has a girlfriend. I shouldn't. Instead, I looked up at the sky where the light was shining. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss has jumped exceedingly high. This jerk must be pissed off, but he couldn't go on a rampage. A low-ranking constellation like the nouveau richer snake boss didn't have the guts or enough probability to make trouble in the demon world. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is furious that a mere incarnation has destroyed him. What incarnation? Who killed this guy in the original novel? Couldn't be Yu Jonghyuk. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is indignant that a constellation he has never heard of is opposing his will. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is looking around for the demon king of salvation. This guy didn't know that I was the demon king of salvation. Well, it didn't matter. As long as he cared about the demon king of salvation, half of my purpose was achieved. Kim Dokja thought, I must gather constellations to this channel. This way, I can gain the upper hand in the demon king selection which would follow after the revolutionary scenario. For this to happen, I needed word to spread about this channel. Even so, it was dangerous to blindly recruit constellations. If too many powerful people entered from the beginning, Bayu would find it hard to handle and it could be troublesome for me. At this moment, nouveau richer snake boss was becoming upset in the channel. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss starts to question the nearby constellations about the demon king of salvation. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is surprised to hear the rumors about the demon king of salvation. He was a low-grade guy among the top people of this world. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss claims to have seen the demon king of salvation. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is appealing against the accusations of the constellations pouring towards him. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss claims to have really seen the demon king of salvation. Therefore, the narrative-grade constellations didn't believe his words. In other words, the story only reached the arrogant lower-grade constellations. It meant the nouveau richer snake boss was a perfect fit for collecting such constellations. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is gathering his gang. It was as I expected. New constellations have entered the hashtag BI90594 channel. If Secretive Plotter was in the same channel, he would have clearly sent me a message of admiration at my ploy. Felt a bit nostalgic. The newly entered constellations are revealing their modifiers. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is looking for the fingernails of fallen incarnations. The constellation Dog who threw himself into the flames is curious about the channel's incarnations. Since there was a series of animal modifiers, he really had called his friends. Nail-Eating Rat and Dog who threw himself into the flames, they were modifiers that I knew were unknown even without looking at ways of survival. These bad guys were also constellations. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss is warning the demon king of salvation. The constellation nouveau richer snake boss declares that this channel has been taken over by the 12 Zodiacs Nebula. What was this? I had seen the 12 Zodiacs in passing in Ways of Survival. They were a nebula but they weren't very cohesive. In addition, the majority of members were low-grade constellations. There wouldn't be a problem even if they became hostile to me. Kim Dokja thought. First, the number of subscribers has increased. Next would be to sort them. The larger the channel, the more loaches that obscured the water. Now that I wasn't free to use my status, I needed a constellation to take charge of quality control. It needed to be a constellation with a strong power but was moderately decent. They should be capable of crushing other constellations. Where could I find such a person? In fact, I already had the answer. Jang Haeyoung, what are you doing? Jang Haeyoung, who was typing something into the air, glanced at me with surprise. The unidentified wall is surprised. It seemed he was doing something similar. My eyes narrowed as I said, "You will die if you tell the other constellations about the demon king of salvation." I just wanted to boast that I heard the message. Then you will be punished. The demon king of salvation is a very, very scary man. Jang Haeyoung jumped and glanced up at the sky. He thought that the demon king of salvation might be looking at him from somewhere. Fortunately, there were no indications of unusual movements in the channel. Jang Haeyoung hadn't spread his nonsense yet. Jang Haeyoung noticed my glance and asked, "You know the demon king of salvation?" "A little bit. Are you friends?" "I didn't know if we were friends or not. It is enough that he gave me a message to tell you." "What is it?" "He is looking at you." I thought saying this would be better. In any case, I had to take advantage of his power from now on. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is looking for a place to relieve his anger. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is curious about you. The indirect messages appeared in the air one after another. Duke Siswitz listened to the messages for a while before opening his mouth with a frown. "Gather all the nobles at night." "Huh? But you understood." The subordinate quickly escaped from the office and Duke Siswitz placed a new cigar and placed it in his mouth. He looked slightly nervous due to the indirect messages of the constellations. "I don't know who opened the channel. However, I can't let that opportunity go. It wasn't a formal channel. However, he could still take advantage of the channel to start the competition in the most advantageous position in the demon world. The other dukes haven't yet obtained a channel for broadcast. The modifiers of snake and rat seemed wrong, but they were still constellations. He didn't know the details, but this situation was a great opportunity for him to become a demon king. Marquis Ambrose watched the situation and asked, "Are you planning to face the revolutionary in a situation where the factory isn't operating? Once all the remaining executioners are dead, the revolutionary will gain the power to kill you. A ruler who lost all his subjects would be vulnerable to a revolution. That was the planned evolution of this scenario." However, Duke Siswitz didn't blink at all. Of course not. If the person who showed up now is the real revolutionary. What? By the way, have you decided which side you will be on? Huh? Ambrose looked surprised. "I'm a Marquis of Gilabat." Duke Siswitz smiled, and Ambrose realized the meaning of side. "Are you?" Ambrose's back was soaked with sweat while there was a very short conflict in his head. The Duke who obtained the first channel would be overwhelming advantageous in the selection competition. Many constellations would soon flock to this channel. In addition, Duke Siswitz had the most powerful story in the 73rd Demon World. Ambrose's worries didn't last long. "I greet the new Demon King of the Demon World." The demon made a decision. Duke Siswitz nodded as Ambrose slowly knelt down. "I entrusted the removal slaves to Aileen and Mark before asking Bayou to disrupt the broadcast channel for a while. It was to prepare for any possible problems. I didn't want the animal friends to hear what happened from now on." "Jang Haeyoung, how many people are you talking to now?" Jang Haeyoung looked me in the eye and replied, "3 people. One is the Black Flame Dragon. Who are the remaining 2? Actually, it might be 5. 5 people? To be precise, it is 9, but 9 people? If I add those who took longer to reply, there is 15 altogether?" There were several distinctive features of the unidentified wall. One of them was the chat function that Jang Haeyoung opened not long ago. It was the ability to send messages to anyone with a modifier in the star stream. However, having this ability didn't mean everyone could use it like Jang Haeyoung. "You talked to 15 people in this short amount of time?" "Well, it wasn't that hard. It was hard for me to talk to even one person. He was a really great multitasker. In short, 15 constellations and transcendents were talking to this guy. Those people with strong pride. I wondered how it was possible, but this was Jang Haeyoung's true power. It was because of this power that Jang Haeyoung was able to build a force of transcendence." Jang Haeyoung watched my face and asked, "By the way, why are you asking?" I hesitated for a moment. This choice was very important. If I made a bad choice, my hard-earned channel could become ruined in an instant. I thought for a moment before slowly opening my mouth. "I'd like to call somebody." "Huh? Who?" I hesitated to reply. I wasn't sure if my choice was correct or not. Kim Daksha thought. "The one I will call now is beyond my control." It was really hard to get here. A damn scenario was a scenario, but the ones who really bothered me were the constellations. Those who wanted the bounty scenario were easy. When I thought about it, I came to the demon world because of my fate. Even now, I couldn't sleep when thinking of that time. After all these efforts, I came to this distant stage and opened a new channel. Now should I call one of them to this place? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 216 Real Revolutionary 2. What aren't you saying? Obviously, there were good constellations in this world. They were the constellations I read about in Ways of Survival. After Ways of Survival being a reality, there were some constellations that I reevaluated. Still, it didn't change that their essence was a constellation. I didn't know what my expression was like, but Jang Haeyoung had worried eyes. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing like that." "Then why are you worrying?" I was somehow hesitant to speak and shook my head lightly. Jang Haeyoung stared straight at me and stated, "I would like to hear it." There was something familiar about this and I couldn't help smiling. I closely examined Jang Haeyoung's face. A sharp nose on pure white skin. Clear and deep eyes below eyebrows that were drawn in a soft line. A faint guilt filled my heart. He is a kid who likes stories. Because Yu Jong-hyuk is a good person, this person should taste the bitterness of reality. Jong-hyuk doesn't listen to people. The other person should be a good listener. The result of all the comments I made was now in front of me. He had eyes to see the world, a nose to breath and ears to hear the story. Perhaps it was because of guilt, but I spoke my first words unknowingly. There are people who think bad things. People? I nodded and continued, they are overall bad people. They bully or gossip about others and even commit some terrible things. Jang Haeyoung listened to the story and asked me, "Do you hate the people you were talking about?" I thought so, but I don't know. I didn't know if I was serious or not. Some people were better than I thought, and some people acted differently than what I knew. The countless words of Ways of Survival that I read in the past flowed through my mind. What is real about them? What is reality and what is fake? I don't know very well. Jang Haeyoung silently listened despite my vague wording. How much time passed? Jang Haeyoung thought about something. "It's hard to understand what exactly is troubling you. So you want to know more about these people?" "What? They seem like bad people, but there might be some good people." "Well, isn't that your expectations?" "No. Why did it sound so romantic? There was a backlash, but when I thought about it, this might be the problem. Jang Haeyoung nodded and said, every now and then, too, you have to talk. Talk to the people. It would be useless to talk. Why? I couldn't explain it well. It was a helpless feeling that couldn't be described. However, it was when a person became most helpless that they were the most truthful. I think there is a huge wall. The fourth wall is looking at you. You and I are talking like this, but we're not really communicating. There is no such thing as communication in this world. The unidentified wall is looking at the fourth wall. Kim Daksha thought, maybe reality or the novel is all the same. I've read it for so long and I still don't know. Maybe I will never know. I felt like I was mistaken and that the moment I spoke these words, everything would change. This optical illusion was broken by Jang Haeyoung's words. I might be different from others, but of course, there is no such thing. What? Everyone has a wall and communication is impossible, that's obvious. I couldn't believe the friendly Jang Haeyoung thought so. It was a bit surprising. Then Jang Haeyoung continued, however, we still have to talk. Even if there is a huge wall, there is a person behind that wall. What can we say when there is a wall? Right on the wall. My mouth dropped open at the brazen words. If you shit or pee, you will leave something on the wall. That way, the other party will recognize it. Why would you do such a thing? The other person is beyond the wall anyway. Still, you should leave a mark. Does that make sense? There is no apparent meaning. Then, it is just important that you left it. The other party won't know, so why? At least the wall has changed. I was speechless for a moment. Jang Haeyoung spoke in a resolute voice. Then one day someone might read it. I stared at Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung, who was born into this world because of my greed, lived a life unrelated to me. Maybe he became a better person than I thought. I laughed with some bitterness. I have one question. Huh? Did you talk to the constellations in this way? That, judging by his hesitation, I must be correct. I had a bit of understanding of the minds of the constellations. They were the heaviest but at the same time loneliest beings in the universe. They were writers as well as those who watched the stories. Jang Haeyoung would have listened to them as he did to me. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is looking at the cheeky incarnation. Jang Haeyoung looked up at the air at the same time. Thanks to Bayu's interference, the Nouveau Richer Snake Boss couldn't find my location for a while. Of course, this didn't last long. Jang Haeyoung asked in an uneasy voice, is that bastard thinking of staying here? Perhaps. He had been embarrassed and was probably determined to ruin the channel. I thought for a moment before finally making a decision. Jang Haeyoung was right. Even if there was a wall, I had to write something on this wall. This was despite the fact that it might change what was originally written. I didn't want to be a person who only read. Jang Haeyoung, can you contact this person? Once I thought about it, I had been acting as a reader the whole time. In order to see the ending that I wanted, I had to create a new story. In fact, I had already warped reality. I just didn't know yet who would read it. Who? I didn't know if the constellations would comply with my suggestions. Now that I opened a channel, if that person helped, the revolutionary scenario would end without any problems. Then a message appeared in the air. The fifth night has arrived. Sinister flute sounds were heard. I looked around the industrial complex. In the raging fire, people were screaming. My expression hardened and I spoke towards the scattered Aileen and Mark. Gather all the citizens. The Duke was driven into a corner. It was obvious after the fourth night was over. The factory's operating power had been cut off by the kidnapped slaves. Thus, the Duke couldn't come out for the moment. However, the Duke led the nobles and emerged on this night. Kim Daksha thought, what is he intending? My mind was a bit complicated due to the variable of a new constellation intervening. In addition, the constellation I called hadn't come yet. It's fine. Let's think positively. This might be an opportunity. Yes, I didn't need to have a weak mind. I was now a constellation. I had done well so far and there wouldn't be a problem. Jang Haeyoung, take care of the executioners. Absolutely don't get involved with the other nobles. I know. I ran through the streets using Way of the Wind and reached the place where the biggest fire was burning. How long had I been running? I soon saw a demon standing on the spire of a broken building. Are you the revolutionary? It was a long-haired demon engulfed in red flames. My face was tingling from the heat that emerged from his whole body. It was a stinging heat wave. I looked at the yellow flames and knew what this power was. There was only one person who used this type of story in the 73rd Demon Realm. Marquis Amboros. He was the most powerful noble in the 73rd Demon Realm after the Dukes. He was someone I would have hesitated to bump into before I became a constellation. However, Amboros' expression was weird. I am Ambros, not Amboros. I got his name wrong. I might be Kim Daksha, but even I couldn't memorize the name of extras. Amboros kept muttering like his pride was hurt. You aren't fleeing despite knowing me. I thought you were someone with good knowledge, but you're just someone with good luck. You would be the lucky one if I ran away. Amboros. I told you it is Ambrose. Instead of answering, I raised the magic power in my body. Last time, I had fought using the status of a constellation. This time, the opponent was great and it wouldn't work against Amboros. Thus, this was an all-out battle. The fifth bookmark, Kyrios Rodgrame, is selected. The exclusive skill miniaturization LV 3 is activated. The exclusive skill electrification LV 11 + 1 has been activated. A yellow heat wave burst out from Amboros' fist. It was the emergence of Brilliant Explosion, a skill of his story. He had the most impressive explosion stigma in the 73rd Demon Realm. The power was strong, but it wasn't difficult to avoid. The explosion range was large, so it was considered a long-range attack. You rat. The constellation nail-eating rat hates the words of Demon Ambrose. Amboros felt it was difficult to deal with the smaller me with a simple explosion, and he changed his operation. The heat from his hands rapidly contracted and changed into a small ball. Die. The condensed heat was more intense around his hands. He thought he would push me in strength after reducing the range. It was a good plan, but he met the wrong opponent. I wasn't an ordinary incarnation. I watched the fierce incoming explosion and stretched out my fist without hesitation. The center of the explosion was deeply pierced by the blow containing my magic power. My ears momentarily buzzed and the fragments caught in the explosion scattered in the air. The flames in the area were swept away and went out. Only a blue-white lightning was scattered everywhere. I heard a sound and my vision blinked white. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is astonished at your strength. Amboros couldn't be seen in the place that the blue-white lightning swept through. Maybe he flew away or he might have died. Oh my God! The industrial complex was brutally destroyed. Some of the citizens confirmed my strength and were kneeling. At this point, I didn't know how I was in a fight. If I returned to the scenario properly, could I win one-on-one with a few constellations? Your incarnation body can't handle the level of force used. A significant portion of your incarnation body has been damaged. Damn! It was starting again. Still, it was fine. It would be over before my body was in tatters. Weawa. Were they inspired by this situation? The citizens in the surrounding area started shouting. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. New constellations have entered the hashtag BI90594 channel. The number of constellations kept increasing. It was a different feeling from Baihyung's channel. Well, maybe because I thought of this as my channel. I went to the forefront of the battlefield and cut at the approaching nobles. Weawa. The Duke himself brought about his end by coming out without the factory. The wave of angry citizens gradually pushed the nobles. How long had it been? Finally, we arrived at the gate of the factory. The revolution is around the corner. Just a bit more. Someone cried out. However, the next moment an earthquake occurred from deep in the ground. The confused citizens screamed and sat on the ground. Something seemed to stand up in front of me. A huge building, which had been sleeping like an old beast, was raising its body. There was an engine sound reminiscent of a steam engine. Soot filled the night sky and loud sounds tore at the eardrums. My heart suddenly sank. The factory was operating? How? Nevertheless, I couldn't afford to think about it. A giant fist struck my defenseless self. A few buildings were smashed and the steel frames shattered. I momentarily lost consciousness before coming back. Your incarnation body is seriously damaged. Enter the main scenario now to prevent the breakdown of your stories. Blood poured from my body and the stories making up my body were shaken. Damn, my mind was in such a complicated state that I was caught off guard. Making such a mistake. Nevertheless, I couldn't understand no matter how hard I thought. How was the factory operating? The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is pleased at the sight. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is enjoying your trials. A few constellations hope that you will suffer more pain. Damn it. I opened the channel, but none of these guys were on my side. The moment I gritted my teeth and raised my body, a familiar name was heard. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is holding his hair while closely scrutinizing you. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 217 Real Revolutionary 3. Really? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking closely at your face. Did the great sage, the equal of heaven, really come? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is narrowing his eyes at your attire. I felt a strange sense of stability from the gaze. It was a strange feeling to feel at ease from someone watching me. Prisoner of the golden headband. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at you. The great sage, the equal of heaven, had yet to notice. He wasn't certain if I was Kim Daksha or not. Maybe it was due to the story covering my face. I thought for a moment before deciding to give him confidence. That's right. It's me. Silence filled the air. It was a tight silence, like someone was taking a breath. After a while, the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is shocked by your identity. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is asking how you are alive. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering why you are here. The message that flew only at me seemed like it was covering the sky. The great sage, the equal of heaven. He isn't part of the absolute good or absolute evil system. He is of the neutral system. He is playful but also indifferent. He doesn't easily connect with other constellations due to his temperament. This was the great sage, the equal of heaven that I knew from Ways of Survival. One of the strongest constellations in Ways of Survival, who fought against numerous constellations and built up a ridiculous myth-grade story. Even so, he died a lonely person without any deep bonds to the end. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband. I listened to the great sage, the equal of heaven's messages, while slowly closing my eyes. It was important to trust the information I knew. However, the great sage, the equal of heaven. I'm glad to see you again. The great sage, the equal of heaven, was silent for quite a long time. We might both be constellations, but he had a presence I couldn't catch. Even so, at this moment, I felt like the great sage, the equal of heaven, was right in front of me. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband has sweet lips for a long time. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is repeatedly grabbing and releasing his hair. The next moment, something fell from the sky. I unintentionally caught it. It was the hair of the great sage, the equal of heaven. I couldn't help laughing. Perhaps this was how the great sage, the equal of heaven, showed his trust in someone. Your understanding of the constellation prisoner of the golden headband has slightly increased. I spoke towards the great sage, the equal of heaven. The fact that I'm here is a secret. Do you understand? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is nodding. The constellation was better than I thought, and he would keep my secret well. By the way, how did you come here? Before I could finish speaking, one wall of a collapsed building tilted and someone appeared. It was Jang Haeyoung, who appeared with dirt falling from him. Fortunately, the fighter was still unharmed. You Jonghyuk, are you okay? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is making a strange expression. That reminded me, I was still selling Yu Jonghyuk's name. It was time to tell my real name to Jang Haeyoung. I asked about the outside situation. How is it outside? It isn't good. I thought I knew what was going on. The industrial complex was shaking like there was an earthquake. Screams of the citizens came from all over the place, and Jang Haeyoung's expression hardened. The Duke is turning the industrial complex into a ruin while looking for you. It would be strange if this place wasn't turned into a wasteland. Once the Duke started the factory, there was no way to stop it. However, it was impossible for me to retreat now. How are the executioners? There is only one left. He is good at running. The blood of the demons on Jang Haeyoung's cheeks covered up the aura of a fighter. It was a remarkable achievement considering the short time. Take care of the remaining one. Then the Duke. As I spoke, sparks appeared around my face. My knees instantly lost strength. Hey, you. The amazed Jang Haeyoung ran over and grabbed my shoulder. My skin started cracking apart. Your broken story is collapsing. The exile penalty will resume. The durability of your incarnation body is at a dangerous level. This damn incarnation body wasn't easy. The nickname of Sunfish might fit me more than you Jonghyuk. Bye. Bot. I called out, and Bayu's fingers moved through the air. Then a scenario message popped up. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Plus, sub-scenario story repair. Category: Sub. Difficulty level: D. Clear conditions: restore the durability of your incarnation body to a certain level. Time limit: none. Compensation: none. Failure: plus. It was a scenario I had requested from Bayu in advance. Originally, it would be impossible to use the sub-scenarios for personal gains. A formal channel of the Bureau would have never allowed it. The sub-scenario has alleviated the exile penalty. Thanks to Bayu's scenario, the anguish of my incarnation body was reduced. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is interested in the way you use the scenario. 800 coins have been sponsored. Normally, I would have received a barrage of criticism from other constellations, but in this case, there wasn't a fuss because there was no compensation. In any case, now I was in exile and had to constantly receive scenarios. I had to stick to this until I entered the main scenario. The acquisition of a sub-scenario has delayed the collapse of your incarnation body. I barely managed to sigh and met the worried eyes of Bayu. I deliberately smiled. I'm fine, so don't worry. Bayu moved her head and disappeared again. She had to manage the scenario throughout the industrial complex, so Bayu would be feeling hectic right now. The sparks around my body fell silent, and Jang Haeyoung asked, "Are you really okay? I can hold on." "Where is Aileen?" "She is with Mark. They are evacuating the citizens." It was a wise choice. It was too unreasonable for the citizens to fight back as long as the factory was in operation. If I didn't know the real revolutionary was hiding somewhere, I moved and could see the atmosphere covered with fine dust. There were the bodies of the fallen nobles and the citizens. Is it going to end like this? Jang Haeyoung looked at the shadow of the factory in the distance and bit his lips. The transformed factory looked like a giant. It was an old giant spewing smoke from a chimney on its head. The giant's hand pulled out something from a nearby building. Quack. The dying noble struggled as he was caught by the hands of the factory. Looking closer, it was the marquis I fought before. Duke. He shouted painfully before being crushed in the factory's fuel engine. There was the sound of teeth grinding. Heavy flames emerged from the power plant side of the factory as if it was satisfied. Now I was able to determine how the Duke operated the factory. Jang Haeyoung spoke in a weak voice. Using his own men as a source of power, how can he do that? It means he doesn't care about the industrial complex anymore. Why? Isn't this his industrial complex? I activated Lamarck Kirin instead of replying. It was to temporarily restore my body by using story fragments. Kim Dokja thought. This guy is determined to become the Demon King. A large voice burst out from the head of the factory and challenged the sky. Look, constellations. This is what you want. It was the appearance of a duke fully absorbed in the story he was making. How old was he and how many years had he lived? All beings might just be children in front of the story. The duke's words caused more constellations to enter Bayou's channel. Very few constellations are curious about Duke Siswit's actions. Maybe this was what I looked like. I was reminded of something. It is easy to attract the attention of the constellations. However, creating a good scenario is difficult. It was something the Dakibi King in Ways of Survival had once said. I thought this saying was correct. Then I had a thought. What was a good scenario? No, did it even exist? If we leave, just wait a bit. I stopped Jang Haeyoung and looked up at the factory. The factory and the story weapons produced an unusual force that couldn't be tolerated by the existing probability. In other words, it was perfect for a self-destructive scenario. As expected, sparks burst from the joints of the randomly operating factory. I explained to Jang Haeyoung. Maybe his persuasion energy is lacking. It won't last long if he only has a few nobles. The factory's persuasion energy that was its fuel was made of countless story fragments. The story weapons consumed the persuasion energy and temporarily overcame the probability. It was easy to say that the factory was similar to my current incarnation body. Soon it would be caught up in a probability storm. However, unlike what I thought, the movements of the factory didn't become dull. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is looking at Siswitz with pleased eyes. The constellation Nail-Eating Rethes delighted with Siswit's destruction. A few constellations are willing to pay for the probability. Damn, it was like this. There were those who paid the probability. Where is the revolutionary hiding? Once again, there was a huge earthquake and the citizens screamed in an awful manner. I leaned against the building for a moment before slowly walking forward. Jang Haeyoung hurriedly grabbed my arm. You will die if you go now. Can't you see that? I measured the durability of my incarnation body. Do I have enough power to get rid of this enemy? I didn't know. Can I kill it if I use electrification and Way of the Wind? I still didn't know. Jang Haeyoung, kill the last executioner. He'll somehow take care of the rest. Why are you going so far? You can run away. You aren't a real revolutionary. I hate this damn story. What? It's so obvious. I ran towards the factory. The streets were mostly deserted. Most citizens were trapped inside their houses and holding their breaths. I looked at the scene and remembered Yu Jong-hyuk of the 111th regression. The industrial complexes last night arrived and the revolutionary didn't appear. Yes, this was expected. However, I wished for a different story. Suddenly, a citizen bleeding against a wall reached out towards me. Revolutionary? What revolution? What was all this about? Why did so many people have to die? Why did this scenario exist? The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is staring at you. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is yelling towards you. The constellation Dog who threw himself into the flames wants your destruction. The constellations sent messages towards me. Bayou struggled as she was forced to send the messages towards me. I waved my hand to indicate that it was fine. Honestly, I wasn't fine before, but now I was good. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you. At the very least, one person was on my side. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband wants you to smash that damn scrap heap. I flew into the air. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 218 Real Revolutionary. 4. The pistons of the cylinders installed on the factory moved wildly while the grinder roared. The story fragments that weren't digested popped out from the surface like screws. It was evidence that this factory wasn't a finished product. The Duke slightly frowned as he saw the unstable exterior of the smoking factory. It isn't at a bad level yet. The factory. Everyone in the demon world had a similar story, even if they were a Grand Duke. Of course, the power of each factory varied, but Siswit's factory was unique. It was worthwhile going to the underworld. A body height of 40 meters. The factory that resembled a giant was based off the giant soldier of the underworld. It was a weapon that he barely managed to get a look at by bribing one of the judges of the underworld. Of course, the Duke's factory was only a clone with an inferior output compared to the giant soldier. I can't be satisfied with this degree. The factory let out a harsh sound as if to express the Duke's disappointment. The blades of the grinder struck the ground. Dust filled the area as dozens of civilian buildings collapsed. Just like a child breaking a handcrafted toy, the Duke relentlessly broke them. Very few constellations are delighted at the exciting destruction. Some constellations are pointing to the fleeing citizens. It was a long story. The history of the Siswitz industrial complex had accumulated over countless years. Even so, there was no hesitation in the Duke's behavior. Quack. The Duke picked up the stories that were blown out of the grinder and thought, it is an offering to proceed with a bigger story. For 100 years. A time when a dynasty was born and collapsed. During that time, Siswitz was the dictator here. He once loved everything in this industrial complex. He was sometimes a wise ruler and sometimes a tyrant. He tried to elevate the happiness of the citizens through a gentle reign, and he slaughtered them through oppression and tyranny. He was happy, sad, or sometimes interested. Then one day, the Duke had only one emotion left. I'm tired. After going on a field trip to Olympus and the underworld, his thoughts became even stronger. Why should I be eating these stories? He never forgot the lavish dinner that was served at the dining table of the Queen of the Underworld. A sword master of another world. A great sage. A ninth circle great magician. Siswitz ate the finely cooked story pieces and was truly amazed. Oh my God. This taste. He had a soulless expression as he enjoyed the tastes that burst in his mouth. I see that you're pretty good at eating. Siswitz came to his senses and noticed that Persephone never touched the food in front of her. Persephone stared at the stories that were ravenously scattered on his plate like they were terrible food. Siswitz couldn't forget the disgrace he felt at that moment. I will go to the next scenario. Bigger stories. Bigger stimuli. Then he would gain a bigger power. I will become a demon king. I will live by eating huge stories that are far superior to those fucking guys. For that dream, it meant nothing to discard this trivial industrial complex. What revolution? His voice trembled and the whole industrial complex shook. Look, there is no such thing as a revolution. It is just the role play of the scenario. It was a tone that mocked all citizens. A play that has been repeated over and over for 400 years. You are fighting for such a foolish thing. Siswitz shouted despite also being part of the scenario. He felt like he could move on to the next stage. I can do it. It seemed successful to some extent. Duke Siswitz felt a sense of liberation as numerous constellations focused their gazes on him. A peripheral pleasure obtained from denying oneself. Siswitz felt like he was the center of the whole world for the first time. By the way, do you really think so? Someone cried out. Of course, it was me. You? Damn. The problem was that I heard his inner thoughts too well. The character Demon Duke Siswitz is overwhelmed by his delusions. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been strongly activated. The thoughts of the Duke randomly poured in. It was like looking at his naked self. To a certain extent, even those who didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint could feel it. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat's hands and feel are curling up from the Duke's words and deeds. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss says he is okay because he doesn't have hands or feet. These guys were even laughing. The Duke didn't know the situation and smiled at me. Fake revolutionary. Who is fake? I activated Bookmark and Way of the Wind before running forward. A giant blow narrowly passed by me. A crater occurred in the place where the grinder passed like a bomb had gone off. This level was enough to hit an upper-grade constellation. It was a power that I couldn't endure in this damn incarnation body. This was the power of a story weapon. It made non-constellations a match for constellations. Furthermore, Duke Siswitz might not be a constellation, but he was D-Demon had history-grade stories comparable to upper-grade constellations. The bombs from the grinder swept through the industrial complex. Citizens ran out crying as they lost their homes. They were people who lost their hometowns and came to the demon world, struggling to make a life here. The citizens who lost their jobs were staring at me with soot-covered faces. I looked at the citizens and had a thought. I also disliked the scenarios. But, damn it, Kim Dokja thought. I hate to admit it. I seemed to understand why this scenario existed. I split through the air using Way of the Wind. I instantly arrived at the head of the factory and once again used electrification. The durability of your incarnation body is at a dangerous level. I fainted earlier and used up the duration of bookmark in vain. I only had 20 minutes left. A blue-white whirl of lightning emerged from my right hand and rushed towards the factory. The exterior of the factory shook slightly. Quack? As expected, I lacked hitting power. My current incarnation body could only exert a quarter of the original firepower. Better than expected. Moreover, the sustainability wasn't long. Nevertheless, I had to fight. I had to defeat this guy with my own hands. The constellation status is released. Your incarnation body is several damaged and only a fraction of the energy is released. It was a short time, but for a moment, the factory temporarily stopped working. I didn't miss this gap and focused magic power on both fists. This aura? Don't tell me. The gold dragon's broken heart is activated. Whenever the amount of magic power sharply decreased, the gold dragon's heart recharged my magic power. In the ensuing battle, the factory's hard shell started to be peeled off. Screws popped out and story pieces flowed from the gap. Kim Daksha thought, it would have been a good fight if my body was fine. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is watching you anxiously. I stood firmly and hit the upper part of the factory with a fist containing all the power of electrification. If I knew that I would have such a hard fight, I would have learnt more diligently from Kyrios. Well, I guess I didn't have talent. The durability of your incarnation body is reaching its limit. If you don't stop combat immediately, the collapse of your body will resume. My breathing was becoming worse and my fists were slowing down. The factory was still in good condition. The Duke spoke with delight. Thanks to you, the last scenario of the industrial complex will be very sweet. I knew I couldn't win. First of all, I wasn't fighting for the sake of winning. Kim Daksha looked down at the citizens of the industrial complex. People were watching me. Some people's mouths were wide open while others had their two hands joined together. I could also see Aileen and Mark. Each person was different, but they all had similar expressions. Revolutionary and fighting. It was enough to think this. There is a revolution. It didn't matter if it was real or fake. It had once been written that the things people believed in had power. Just like a story became reality. Your influence on the story will become more pronounced. The next moment, the factory's huge arm took my attack. My body was thrown back by the shock wave. Your fighting ability is good, but you can't win. You are fake. I raised my body from the broken floor. As you said, I'm not a revolutionary. However, there is a revolution. Such a thing doesn't exist. Why do you think that? Is it because you were a revolutionary at first? In the end, even if a revolution occurs, the endless cycle of governance will repeat. I could understand Duke Siswit's feelings. I was well aware of the tragedy of the revolutionary scenario. What made a revolutionary a revolutionary? It is you who failed, not everyone else. There were terrible scenarios. There were tragic scenarios. However, there are no meaningless scenarios. No matter how rubbish a scenario, people ended up living that scenario. They were happy or sad. They struggled against the impossible. Someone died while someone else saved another person. This was the scenario of Ways of Survival that I knew. That's why I was able to keep reading Ways of Survival. My body became harder and harder to move. If I had followed the original novel, I wouldn't have suffered like this. Yu Jong-hyuk had a thought. If he doesn't know who the revolutionary is, he can kill them all until the revolutionary emerges. In the end, the Yu Jong-hyuk of the 111th regression made the worst choice. However, I didn't want to do this. That's why I kept fighting. The Duke once again struck, and in the end, my back was grazed. Towards the me without strength, the giant hands of the factory came again and again. Your story is quite tempting. I'm going to eat you. He was a person who had gone to the underworld and tasted excellent stories. It was natural for him to be thrilled when looking at me. As soon as the giant hand was about to grab me, someone rushed towards me with all their power and rolled holding me. A familiar woman stood in the place where dust rose. What are you doing? The chairman of the civil council, Aileen. I stood up on the wall with a frown. Get out of the way. You've done enough. Aileen didn't move. I saw her determined expression and a corner of my heart froze. Wait a minute, surely the revolutionary. Ha ha ha. Where are you hiding? Self-proclaimed revolutionary. Aileen turned back after hearing the Duke's voice. I realized what she was going to do and hurriedly chased her. Just as she stood in front of the Duke, someone shouted, "The revolutionary is here." It was the first time I had seen this person. He shouted while pointing at himself. Someone has made a revolutionary declaration. He could have been a member of the civil council or a hidden citizen. I didn't know the revolutionary's name or face. They were just a passing extra not mentioned in Ways of Survival. What? No, I am the revolutionary. This time it was a woman's voice. I didn't know these faces. The woman trembled as she shouted, but nevertheless, she stood firmly upright. This was the start as voices burst from everywhere. Someone has made a revolutionary declaration. Someone has made a revolutionary declaration. Eileen and Mark were the same. It wasn't just the citizens. Many of the incarnations hiding in the house also cried out. They held weapons while shouting in an irresistible manner. I am the revolutionary. Kill me. The features of the citizens holding weapons were extremely desperate. Numerous citizens armed with weapons advanced towards the factory like a wave. I was so excited that I stumbled. It was a sight that didn't appear in the ways of survival that Yu Jonghyuk lived. It was a pity. I wanted to show the 111th round Yu Jonghyuk this sight. If he saw this, he definitely would have made a different choice. At this moment, I am the revolutionary Yu Jonghyuk. Someone shouted. I am Yu Jonghyuk. No, I am. What? No, wait a minute. I am Yu Jonghyuk. What the hell were they thinking? Now people were shouting a name instead of revolutionary. There were countless Yu Jonghyuks in the industrial complex. Someone has made a Yu Jonghyuk declaration. No, wait. The Star Stream's achievement system is confused. At the same time, a man dressed in a black coat with a small doll on his shoulder arrived at an industrial complex. The man looked at the industrial complex and muttered, "Is this Kim Dokja's location?" The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is nodding with a faint blush. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 219 Real Revolutionary. 5. Yu Jonghyuk entered the industrial complex by using covert maneuver and stealth shroud. You have entered the new main scenario area, the Demon World's industrial complex. He had visited the Demon World in the second regression, but it was the first time he came in this period of time. He slowly looked around and saw the citizens wandering the area. Their faces showed that they abandoned the scenario and felt despair at the world. It was one of the reasons why Yu Jonghyuk rarely formed bonds. He didn't want to share that despair. This was the most poisonous emotion for a regressor. It is quieter than I thought. I thought it would be a mess thanks to Kim Dokja. He looked around and there wasn't anyone who seemed to be Kim Dokja. He would be easily seen with his unusual behavior. Yu Jonghyuk wondered if he was really alive. How annoying. It is too big. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is hoping you won't make any unnecessary sacrifices. He turned his head to see the Uriel doll puffing up her cheeks. Yu Jonghyuk gave a small sigh and focused his eyesight as he looked around. He came here with the symbolic body of an archangel, so his actions were limited. I can grab a citizen and ask. As he focused his senses, he felt dark energy hiding among the citizens. It was a characteristic of demons. If it was a demon, then the archangel couldn't say anything. They must have a lot of information. Of course, a demon was strong. However, Yu Jonghyuk was a transcendent. He rose to this realm without borrowing the power of his sponsor. There were few presences that could threaten Yu Jonghyuk unless they were equal to a constellation. That is a good one. Yu Jonghyuk moved through the shadows like flowing water and quickly spotted his desired target. Yu Jonghyuk activated a skill before the startled Demon Earl could scream. The exclusive skill sound wave blocking LV-10 is activated. The Demon Earl's neck was grabbed. Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. If you answer my questions carefully from now on, I will spare you. Of course, he didn't mean to spare the demon, but he still said so. It was because he knew from experience that this was more effective. The confused Demon Earl shouted, who are you? Kuyak. Such a thing. A brutal assault was poured towards the Demon Earl and his body became ragged in an instant. The Demon Earl coughed up black blood and spat out all types of curses. Then he changed his tune in less than 5 minutes. Ask anything you want. Then Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. Kim Dokja. Yu Jonghyuk was talking when he suddenly remembered something. Kim Dokja obviously wouldn't mention his own name here. Yu Jonghyuk changed the question. Where is Yu Jonghyuk? Someone has made a Yu Jonghyuk declaration. Someone has made a Yu Jonghyuk declaration. Numerous citizens shouted the name Yu Jonghyuk. It seemed as if the entire industrial complex had become Yu Jonghyuk. As I came to my senses, I noticed the countless Yu Jonghyuk advancing towards the factory. I am Yu Jonghyuk. I am the real Yu Jonghyuk. Of course, I moved between them and raised a hand. Yu Jonghyuk. Wow. Yu Jonghyuk should have seen this sight. I wondered what he would look like if he was here. The name of revolutionary Yu Jonghyuk is being widely spread in the 73rd Demon World. The Star Stream was a world of stories. So many citizens here were calling out Yu Jonghyuk's name, so he must have acquired a considerable degree of stories. I didn't know what these jerks were doing, but he got to eat well. Then a strange message was heard. Your reputation is rising. Huh? The reputation of Kim Dokja is rapidly increasing in the 73rd Demon Realm. The messages continued to be heard. What was this situation? I never said my name? To these damn guys. On the other hand, Duke Siswitz was baffled by the surging tide of people. The last executioner has died. Duke Siswitz's ruler effect is disabled. Then Zhang Heiyang finally completed his mission. All executioners in the industrial complex have died. Everyone in the industrial complex has gained the execution right for the ruler. From now on, the night of revolution will begin. Night of revolution. The citizens were excited as they heard this message for their first time in their lives. The execution rights for the Duke. They had the power to directly punish the ruler. Wah, go. Just like waves hitting hard reefs, the citizens flocked towards the factory. The citizens were bloody and countless citizens were trampled on by the factory. But this caused the citizens' will to burn even higher. Smash it. The citizens were thinking that they just needed to smash this big pile of metal. They just needed to get beyond this iron barrier and they could tear apart the Duke. However, the citizens didn't know. This was actually the greatest hurdle of this revolution. The giant grinder started to spin and the citizens were sliced apart in the blink of an eye. Uac, back off. In the revolutionary scenario, the night of revolution was the time when the Duke was the weakest. It was because every citizen in the industrial zone gained the power to kill the Duke. Nevertheless, there were conditions. The Duke needed to come out of the factory. Shit, it is too hard. The shell of the factory didn't break down no matter how it was smashed. The Duke laughed. Foolish things. At one time, he was also a revolutionary. Thus, he never thought about this day. Night of revolution was the most dangerous time for a Duke. Still, the Duke was absolutely safe as long as he didn't leave the factory. There is nothing that can destroy this factory. Thus, the Duke made his factory in the hardest form in the world. It was built on the basis of the giant soldier in the underworld. It was impossible for this fearsome story weapon to be broken with the power of the citizens. The Duke showed no mercy in his movements. Every time the grinder moved, the citizens' bodies were torn to pieces. Indirect messages poured down from the sky like rain. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is drunk from the battlefield of blood. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is excited about the human slaughter. The coin messages poured as the ranks of the citizens were broken. The revolution was crumbling before the solid outer wall that couldn't be broken. Lean, is everything ready? The temporary measures are over. But the battle is fine. I just need to move once. I responded roughly and stood up. This was probably the limit of what I was capable of with the story repair. Where are you hiding? Recite that smug revolutionary declaration again. I listened to the Duke's voice and went forward. I held firmly to unbroken faith and walked step by step. Sparks appeared around the outer shell of the factory thanks to excessive probability consumption. The factory was obviously a force outside the scenario. It was the constellations supporting this unfair scenario. Kim Doksha thought, if the Duke is crushing the people with a power from outside the scenario, I can do the same thing. Bye. The hiding Bayou emerged with a bot. Extend the bandwidth of the channel to the underworld. It might be difficult for the present Bayou, but if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to use this method. Can you do it? Bayou seemed tired but nodded. Bot. This was really the last resort. I remembered the memories of my second trip to the underworld. This is the key to making a giant soldier. Understood? Oh, it was like this. Hey, I really appreciate it. Well, if you really appreciate it, place my name in the maker column. I hadn't used it until now because this story weapon consumed a huge amount of probability. A weapon that would cause a probability storm simply by summoning it. Therefore, this weapon was limited by probability unless it was a scenario of gigantomachia. It was impossible for me to summon it, even if I have the strongest sword. Prisoner of the Golden Headband. The story was a bit different if I wasn't alone. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you. Please help me. Of course. It was only a summoning even with the great sage, the equal of heaven's help. Even so, I could win just by summoning it. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband says it is against the fairness of the scenario. I want to change this scenario. I stopped talking and glanced at the factory where sparks were flying. They might have received a buff due to the execution rights, but the citizens weren't able to lay one hand on the Duke. If this continued, the population of the industrial complex would be wiped up in the next few minutes. Besides, hasn't it stopped being fair a long time ago? The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is annoyed. Damn, I thought we were a bit closer. Originally, the great sage, the equal of heaven, was the type that didn't get easily involved in such matters. Maybe it was a miracle that he was even listening to me. Are you really going to leave these guys alone? They are the ones who hijacked the probability first. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is rejoicing in the mess. There are no Dakibis here to deter them. The great sage, the equal of heaven, was silent. Thinking about it, he didn't lend me probability even during the King of a Kingless World story. In the end, I committed a taboo. Did you receive a strange message a while ago? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is asking about what you mean. I don't know the details, but it is about the missing hair. A thunderous aura was felt from the sky. It was the great sage, the equal of heaven's anger. I shouted in reply to the anger. That's right. They are the ones who sent it. The constellation Nouveau Richer Snake Boss is staring at you with astonishment. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is biting his nails at the unexpected situation. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is furious. At this moment, the hair of the great sage, the equal of heaven, that I left in my pocket floated into the air. I replied with a sigh, I will use it well. I grasped the hair and felt the power of a condensed story. There was inherent energy in the hair. It was hard for me to measure the strength of the great sage, the equal of heaven. The first thing that mattered here, I hesitated for a moment before watching the sky and chanting the starting words. Now, the sword designed to cut a sleeping giant. The moment I started chanting the first words, the color of the sky began to change. The clouds showed signs of abnormality and a new, ominous aura filled the night sky. The constellations of the demon world have noticed your presence. Yes, I was caught. It would be strange if I wasn't noticed, but it couldn't be helped. I hoped that Persephone and Hades would take care of me. Now, descend here. The discolored sky started to split in half. In the gap, two huge eyes were staring at me. The giant soldier Pluto has responded to your call. The sparks of a formidable probability shook my body. I jerked like an electric eel and red blood flowed from my eyes. I wanted to scream, but it was a pain that didn't even allow me to scream. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is sharing your probability. My already tattered body wasn't immediately destroyed because the great sage, the equal of heaven, was bearing some of the price. The demon kings of the demon world are stunned by the surprise probability storm. A few constellations are surprised by the abnormalities in the scenario. There was another huge shadow covering the sky. Some citizens noticed and stared at the sky. Then their eyes slowly widened. Disaster. The Duke discovered it late and also looked up. The shell boasted an eerie luster like a black dragon's scales. The Duke saw its appearance and exclaimed with shock. This, how? Shock filled his face. I heard it was incomplete. It was incomplete at one time. To be exact, it was until I visited the underworld. The secret weapon of the underworld king, giant soldier Pluto. Finally, a huge armored weapon with a height of 30 meters fell from the sky. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 220 Real Revolutionary. 6. The body of the giant soldier appeared with a loud roar. In the original novel, it was the weapon of the underworld king, but in the second half, Yu Jonghyuk started using it in earnest. The ultimate weapon that struck the giant in the myths was summoned in front of me by the probability I shared with the great sage, the equal of heaven. Blood flowed as I looked up at Pluto with a messy and shaky vision. Your incarnation body has reached its limit. Your incarnation body has reached its limit. Shut up. I had to maintain consciousness. At least until I gave a command to him. What? Where is this? Then I heard a voice. It was obviously a voice I had once heard before. This guy used his soul as the last ingredient. I called the guy's name. Kim Namwon. Then Pluto's thick body looked this way. Subway grasshopper. That's right. Kim Namwon laughed as if he realized everything. Ha ha ha. What? Did you really use those starting words? The starting words to summon the giant soldier were given to me by Kim Namwon. Understood? I will use these starting words, so remember them well. If you call it properly, I might be able to help you once. I didn't know if he would really use those words as the starting word. However, his personality didn't change just because he died. You entered it directly. Ha ha, of course. I like this feeling. Originally, all souls planted in the giant soldier were overseen by the main system. Now Kim Namwon planted his own soul in the software of the giant soldier. Okay, it is a special service. Take a look at Juicy. It'll give you a good show. I'm sorry, but I don't have the strength to do so. What? Why is that? I lifted my finger without any strength and pointed somewhere. Pluto's gaze followed my finger and its mouth moved curiously. I opened my mouth. Finish it. The probability allowed me to summon the giant soldier for less than a minute. There was probably only 30 seconds left. The fear-stricken Duke was moving the factory this way. This is impossible. Why is the real giant soldier? The fiercely rotating grinder struck Pluto's outer shell. What is this crappy toy? The grinder that the Duke was proud of was torn down with a simple swing of its hand. It was a light hand gesture like tearing a piece of paper. Did you call me to destroy something like this? It is really too much. There were 25 seconds until the summoning was cancelled. How annoying. Pluto was moving steadily despite the complaints. 20 seconds. It smashed the arms of the factory with an outstretched fist. 15 seconds. The hand sword completely paralyzed the operations of the factory. 10 seconds. A simple kick smashed the main power unit of the factory. The fearsome factory that ate a tremendous amount of stories sank down. It was impossible to know if the Duke inside the factory was dead or alive. Pluto's body turned towards me. Is it over now? Haha. Then what now? A juicy. Now you are stuck with me. Then a tremendous probability storm swept over Pluto. Kim Namwoon's voice was buried by a roaring sound that seemed to rip apart time and space. The body of giant soldier Pluto started to disappear into powder like it was vaporized. The probability was exhausted and it was forced to return. 1 second. Damn. Underworld. That damn jerk. I'm not going back there, you idiot. The summoning of giant soldier Pluto has been released. The giant soldier disappeared, but people still couldn't react. The majority of citizens were stunned from shock, and those who managed to open their eyes were already crazy. It was natural. The incarnations here had witnessed the greatest god of death in this world. I turned my head and looked at the wreckage of the factory. The outer shell that wasn't damaged by my electrification was now a mess, like it had been hit by a fierce beast. There were no movements from the factory since its joints were broken and the power part was destroyed. It had been destroyed by the giant soldier in less than 30 seconds. I slowly climbed up the factory and found the person sitting in the cockpit. The lid of the cockpit was cracked open and the demon sitting there was bloody. Cough, cough. It was Duke Siswitz. The Duke looked up at me with eyes full of disbelief. Why you? What are you? The factory was the Duke's main story. The story was ruined and the Duke absolutely wasn't safe anymore. I aimed unbroken faith at the guy. The Duke opened his mouth. From the Weni people, I heard about you. The Duke foresaw his end and started chattering. Unfortunate constellation, you will never survive if you kill me, because you... I stabbed his heart without hesitation. There was no energy left, so I fell from the factory along with his body. There was terrible pain and I gasped as I looked up at the sky. Eileen came running to support me. The Duke? He is dead. Then the system messages came up. Demon Duke Siswitz has been defeated. 200,000 coins have been acquired. I weakly laughed. However, it wasn't yet time to relax. You have defeated the ruler of the industrial complex. You aren't a revolutionary. The normal scenario route wasn't followed and the ruler inheritance has been cancelled. The inheritance is automatically transferred to the most prestigious person in the current scenario. The current hidden scenario is in progress. Kill the real revolutionary to enter the main scenario. It was as expected. Killing the Duke didn't allow me to enter the scenario. I sold the name of Yu Jonghyuk, so maybe Yu Jonghyuk was given the inheritance rights to the industrial complex. What is my status? Aline bit her lips as she repaired my story. It's okay. They'll fix it. How much time do I have left? Aline didn't answer. Tell me quickly. 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. My 5 senses were becoming paralyzed. My lips didn't listen to my instructions and the sensation at end of my hand gradually faded. I couldn't hear the system messages anymore. Perhaps my body was broken enough that it could no longer be repaired. I didn't know why I was suffering like this despite coming to the demon world. Aline's voice quivered. You said you are looking for a revolutionary. Yes. Why? I have to kill the revolutionary to enter the main scenario. There was no reason to hide it, so I answered honestly. Then Aileen stared at me. I see. Aline seemed like she made up her mind. You can live. Because the revolutionary was in the ranks earlier. Isn't that right? I cut off Aileen's struggling words. You wanted to hide and also wanted to run away. Still, you came out and fought hard. Aileen watched me for a moment before turning her head. I could tell what expression she was making without looking. Don't cry. I'm not going to die. I laughed without strength. Kim Daksha thought, if I kill the revolutionary here, the stories I've accumulated will be meaningless. There would be a method even if I didn't become the revolutionary. It had always been this way so far. Aline, didn't you ask something before? The thing I asked you to make. Aline pulled something out. It was a rectangular communication device equipped with a panel. It was the smartphone I asked her to produce. Turn it on, please. The panel turned on and a message automatically appeared. You have acquired a new device. Synchronization has started. The synchronization finished and as expected, a file was created on the desktop. My eyes were still blurred and I couldn't see properly, but it was obviously the text of Ways of Survival. Kim Daksha thought, I am a reader. All the answers are here. I somehow opened my eyes and looked at the text. However, my vision was blurred and I couldn't see. I had to find a way to break through the situation by reading Ways of Survival, but funnily enough, I couldn't read it. Kim Daksha thought for the first time. Damn it. This is the end. At last, even Aileen's face was blurred. The hidden scenario self-proclaimed revolutionary has been cleared. It was an auditory hallucination. You have become a revolutionary. I definitely thought it was a hallucination. Congratulations. You have officially entered the main scenario. The exile penalty has ended. Your incarnation body has automatically started to recover. Your collapsing stories are recovering. It was impossible. My 5 senses were returning and my faded vision started to reappear. I looked around with wide eyes. Aline was safe. Jang Haeyoung and Mark were the same. None of them were dead. Then why? This wasn't the end. The name Kim Dokja is being widely spread in the 73rd demon world. All the demons in the Jilabat complex are afraid of your name. The citizens of the Jilabat industrial complex have joined your revolution. I thought I heard wrongly for a moment. The Jilabat industrial complex? It wasn't the Siswitz industrial complex. A group of people who consider Kim Dokja a hero have appeared in the Jilabat industrial complex. The Jilabat industrial complex was quite a distance from the Siswitz industrial complex. There was no way my name would resonate there. I listened to the explosive messages and thought about some faint possibilities. Even so, the possibilities were too dim. Someone has killed the ruler of the Jilabat industrial complex. You are currently the most prestigious person in the Jilabat industrial complex. Due to the scenario possibility, you have become the owner of the Jilabat industrial complex. This was impossible. It was something that couldn't happen. Aha! There was a flustered laugh as relief spread from deep inside my heart. I wonder why. I glanced at Aileen's wristwatch at this moment. The clock wasn't going backwards. The time was advancing steadily without rewinding. The needle could go back but time wouldn't return. He came. I was so happy that I wanted to call out his name. Huh? What are you saying? I smiled and said, the real Yu Jonghyuk came. I couldn't see or hear it but I could feel it. That person was definitely in this world. The guy who slaughtered a strong demon with the heaven-shaking sword had arrived from beyond the horizon. I was lost in these wild feelings and forgot about my smartphone. Perhaps Kim Dokja should have checked the smartphone first. I heard the fourth wall's words and reflexively picked up the fallen phone. As usual, the title of the text file appeared on the screen. Then I realized something and a corner of my heart was frightened. Something had been altered. To be exact, there were strange words attached to the title of the TXT file. 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, First Revision.txt. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 221 Asmodeus, 1. A sleeper car was rolling around. The citizens of the council, including Aileen, were busy moving me somewhere. I could feel the fragments of my stories constantly entering, like patient in critical condition. Putting aside the urgent situation, my mind was gradually becoming calm. I decided to sort out the situation. Currently, you have the inheritance rights to the Jilabat industrial complex. How did I become a revolutionary and gain the inheritance rights of the Jilabat industrial complex? The answer was simple. Kim Dokja killed the ruler of the Jilabat industrial complex. At first glance, it seemed like a circular argument, but this wasn't the case. It was because Kim Dokja wasn't my body. In other words, it was easy for someone to impersonate me, build up a reputation there, and finally kill the ruler. The Starstream is correcting the scenario error. A new story related to you is scheduled. What crazy person could do such a thing? There obviously couldn't be 2 such crazy guys. Kim Dokja thought. Yu Jonghyuk is now in the Jilabat industrial complex. At first, I purely felt gratitude. Yu Jonghyuk was a decent person. That jerk hit the industrial complex to save me. I felt thrilled for a while without thinking much. Then once I thought about it, I couldn't believe it. That Yu Jonghyuk entered the Jilabat industrial complex to save me? In the first place, it was strange that Yu Jonghyuk knew about my crisis. How could a guy who wasn't a constellation or have access to a channel know about my crisis? Thus, Yu Jonghyuk was likely to do the opposite of coming to my rescue. He noticed that I impersonated him and came to the demon world to pick me up. In the meantime, something went wrong and he headed to the Jilabat industrial complex first, where he went through an unnecessary dispute and overturned the industrial complex. I couldn't even fathom how much rage it felt to do that. You're being healed. Don't shake your body. Eileen, who was working on my story in the treatment room, pushed up her glasses and scolded me. I replied in a dispirited manner. I'm sorry, it is instinct. How is my state? Don't talk nonsense in your current physical condition. Eileen sighed, but her expression didn't look bad. I can only see it as a miracle. You are slowly recovering. The damage to your stories is so big it will be hard to move around, but I think you will be fine. Maybe it was because I entered the main scenario again, but my sense of breathing had changed. Those who didn't know what it felt like to be in exile and return to the scenario wouldn't understand. Kim Dokja thought. This is the story. It felt like a cozy and huge world was embracing me. Funnily enough, it felt like I was now living properly. It was frightening to think about who designed these senses. Quek, don't move. Aileen's sharp voice was heard along with the strong pangs. Your current story configuration is incomplete. I had entered the scenario and was in the recovery phase, but things were still serious. It was a miracle that I survived long enough to kill Duke Siswitz. It was a reckless battle. It was uncharacteristic of me, and I didn't know why I acted like that. Some constellations are asking about you. Moreover, I summoned the story weapon so my future stories would become very complicated. I opened the message log that I had been putting off. Many constellations in the channel are greatly impressed by your performance. 3,000 coins have been sponsored. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is nodding at your confidence. 4,000 coins have been sponsored. There was some sponsorship. Somehow I wasn't impressed. The 20th main scenario has ended. The main scenario Demon World Revolution has been cleared. The excessive main scenario skip is delaying the compensation. The collection of stories due to clearing the main scenario is pending. There were some problems, but the scenario messages came up correctly. Some constellations are wondering about your identity. Some constellations would like to invite you to their nebula. Someone is eyeing your story. The familiar shenanigans had also begun. It was understandable why they were running around like this. The story weapon Pluto. Even the narrative-grade constellations coveted the giant soldier. The giant soldier was a rare weapon that could only be seen in the huge stories of Gigantomachia. It was a weapon that could trample on the legendary story, the factory, like it was a toy. There was no way the constellations wouldn't covet such a weapon. By the way, he hadn't come yet. The constellation father of the rich knight is watching you. He came shit. The constellation father of the rich knight is watching you. Father of the rich knight. Fortunately, he didn't take any action apart from looking at me. It was normal for him to be angry because I used his story weapon. No, Hades looking at me might be a terrible thing in itself. He was the king of the underworld. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. The fourth wall is laughing. Damn it, I disliked this mean fellow. Of course, I was narrative grade and could touch Hades' toes, but the problem was my current condition. The bandages wrapped around my body represented my present situation. The incarnation body was the phenotype of my status. The phenotype was ruined, so the status of the constellation inevitably shrunk. It was the first time I had been injured like this. It was hard to lift one arm, but the smartphone in my hand was comforting. I was grinning and Aileen frowned as she bandaged me. I told you not to look at that for too long. My mother always said this. You need to maintain absolute stability. For me, looking at this is absolutely stable. I deliberately didn't explain. It would probably be filtered even if explained. What about the Siswitz Industrial Complex? No. Now we should call it the Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex. It's fine. The Duke died and the industrial complex was on its way to stability. There was a lot of talk about the removal slaves and the treatment of the nobles who were prisoners, but Aileen was doing well. Aileen looked at me for a moment and asked, "In fact, you aren't Yu Jonghyuk?" It was a question I had anticipated and I nodded. That's right, I'm not him. However, the owner of this industrial complex is now Yu Jonghyuk. Certainly, it was true. In fact, there was a mention in my messages. The current owner of the industrial complex is Duke Yu Jonghyuk. Duke Yu Jonghyuk, that jerk should be thanking me. I glanced at Aileen and told her, the Duke will soon come. Aileen's expression filled with a strange tension. Yu Jonghyuk is a demon? He isn't a demon, although sometimes he feels like a demon. I was worried about how to explain and finally decided to say, in this round, Yu Jonghyuk is a good guy. Aileen didn't understand what I meant. I shook my head. I have a favor to ask. Can you call Jang Haeyoung and Han Myunggo to me? I have something to say to them. I understand. I had passed one crisis, but it was literally only one. The revolutionary scenario was over, but the following scenarios were incomparably larger in scale. Some demon kings are interested in your actions. If I wasn't cautious, I would be eaten. Thus, from now on, I had to prepare step by step. As soon as Aileen disappeared, I opened the file on the panel screen without hesitation. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, first revision.txt. It was the long-awaited ways of survival. My heart was already beating quickly. What did first revision mean? In addition, why did the writer give this to me? However, the file didn't immediately appear. It might be due to the smart made by Aileen. The performance was enough to make me miss my old smartphone. The file barely opened after a considerable amount of time passed. The phone isn't slow. It is the file that is too big. Indeed, this was around the time it would take to load on an unoptimized PC. I felt a bit sick at the huge amount of text. Damn, how did I read this? In order to see where the story was modified, I had to read it again from the beginning and compare it to my memories. I started reading the first 10 pages. There didn't seem to be much change. It started with the subway and Yu Jonghyuk's actions. This was a revision, so why was this jerk still like this? Then a sentence that didn't exist in the original Ways of Survival appeared for the first time. Yu Jong-hyuk thought, if it was him, I wouldn't have thought of this. I stopped as I felt cold. If he had been here, I would have judged things a bit differently. I subconsciously scrolled back to the first page. The performance of the smartphone caused the text to be mixed up, but I couldn't afford to worry about it. An eerie feeling filled my heart. I was missing something. The first scene was the same? No, it was a completely different beginning. I scrolled to the first page of the first chapter of Ways of Survival and stared with a stunned expression. It isn't the third regression. The first revision of 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. I read the first sentence of the novel again. Thus, Yu Jong-hyuk's fourth life began. The first revision started from Yu Jong-hyuk's fourth regression. Yu Jong-hyuk had a thought. In this round, that guy doesn't exist. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 222 Asmodeus. 2. In this round, that guy doesn't exist. As soon as I read the sentence, an electric current flowed from my head to my toes. Perhaps no, it couldn't be. Of course not. There were many people who could be called that guy by Yu Jong-hyuk. In the previous regressions, there were a few guys that Yu Jong-hyuk met. Then I remembered Yu Jong-hyuk's thoughts that often appeared and my mind became complicated. Yu Jong-hyuk had a thought. Don't think it will improve by repeating the regressions. There is only my birthday in this life. I don't know if I can do it. Still, I won't give up. Shit, by all appearances, these were my words. I quickly scrolled through the pages towards other scenes. The words that guy often appeared. He never wrote the name Kim Daksha, but it was clearly me. Of course, I couldn't be sure 100% because I didn't remember everything I said. Even so, I couldn't imagine anyone else saying these words to Yu Jong-hyuk. If someone else had spoken such cheeky things, Yu Jong-hyuk would have cut off their heads. I'm having a psychotic break. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering about your words. I ignored the message from the great sage, the equal of heaven, and slowly took a deep breath. I needed to organize my thoughts. There was still time. Unexpectedly, the fourth wall helped me. Kim Daksha thought. In short, this is the current situation. Yes, tell me. 1. The first revision of Ways of Survival had arrived. 2. The revision started from Yu Jong-hyuk's fourth regression. 3. A person presumed to be Kim Daksha appeared in the recollections of the fourth regression Yu Jong-hyuk. It was a very straightforward organization. These 3 facts were proof of only one thing. Yu Jong-hyuk failed the third regression. I couldn't think of anything else, no matter how I looked at it. If Yu Jong-hyuk and I reached the end of this world, he wouldn't have moved onto the fourth regression. This was the most logical reasoning. The third round that I intervened in was a failure. The time after the failure was newly recorded in the revision of Ways of Survival. I wondered how it was possible, but this was a world where many impossible things had already happened. I let out a brief sigh and searched Ways of Survival again. One question was resolved, but many more opened. Through the fourth wall, I tried to sort out the questions that came up one by one. Why don't I exist in the fourth round of Yu Jong-hyuk? No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't get an answer. It might be because I wasn't a character, or it might be due to other problems. In any case, it was obvious that I no longer existed from the fourth regression onwards. There was a second problem I had to focus on. If the first revision is a depiction of future events, could there be a second revision depending on my actions? Nothing was certain. Maybe this first revision couldn't be ruled out as a definite future. Still, I was certain that it wasn't a high probability. If this was a definite future, the author wouldn't have sent it to me. I didn't know why, but the author was giving me an opportunity through this revision. If I kept going along this path, the third regression would end in failure. Then in the fourth regression, Yu Jong-hyuk would repeat things alone. The author was sending a warning. Of course, the author might have a terrible stench, but in any case, I decided not to consider it because there was no answer. The first step is to read all of this again. My head will hurt. I pressed a hand against my temple and kept reading Ways of Survival. Some places were the same while some were changed. Anyway, I felt numerous emotions as I read the story. That jerk Yu Jong-hyuk. He is still like this despite everything I told him. I was thinking about it. Look at this. Hasn't it changed a bit? I thought about it. Also, yes, this part was very interesting. I liked this part. Fuck, there is too much explanation. Did the author grow? Stuck in these thoughts, I returned to the reader's identity and fell into Ways of Survival again. He was still a sunfish, but the interesting thing was that my intervention reduced Yu Jong-hyuk's minor mistakes. The most notable part was that he caught the ichthyosaur like me at the beginning of the fourth round. Yu Jong-hyuk thought, that guy got a hidden scenario here. He also didn't die from the theater dungeon in the 8th and 11th regressions. I lived because of that guy. Well, I still would have somehow survived. I was almost moved to tears when I read this part. If I had a place to show off, then I would have boasted. Everyone, take a look. That damn sunfish has grown. Of course, I was the only reader of Ways of Survival, so there was nowhere to boast. My quick scrolling suddenly stopped as I thought of a question. Wait a minute, this guy was doing better than I thought? Then what happened next? Yu Jong-hyuk, who was affected by me, would he reach the proper ending of this world? What are you doing? I heard from Aileen that you are dying. Kim, Jong-hyuk-si, is your body okay? The door opened and Jang Haeyoung and Han Myung-go entered. I had forgotten that I told Aileen to call the two of them. Is that a smartphone? Jang Haeyoung saw the device I was holding and ran over in a flash. I lightly changed the hand holding the phone and answered, "No, go away. Can you receive messages? A call? The internet? Do you have a jaw?" Jang Haeyoung made a sullen expression at my cold reply. Then why did you call us here? Are you still keeping in contact with the constellations I told you about? Them? Jang Haeyoung shrugged and replied, "They aren't interested. Really? The future scenarios would be difficult to overcome with my strength alone. Until now, the opponents were disasters that descended through the scenarios or individual constellations. Those who would disturb me in the future were bigger. For example, those damn Vedas guys who fucked me over with fate. If I wanted to fight them, I needed to know the trends of the constellations and transcendence with similar ideas. Everybody seems busy doing their own thing. Most of them didn't even answer. It was still too early. It was much later in the story that Jang Haeyoung became the king of transcendence. Therefore, the constellations who were by Jang Haeyoung's side in the original novel might be different at this point in time. Moreover, the original had already changed. I sighed and said, "It's fine. You can go out." "What? You were the one who called me." Jang Haeyoung grumbled and left the room, leaving only Han Myung-go behind. Han Myung-go opened his mouth first. It is strange. I knew you from the days in the company, but that's enough. Do you know why I called you? Ahem. Han Myung-go seemed to know the reason. In fact, I can't contact him. Isn't your connection to the household restored? It recovered. However, there is no response from the Demon King. Not long ago, I broke Han Myung-go's connection to Demon King Asmodeus using the 4-in demonic beheading sword. Still, it was only a temporary thing. I thought it was time for contact with Asmodeus to be reestablished. Yet there wasn't any contact from him yet. Isn't there anything he wants to ask? Perhaps he no longer believes me. Or, at this moment, Han Myung-go's expression changed. 2M connected. I was nervous for a moment. Demon King Asmodeus, a powerful presence among the 72 Demon Kings, would now speak to me through Han Myung-go's eyes and mouth. By the way, Han Myung-go's expression was a bit strange. Huh? What is it? Something is wrong. What happened? He came directly. Huh? The Demon King came directly. One side of my heart cooled. The Demon King came directly. The meaning of these words was simple. Demon King Asmodeus directly visited the scenario area with his own body. I asked while constantly receiving the channel messages from Bayu, "Is he near here? To think he has already found you." Already found me? No matter how much I raised my senses, I couldn't feel the Demon King at all. If the Demon King really came near here, not only would the constellations of the channel be turned upside down, the enormous pressure should have caused a group of incarnations to bleed to death. By the way, wait, don't tell me? If I thought about it, I did everything under the name of Yu Jong-hyuk. The beings who didn't enter the channel or know exactly what was going on were likely to guess my position through the star stream. According to the star stream, my current position was, shit, why all of a sudden? Head Director Han, do you know the way to the Jilabat Industrial Complex? Yu Jong-hyuk was in danger. Kim Dokja. Hooray Kim Dokja. The independence of the industrial complex. Yu Jong-hyuk listened to the shouts coming from all over the Jilabat Industrial Complex and had a complicated expression. I didn't mean to do this. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned as he stared at Duke Jilabat, who died in his hands. Sparks were flying around Yu Jong-hyuk's body due to the excessive opening of his transcendent power. He didn't need to open it at this point. It was too early to open the first stage of transcendence. However, it was impossible to handle his work in the demon world in a short amount of time without opening the power. It was a power that was deliberately hidden from the constellations, but he was caught by one of them. Yu Jong-hyuk watched the Uriel doll sitting on his shoulder. I don't think this person has any ideas. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is satisfied with your achievement. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is touched by your comradeship. The Duke gives a lot of coins. Thus I killed him. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer and looked at the panel screen in the Duke's office. There were low-quality scenes that seemed to be taped by the Weni people. Yu Jong-hyuk. I am Yu Jong-hyuk. It was an absurd scene. Hundreds of people shouted that they were Yu Jong-hyuk. The most disturbing thing was the huge guy yelling it in the center. Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk. What? Yu Jong-hyuk watched the scene with a frown before turning his head. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is turning red. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is urging you to go and meet Kim Dokja. Yu Jong-hyuk shook his head. I've confirmed that he is alive. Cancel your personal scenario and send me back to the original world. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is surprised. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says the personal scenario hasn't ended yet. The contents of the personal scenario of the constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is to meet Kim Dokja. Do you really think I will accept that personal scenario? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is greatly shocked. The shoulders of the Uriel doll trembled, and she had an expression that she wouldn't make even if Eden was destroyed. Yu Jong-hyuk watched for a while before sighing. Is this okay? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is raising her head with a sullen expression. I have become a duke of the demon world with this. But you are an archangel. I'm asking if there is a problem with this. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is greatly embarrassed. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says she hasn't thought about it. Shit. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke all types of curses as he wondered how he could act in the future with the archangel. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is warning you. A tremendous darkness started gathering around him. Yu Jong-hyuk instinctively drew the heaven-shaking sword at the formidable aura. However, the opponent was someone he couldn't win against just be drawing a sword. A dark abyss gathered into an essence. The deepest darkness of the demon world was manifested before his eyes. Yu Jong-hyuk knew this darkness very well. Run away. I can't protect your symbolic body. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it isn't possible. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire. Yu Jong-hyuk's shoulders were shaking slightly. The Uriel doll had never seen such a sigh before and grabbed Yu Jong-hyuk's shoulder with a panicked expression. It wasn't easy to calm down the trembling. As if he didn't want to acknowledge the fear, Yu Jong-hyuk opened his mouth with a nasty expression. I was once killed by this guy. The next moment, the body of darkness revealed itself with a tremendous aura that burst the bodies of the incarnations in the area. You are in a place like this, Demon King of Salvation. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 223 Asmodeus. 3. I told her to take me to the Jilabat Industrial Complex and Aileen replied, no matter how fast you are, it will take at least 2 days to reach the Jilabat Industrial Complex. Perhaps if there is help from a transcendental existence, the delegation must be a transportation vehicle. Is it unreasonable? I said 2 days assuming that you use it. 2 days, even 2 hours was too long for me. No matter how I got there, I had to arrive within an hour or I would find Yu Jong-hyuk's torn body. I was thinking hard, the help of a transcendent presence. The first one to come to mind was Hermes. If I had this constellation's help, I could cover a distance that took 2 days within a few minutes. The problem was that he belonged to Olympus. Going to hell is going to hell. I can't borrow his hands. Huh? I waved my hand at the startled Aileen. I'm just talking to myself. Of course, I was purposely talking to myself. The reason? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what is going on. The constellation who likes to change sex is wondering what happened. Some constellations are curious about the information you have hidden. It was in order to induce this response. I deliberately ignored their messages and spoke towards Aileen. Is there another way? A warp portal or something like that? This is the 73rd demon realm. It is also the outskirts of the 73rd demon world. We don't have such advanced transportation devices. I see. What the hell is going on? Someone is about to die. Who? It is the master of this industrial complex. As expected, my message log exploded. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is asking what you mean. The constellation who likes to change sex is listening to your story. The explosion was still small, but it couldn't be helped since there weren't many constellations in the channel. By the way, when did the person who liked to change sex come here? Prisoner of the golden headband. Can you help me? I spoke directly to the constellation and the people in the treatment room were astonished. Decided to be more brazen. If you don't mind, I'd like to borrow your Nimbus Cloud. It was one of the great sage, the equal of Heaven's star relics, the Nimbus Cloud. If I could borrow it, I could reach the Jilabat Industrial Complex in the shortest time. The problem was whether the great sage, the equal of heaven, would lend me his star relic. He had already wasted probability once because of me. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is asking why you need the Nimbus Cloud. I struggled for a moment before opening my mouth. I had to speak well here. I pretended to be Yu Jong-hyuk. Then Yu Jong-hyuk impersonated me. It caused a scenario error and there is a problem. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is annoyed. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband hates complicated things. I decided to summarize the situation according to the great sage, the equal of heaven's patience. Due to this, Yu Jong-hyuk is going to die. I wanted to know if he would help, but the response from the great sage, the equal of heaven, was unexpected. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is pulling out a handful of his hair from the stress. Wait a minute. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is leaving to find a hair comb. Excuse me? There was no response from the great sage, the equal of heaven, who disappeared. A constellations who likes to change sex is enjoying the situation. 100 coins have been sponsored. I was looking up at the air when Aileen asked me, I don't know who he is, but the new owner of this industrial complex is in a crisis? That's right. Why? He is going to meet a demon king. A demon king isn't necessarily an evil existence. If you are lucky, you can survive. I guess, but the problem was the demon king was Asmodeus. In the novel, Asmodeus was one of the greatest adversaries whenever Yu Jonghyuk regressed. Yu Jonghyuk had already died against Asmodeus in the past. Could Yu Jonghyuk be safe from him? No good images popped up no matter how hard I thought. Han Myungo looked at me nervously and opened his mouth. Now what are you going to do? It was a big problem. Even if I managed to get there in time, there was no guarantee I could overcome Asmodeus by joining forces with Yu Jonghyuk. However, I won't know without trying. I didn't know you were so passionate. In the company, you never, if I don't work hard, I will die. It is different from not becoming a full-time employee if I didn't work hard. Ahem. The situation was bad, but I decided to think as positively as possible. There was something I didn't know. Perhaps things would turn out well even if I didn't go there. A miracle could happen that caused Yu Jonghyuk to experience a great awakening, or Asmodeus might suddenly become a good guy. Damn, that was impossible. I opened the revised ways of survival on my smartphone again. I couldn't come up with something, so I had to read this to find the answer. What is this all of a sudden? Shoo, be quiet. This is what I do best. I quickly scrolled through the contents of Ways of Survival. Then one sentence in the 12th regression caught my eyes. Yu Jonghyuk thought there were many reasons for his failure in the third round. This was the most important reason. My heart suddenly sank. No, hurry up and think about it. The moment I read the next sentence, my mind became blank and I almost went crazy. At that time, we shouldn't have pretended to support the demon king Asmodeus. There was a little girl with dark eyes. She had a small body and appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. The chubby cheeks and vivid expressions were reminiscent of a child actor. There wasn't any apparent threat on the surface. His taste is the same. However, Yu Jonghyuk knew very well that the gigantic presence in that body wasn't the main character of a children's drama. This girl was the peak of the 72 existences scattered across the demon realm and the owner of the 32nd demon realm, someone even narrative-grade constellations were reluctant to face. Demon king of rage and lust, Asmodeus. Asmodeus smiled with the girl's face. Oh, there is no need to be so tense. I just came to talk. The utterance of his true voice brought pain to the incarnations in the area. All incarnations in the industrial complex were probably bleeding. In front of this fearsome pressure, Yu Jonghyuk held his breath and raised all his magic power. The feeling of pressure wrapped around his skin gradually decreased. This presence was so strong that even the transcendent Yu Jonghyuk found it hard to bear. As expected, the status of a demon king itself was different. Whether or not he knew Yu Jonghyuk's heart, Asmodeus approached Dean with gentle footsteps. Interesting. The last time we met was when I saw you through my subordinate's eyes at the Siswitz industrial complex. The steps were obviously light, but in Yu Jonghyuk's eyes, they were the heaviest things in the world. The grip on the heaven-shaking sword became stronger and the veins of his neck bulged. You moved to Jilabat and defeated the Duke in such a short time. Your skills are great, Demon King of Salvation. Demon King of Salvation. It was obvious who this was referring to. Damn Kim Dokja. Everything happened in the wrong place. In a short time, Yu Jonghyuk had dozens of thoughts. This guy is in an incomplete incarnation body. Can I win? No, it is impossible. It might be an incarnation body, but this is the demon world. Then can I run away? It is too unreasonable. There is no way to get rid of the Demon King, who has the mind and heart of an incarnation. Originally, the Demon Kings couldn't exist in this scenario. Based on the visible sparks, a huge amount of probability was being consumed in real time. Yu Jonghyuk couldn't escape from somehow who showed up with this determination. There is only one way that will possibly work. By time to waste his probability. He might be a Demon King, but he couldn't take over the body of an incarnation in the scenario for long. He would be forced to return as long as Yu Jonghyuk could buy some time. The problem was that it shouldn't be a fight. In the end, Yu Jonghyuk had to bend his pride a bit. Yes, I am the Demon King of Salvation. Who are you? It is a bit strange. Were you originally this handsome? The face I saw last time. You came here because you have something to say. Then tell me. Yes. But before we talk, there is something that is bothering me. What? Asmodeus' small fingers snapped. Formidable sparks appeared and a little doll with half of one arm torn appeared in the air. As expected. Yu Jonghyuk bit his lips. He was dealing with a demon king. It was a mistake to think that the recluse's cloak wouldn't be noticed. Why is the symbolic body of an archangel here? I don't know. Is that so? Is this true? Intense sparks flashed and Uriel made a pained expression. I can tell who you are based on this symbolic body. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at Asmodeus. Archangel Uriel. Is your brother Raphael well? I want you to tell him that I haven't forgotten the debt. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is roaring with anger. Of course, you can only tell him if you return safely. Yu Zhonghyuk's expression darkened. This was the demon world. No matter how strong Uriel was, she couldn't expose the demon king's incarnation body with a symbolic body. Yu Zhonghyuk didn't hesitate to raise his energy. Stop. It would be difficult if he lost Uriel's symbolic body here. He would become lost from the scenario if he lost Uriel here. Asmodeus looked impressed by the pressure of the boiling magic power coming from Yu Zhonghyuk. HRMM? This energy, it is tough. But the next moment, Asmodeus was in front of Yu Zhonghyuk. A mere mortal is imitating a star. The small arm stretched out and grabbed Yu Zhonghyuk's jaw. Quack. Indeed, you aren't the demon king of salvation. Isn't that right? Yu Zhonghyuk hurriedly swung the heaven-shaking sword. Surprisingly, it was easily caught by Asmodeus' hand. If I'd known you could make such a pretty face, I wouldn't have let you go in the beginning. Then the heaven-shaking sword was broken in half. You are afraid of me, cute child. Cook. If you resist so much, I will lose the desire to talk to you. Dark shadows flocked behind Asmodeus. The darkness gathered in the air and formed a monster with huge horns. I want to trample on you. Blood started to flow from Yu Zhonghyuk's nose. The mighty story was weighing down on his transcendence. In front of the vast presence, Yu Zhonghyuk quietly prepared to open Transcendence Stage 1. There were no odds, but Yu Zhonghyuk didn't give up. If he could just create a gap for one moment, he might have enough time to return to the Earth scenario. As Yu Zhonghyuk was thinking this, he allowed one attack and felt the shock of his entire body being broken. His left arm and right leg were broken and even the magic power in his stomach was lost. By the time he came to his senses, he was crumpled on the ground. Asmodeus raised this Yu Zhonghyuk and touched Yu Zhonghyuk's forehead softly. I can't believe it. A mere human has such sublime despair. Dog, bas tard. Persephone said that Kim Daksha must be the best story. Hoo-hoo. Asmodeus licked his lips. Yu Zhonghyuk stared at Asmodeus before closing his eyes. I'm sorry, Kim Daksha. There was no other way. He was forced to look towards the next regression. He closed his eyes and Yu Zhonghyuk's clock prepared to go back. The second hand, the minute hand, the hour hand. The moment that the giant hands were going to move in the opposite direction. That's why you should have thought about me earlier. All of a sudden, Yu Zhonghyuk's clock stopped. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3, has been activated. Huge sparks appeared around Yu Zhonghyuk and the startled Asmodeus moved back. Something blinked inside Yu Zhonghyuk's eyes while something else woke up. Of course, it was me. You? The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the Demon King of Rage and Lust. I stared at Asmodeus with bright eyes. Then I said, Don't touch my incarnation, Asmodeus. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 224 Asmodeus. 4. What the hell is this guy thinking? Eileen pulled out the catheter and muttered as he watched Kim Daksha lying down. Fragments of the story were trickling from the bandages. For now, this is the only way. I hadn't wanted to use it. Eileen hurriedly raised her courage, swept up the fragments and took the pulse of the other arm. Kim Daksha's face was pale and no warmth could be felt. Bring more story packs. Quickly. The people watching ran out of the treatment room at Eileen's cry. Eileen watched the face of the dying Kim Daksha and recalled his last words. Just let me die for an hour or so. Of course, it isn't really dying. It is just on the verge of dying. I really will go to see Kim Namwon if I die at this time. I will trust you. Understood? Beep, beep. The story stability levels on the patient stability monitor were dropping sharply. Eileen watched Kim Daksha sleeping with an unknown expression and inserted a new story into his veins. Fortunately, the third stage of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint was connected properly. Eileen had done her work properly. By the way, Asmodeus' energy was blazing in front of me. I was in a state of tension, unlike my previous declaration. The opponent was Asmodeus. I felt a bit of regret for using words that were too impressive at the beginning, but now it was too late for regret. Asmodeus finally opened his mouth. Demon King of Salvation. I nodded with Yu Zhonghyuk's head. I felt Yu Zhonghyuk's soul struggling in one corner of the ego, but I forced him to fall asleep. Yu Zhonghyuk couldn't pop out at this time. I am the Demon King of Salvation. The use of my true voice consumed an excessive amount of probability, but I pretended to be calm. I deliberately used my true voice in order to not be pushed back by his momentum. The bonus was that maintaining my true voice made me look strong. Asmodeus glanced at me with surprise and asked again. He is really your incarnation? That's right. The unconscious Yu Jonghyuk would be furious if he knew this, but I didn't think and said it anyway. There was no better answer in the current situation. At least that's what I thought. I didn't hear that you have such an incarnation. Your information network seems to be slower than I thought. This person is my incarnation. Asmodeus had definitely come here to talk with me. The credibility of his words couldn't be determined, but this was the only way for Yu Jonghyuk to survive. If he really came to talk, he wouldn't do anything unnecessary like touching my incarnation. HRMM. Asmodeus didn't seem to accept my words as his energy gradually became strong. I desperately recalled the information about Asmodeus that I knew. An indulgent madman. A member of the Gourmet Association. He has a slight acquaintance with the underworld of Olympus. The owner of Crooked Libido. There were a few things that could be of some help, but there was nothing I could use right now. Either way, it would be best to solve this confrontation as smoothly as possible. I raised my senses as much as possible and searched the vicinity for anything that could help me. The only thing that stood out was the small stuffed doll attached to my shoulders. What is this? That jerk Yu Jonghyuk actually collected such things? Then the doll suddenly looked at me. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is so moved she has a nosebleed. Wait, surely this doll. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is rubbing her cheek against you. The doll softly touched Yu Jonghyuk's cheek and I felt it through Yu Jonghyuk's body. I was panicked. Why was Uriel here? Asmodeus opened his mouth. I guess the rumors are true if you're not shrinking back before my status. You became narrative grade in the 10th scenario. I can't believe it is true. I don't know. It might be more than rumors. I pulled the Uriel doll and quickly hid her in my arms. The atmosphere was strange, but it would be difficult if Uriel did something. Asmodeus licked his lips. Hoo-hoo, the story about your tongue seems true. It is to my taste. By the way, how are you alive? I heard from the constellations that you died. I have good luck. You also like having secrets. I hate people who keep trying to pry secrets from me. Is this person your new incarnation? I heard that children are your taste. What bullshit is that? Then my hard work preparing this wasn't worthwhile. Asmodeus smiled at me in a charming manner while looking down at his child's incarnation body. He had the appearance of a pretty child. If Han Myungo was right, this child must be Han Myungo's daughter. Fortunately, she didn't resemble Han Myungo at all. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Many false rumors have spread. The rumors spread about me taking Shin Yusung as my incarnation. He understood what I was saying and Asmodeus smiled at Yu Jonghyuk's face. Indeed, I can bend my taste if it is this beautiful body. At this point, it was clear that a normal conversation was impossible. I spoke roughly. Stop talking with your true voice. There won't be any incarnations left around me. Why? This is now my industrial complex. I want you to stop killing my citizens. Officially, Jilabat died because of Kim Dokja and this became my industrial complex. You are the new owner of the industrial complex. In fact, these messages were actually rising. Of course, I actually needed a good excuse to stop using my true voice. Asmodeus spoke with a small smile. HRMM, yes. I'm sorry. Asmodeus did it half-heartedly, but he was polite when he had a purpose. At least until his purpose was met. Then why did you come for me? Sounds like you already know, right? How should I know? I know you have a similar power to the Prophet of Asgard. He was probably talking about Anna Croft. I didn't know how much of my story had spread and twisted. Whatever the rumors, it was clear that now was the time to lay the foundation on this side. Maybe it is because of the Demon King selection. Asmodeus grinned at the answer. It wasn't hard to guess. It was because shortly after the industrial complex had fallen, the following message was heard. You are currently a Demon King candidate of the 73rd Demon Realm. A new scenario is currently pending. Are you aiming for a new throne? Huh? I already have the 32nd Demon Realm. It is pointless to gain one with a lower rank. Then what? I want to help you become a new Demon King. As expected, he said it. Han Myungo had told me something similar. The Demon King, he told me to make the 73rd Demon King with my own hands. I thought for a moment before shaking my head. I'm sorry, but I don't need help. I currently have no desire to participate in the competition. I don't think you have the veto rights. You have to participate in the selection as soon as you become a duke. I can survive with my own strength. Well, you might been lucky until now. Will it continue in the future? Do you think Duke Meladin and Burkan have the same thoughts as you? It was known that nebulae were already attached to them. They were also nebulae hostile towards me. Asmodeus laughed. You need my help. You will die if you refuse. It was unknown who would kill me, but he seemed certain I would die. Fucking bastard. Did he come all this way only to grab my ankle? A small number of constellations are watching your choice. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is watching your choice. The constellation who likes to change sex is watching your choice. I moved to this location and asked Bayou to expand the channel. Thus, the constellations were watching my choice. Most constellations felt reluctant towards demon kings. My future story would be determined depending on the choice I made here. I took a calm breath and asked, "Is your purpose the giant story?" Something stirred in Asmodeus' eyes at my words. "I'm surprised that you already know about such a thing. It is the only reason why guys like you would cut off their nose in the blink of an eye." I smiled bitterly. A giant story. If the stories I had accumulated so far were in the category of general stories, there was a new field in the star stream called giant stories. For example, things like Olympus Gigantomachia and Asgard's Ragnarok. By building a small stake in a giant story, the constellations could gain enormous power and probability. If they occupied a large stake, then they would become a huge power. This was why the constellations rushed with fiery eyes every time the apocalypse scenario occurred. The Demon World's Demon King selection was one such giant story. It wasn't comparable to Gigantomachia, but it was large compared to general stories. Asmodeus nodded. "You are correct. I need the shares of a giant story." Asmodeus was already a demon king and belonged to a higher level scenario, so he couldn't participate in the selection. However, he could help me in exchange for a stake in the story. Originally, I would have refused the proposal. The giant story that could be accumulated through the Demon King selection would become the key foundation for my future fight against the nebulae. If I gave a share in it to the wrong person, it was likely I wouldn't be able to obtain anything. However, Yu Jong-hyuk of the 12th regression had mumbled. At that time, we shouldn't have pretended to support the Demon King Asmodeus. I wanted to grab the collar of the 12th regression Yu Jong-hyuk and ask what he meant, but the person now was only in the 3rd regression. In the end, I had to make a choice. Should I grab the hand of the Demon King or not? I slowly opened my mouth. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 225 Asmodeus. 5. How funny. I'm not even a Demon King yet. How can I give away the stakes in a giant story I don't have? You can do it if I help. Asmodeus had an arrogant confidence on his face. It was an expression that made becoming a Demon King simple. I watched his face and followed up with, "Okay, I will give away a stake if I become a Demon King." At this moment, the stars in the sky were flashing. A few constellations are greatly disappointed in your judgment. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at you with troubled eyes. The constellation who likes to change sex wants to change your sex. The constellations showed a strong reaction as I expected. However, I couldn't help it for now. Unless I knew how to not lost against Asmodeus, I couldn't do anything that would antagonize him. Asmodeus laughed like he was satisfied with my answer. "Good thinking. How much will you give away?" 30%. Light disappointment flashed across Asmodeus' face. "It is too little. Don't you think you're being too greedy?" 50% and write the contract here. What a shameless swindler. If I gave away half of a giant story, I wouldn't be able to draw on its strength without Asmodeus' permission. I firmly shook my head. I can't sign that agreement. Why? The pebbles started to float into the air. This was blatant intimidation, but I wouldn't have come here if I would be caught by such intimidation. I stared up at the sky and kept speaking. "I won't give a stake to just you." A deep silence instantly fell at my words. Asmodeus' face was blank and he didn't understand what I meant. The stars all around me were holding their breaths and demanding clarification. 30% of the giant story will be released as competitive shares. Competitive shares? It means whoever helps me can gain part of those shares. The extent that they obtained will depend entirely on their contribution to the story. The gazes staring at me from the sky started to change on by one. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is making an interested expression. A few constellations are greedy after hearing your words. Competitive shares was the last card I could offer. If I had to take a beast with me while moving forward, it would be better to expand the choice of beasts. Asmodeus noticed my intentions and his expression hardened. I was deceived. I didn't lie. The pebbles floating in the air rushed towards me. To be precise, towards Yu Jong-hyuk. It was a strong attack that couldn't be easily blocked. It might have been hard for me in the past, but not now. It was because now I wasn't alone. The stones flying through the air were caught by invisible hands. A few constellations are staring at the Demon King of Fury and Lust. It was a situation where I declared a competitive share in a giant story. The constellations aiming for those shares wouldn't just watch Asmodeus' actions. Asmodeus gritted his teeth. However, even Asmodeus didn't want to waste probability in this place against a large number of constellations. In addition, there was a formidable constellation present. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is staring at the demon king of fury and lust. Asmodeus stared at the air for a while before taking back his strength. The stones lost their support and instantly fell to the ground. The demon king of lust and fury is disappointed in you. Asmodeus spoke with a terrifying expression. You have made a mistake. You are not the one who will become demon king. You just threw away an important opportunity. It was a tone that suggested he could give the opportunity to someone else at any time. Certainly, things would become complicated if Asmodeus joined hands with someone else. Nevertheless, I didn't back down. Well, I think you are the one throwing away the opportunity, not me. I thought about why Asmodeus must have chosen me. Common sense said it was more advantageous for Asmodeus to be attacked to Burkan or Meladon rather than me. I was a human and a constellation while Meladon and Burkan were demons. Yet Asmodeus extended his hand towards me first. There was a compelling reason for Asmodeus to choose me. In fact, Asmodeus' expression seemed a bit strained at my refusal. It is really unpleasant. Don't you know that I am a demon king? A great demon was making this type of expression. It was an extremely rare scene from the perspective of ways of survival. I slowly shook my head. It doesn't matter if you are a demon king or constellation. I just want my story to be the best story. The best story? You should know what I mean since you belong to the Gourmet Association. Asmodeus' expression changed at the words I deliberately mentioned. It was a face that was both bewildered and delighted. Asmodeus gazed at me with an expression that was hard for humans to describe and opened his mouth a few dozen seconds later. A candidate will test the cooking skills of a demon king? I held my breath at the formidable killing intent aimed at me. It was like the whole time and space of the area was in the demon king's grasp. The confused constellations squeezed out light, but the darkness around them was so dense that their power couldn't reach. This was the real power of a demon king. If Asmodeus truly used all his power here, I was convinced that Yu Jonghyuk and I would have vanished regardless of the prisoner of the golden headband's presence. He was revealing this power now as a type of proof and warning. The demon king Asmodeus reveals a subtle liking towards you. It was a warning that he could kill me at any time. Asmodeus laughed from inside the darkness. I like it. I will leave for today. Fortunately, the situation seemed to be wrapped up. I didn't pretend to support Asmodeus and he didn't one-sidedly lose his shares of the story. There was plenty of room to change things. However, I should clean up the garbage before I go. Asmodeus moved his fingers and an explosive sound was heard from my chest. It was the sound of a doll popping. There was a throbbing pain around my heart, but Yu Jonghyuk's body didn't receive any apparent damage. Asmodeus' body scattered into ashes as he left these last words. I can't see that thing wandering around in front of me. I gazed at the disappearing Asmodeus before hurriedly touching my chest. Uriel? I pulled out that Uriel doll that was already tattered. Not long afterwards, I felt something being disconnected from the doll. I saw the messages rising in front of Yu Jonghyuk's eyes. The connection with the constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has been temporarily disconnected. The personal scenario has been automatically terminated. I was able to see how Yu Jonghyuk came here. I didn't know why, but Uriel gave him a personal scenario to go to the demon world. Yu Jonghyuk received that scenario and came here. The problem was the scenario had just been forcibly terminated. Sparks started appearing around my skin. I instantly realized what would happen. Uriel, wake up. I desperately shook the doll, but there was no reaction from Uriel. The symbolic body was excessively broken and the connection with the body was forcibly terminated. Shit. Cracks were spreading over Yu Jonghyuk's hard body. You have left the main scenario. I hurriedly looked around. This couldn't continue. At this rate, Yu Jonghyuk would surely die. The exile penalty has begun. It was different from me. Yu Jonghyuk didn't have the fourth wall. There wasn't anyone to protect him after becoming an exile. Hey, anybody is good. I hurriedly shouted towards the sky. However, Yu Jonghyuk's body was destroyed and my voice didn't emerge. The cracks that started in the legs spread to the neck and paralyzed the vocal cords. It was a penalty that prevented me from asking the constellations in the night sky for help. The whole universe was intensely hoping for Yu Jonghyuk's death, as if it was going to take away his stories and kill him. Was it up to here? Couldn't let it. Everything was over if Yu Jonghyuk died here. In less than 1 second, the pages of Ways of Survival passed through my head. The letters on countless pages flew towards me and I reached out to them. Yes, this was the only way. I didn't have it, but Yu Jonghyuk was different. I was forced to ask him for help. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at Yu Jonghyuk's sponsor. I wanted to use my true voice, but now I had no strength. I was forced to hope that my story would reach that existence. The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at you. A huge presence was looking at me. It was somewhat familiar but also unfamiliar. Before I could open my mouth, a darkness came over me. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been forcibly released. A space covered with darkness. I had this experience once before. When was it? It happened when I exited from the Constellation Banquet. How to change? No. Damn it, what the hell did this mean? Eek. I shot up and gasped like I was going to vomit. My heart was beating like crazy and there was a cracking sound from my neck. My eyes were full of tears. I was alive. To be precise, Aileen saved me. However, I felt more desperate than relieved. I shouted in a thick voice towards the outside of the treatment room. Aileen. Aileen, who had been waiting outside, rushed over at my call. She was pale when she saw me pulling out the catheter. I shook off her hands and shouted, "Quickly get me up. I have to go to the Gilabat Industrial Complex." "What are you talking about? A person who just woke up. There is no time, quickly." Dozens of thoughts crossed my head. Let's ask the great sage, the equal of heaven, for help. If not, let's call Hermes. I hated it, but I might be able to get a favor using the shares of the story. I just had to get to Gilabat right away. It wasn't too late yet. Go right now. There is no way for a person who has been unconscious for 1 week. You will have to rest for at least 1 week to stabilize your body. What? Felt like my heart stopped beating. I thought it was an auditory hallucination. The world that I read was collapsing. The letters that lost their place were pushing at me. How much time has passed? A week. You have been unconscious for a week. I looked blankly at the floor before picking up the smartphone that Irene created. I turned on the panel and checked the file. 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, First Revision.txt. The title of the text was unchanged. The second revision didn't come and Yu Jonghyuk's lines were the same. There was a moment of despair as I realized that nothing had changed. Really? Yu Jonghyuk really died? TL, Rainbow Turtle.